Okay, we're live.
Yes.
Okay, before we begin, I'd like to draw attention to notice to access the meeting. You may join from PC, Mac, iPad, on your Android device using this URL. The URL provided in our packet. If you do not wish your name on the screen, you can to rename yourself be anonymous. To request to speak, use the raise hand icon on the screen. To join by phone, dial 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 846-785-4328. If you wish to comment during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 and you will be recognized. And then we will bring attention to our land acknowledgement for those three. And we can now go to call to order and roll call whenever you're ready, Chair.
I'm ready.
Okay, without proceed to roll call, Chair Moore is absent, Vice Chair Wilson,
Present.
Board Member Calvita,
Here.
Board Member Luckwood,
Here.
Board Member Blackley,
Here.
Board Member Cayetano, currently absent, and Board Member Moses. Here. Okay, we have a quorum.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the agenda? So moved. Second.
Okay, seeing and hearing no objections, we can now proceed with public comment. We currently do not have any members of the public who are physically present. Nor do we have any virtual attendees. With that said, we can now move on to item 4.
All right, good. I think I'll turn it over to our facilitator.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. A couple of you in person, so it's good to see you again. Some of you I met virtually, so at least talk to. I think you have to know in person, but have not. So I'm Ryan Moore. You probably have seen a bio at some point, but long story short, grew up in Detroit, Michigan. Went to college out in Michigan and then moved out to Massachusetts after college in the late 1980s. Response is good morning. Hi, good morning. Brian, Dr. Yes, nice to meet you. And most of the work has been in organizing, campaigns, community organizing, and I've been working for the city of Cambridge since 2008, where I first started as director of our Peace Commission. We're one of the other places that has a Peace and Justice Commission. And then I was asked to take on the civilian oversight a couple of years later. So I've been the director of our civilian oversight office, which is actually quite a bit smaller than the Berkeley office, since 2010. And through that, very early in my work, I got to go to the NACOL conference. And that was just such a great experience. It was about 3 weeks in. So I got a mentor who really help support me and like they go through questions. I got this whole network of people because, as you may have all experienced, the work can be kind of isolating. There's a strange way in which civilian oversight. I think everyone's always a little bit mad at you, or sometimes a lot mad at you. It's hard to meet all the expectations of all the different stakeholders, and sometimes they're diametrically opposed. So I got involved in NACOL and running the board, being president, and so through that work, I really got to see oversight in all over the country and even a bit in Canada and Mexico, and started actually doing training through NACOL as a board member, as president. And so now I'm here back after last year, and really the goal is to help you to do some strategic thinking and strategic planning, different conversations with different people. So I'm going to do my best to hold all of those things, but really by the end of the day, the hope is that you really can come out with, perhaps 3 goals that you really can tackle with your coherent that will really help you to have more impact and along the way address some of the issues that you're facing in terms of relationships, culture, and all the ways in which civilian oversight can be very challenging. I do want to just take a moment to ask, I know you all know each other, but it would be great for me, even though I have met and spoken with most of you, if we could just go around and people could just say who they are, one thing that you're hoping to get from today's session, and one way in which you hope to contribute to today's session. So who you are, I know that's short, so just, try not to keep it somewhat contained, but tell me what would be helpful for me and maybe your colleagues. one thing you hope to get out of today's session and one way you hope to contribute. And if it's okay, I'll ask the ODPA staff to participate in that as well. Just apparently conscious of goals. So since you're looking at me, would it be okay to start with you, Leah?
Sure.
And then maybe we just go around.
Sure, Leah Wolfen, who I am, newly elected vice chair of the PAB, and in my day job, I'm the executive director of the State Bar of California. And I'm a mother of 3. So what I hope to get out of today, I think we're in dire need of prioritization of our work, both as a board and also vis-a-vis our relationship with staff. So that's what I hope we get out of today.
And how do you hope to contribute to?
How do I hope to contribute? I hope to be a clear and effective and collaborative communicator to help us get there.
Thank you. That's good.
See, I'm Brent Blackaby, relatively new, although now maybe middle term board member relative to the board composition. Dad of 2 kids. I run a digital privacy startup, so I'm an entrepreneur. What I hope to get out of the conversation would be consensus and clarity. I guess is all of us on the same page. Alignment, maybe that's the right word. And I think what I could bring would be some problem solving, because I'm not as much of a subject matter expertise on police accountability, but from various perspectives, there's sort of help solve problems, bridge gaps. I think that's kind of my role.
Kitty Calavita, and I'm a retired academic with a long career in criminology and law and society. And I guess I'm the longest serving member of this oversight body. Before this, the PRC, and we've met before. So yes, this is, I guess I'll be going into my 6th year or 7th year, something like that. Anyway, yes, I also hope to get out of this meeting a sense of priorities for the upcoming year, and connected to that, how we can overcome some obstacles and how I can contribute. I don't know. I think one of the strengths of this particular board is that we don't talk to hear ourselves talking. And I think one of my strengths is to be concise. And I think that's the strength, actually, that this particular body brings to things. And so I think that I can contribute sort of in that way.
I'm Alex Moses. I'm the rookie of the board. I run a customer operations and trust and safety consulting company, and am also a father, and obviously Berkeley citizen. I'm hoping that we come away from this with some operational clarity and sort of clearer focus on how we accomplish the priorities that we set today. And the way I hope to contribute is, again, by being a contributing member of this board.
I'm Julie Lethwich. I am an attorney, served with Kitty on the PRC before this. I consider myself kind of a policy wonk. Spent most of my career working on gun violence prevention, state legislation here in California. I would echo what everybody else has said, kind of about the goals for the day. I would just like for us to be in a position where we can be somewhat proactive, because we're always reactive. So to me, it would be wonderful if we could just have some time to think and prioritize, as others have said. I think I like collaboration, I like consensus building, and I hope to be concise too. And I agree, sometimes there are people who just love to hear themselves talk, but I don't think anybody here today. I think we have a good group. I think we're all pretty much on the same page about things, which is also really.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Sorry, that was about time. My name is Josh Kaisano. I'm a third year law student at Berkeley. I'm also a board member and not a father. Place that I know. And I would like to come out of this meeting with a good sense of a 1 year and 3 year plan of the board. I'd also like to know where we can sort of trim the edges of our work, and what we do when we're confronted with, in an instance like maybe 6 months down the road, that doesn't align with whatever plan we set, how to confront that, because, some of what I've sensed is the nature of our job is putting out fires when they come up, and we can't really control that, so I'd like a good sense of what we should do in this situation as well. I think that I contribute youthful vigor.
Bigger.
Keeping the same, local of the younger generation.
People didn't have.
It's a very modest, statement of your strength.
But, less. I don't know, joking, but I'm really interested in making this board as effective as possible, and I think that we can help with that. Yeah, that's good.
We won't hold hearings against you. Yeah.
See, you might have any.
Nothing wrong.
Strategic planning meeting needs a little bit of night today and provide. Okay, so continue rounds.
Angela Eli, I am the Director of Police Accountability here, I'm the Office of Director of Police Accountability. Sorry, I was hearing everybody's introduction, I forgot the flow of.
Oh, just, what do you hope to get out of today, and what's one way that you can contribute during the day?
Sure, I really want to be very attentive to the board's needs. I do take the charter provision that it is our role as the office of the director to make sure the board is able to carry out its work. The city is undergoing significant changes since I arrived here. So in terms of under city manager structure, we're also in the political arena where we have outgoing council members. So there's just a lot of changes happening all over the place, and I don't want the board's vision and contributions to the city to get lost in all that. So I want to hear what you have for a vision for the city and civilian oversight, and I want to make sure it gets accomplished. And there was one other my contribution, or is that my contribution?
Well, what do you want? That sounds like you have.
So I think I grappled with it.
Okay.
Right. So we are technically the longest serving staff of our team by one. As you know, I'm one of the longest. We're going to do hats through my time here. So I'm hoping that through that experience, of having worn so many hats in terms of the operations of our office, I contribute some of my perspectives as to what our capacities are. And sort of understand the board's vision as to what they see certain aspects of our work product to be able to contribute to the board.
Okay, great. Everybody is pretty concise, it's interesting. We'll see how this goes. So the first thing on the agenda that was put together for this is to talk briefly, half an hour, about challenges and opportunities, which is slightly behind, but not too bad. People move through everything okay. And, I thought about different ways to do this, and I think, why don't we just kind of start with people just, speaking, need to, I do tend to go around periodically, but, I'm not gonna do that for every single thing. But really, I'm hoping that people can talk about the challenges you face, and again, some that we already heard, but also, really using specific examples so that because I want to help everybody to make sure you all understand what other people see as the challenges. I mean, the advantage of this kind of session is you're not going through the detailed agenda and all the different things. So there's a little more opportunity to actually kind of hear where each other is, each person is coming from. So, yeah, so I guess why don't we just start with some strengths, and they can be, general, they can be very specific, they can be structural, they can be people-based. But, yeah, people, if you can start filling out some strengths of the Police Accountability Board, I would love to hear
I
that.
could start with one, it's what I already mentioned, that we don't have a lot of interpersonal conflict, and I feel like most of us are generally on the same page, so that's really.
And if I don't feel like I'm doing this one, but what, when you say on the same page, like in terms of policy, in terms of temperament, in terms of, because there's lots of different ways to be on the same page.
I would say both. There isn't a lot of tension, there aren't factions, and there isn't one person who's always dominating, or this person is very pro-police and this person is very anti-police. I've seen that in the past iterations of, not so much this board, but the PRC, and we don't have that, so I think we're able to get more done because at least we aren't wrestling with interpersonal conflicts or policy conflicts.
I have two things, and I want to piggyback on that, because I think what we are all on the same page about is a commitment to oversight and a commitment to police transparency. So it's not about, being on the same page politically necessarily, but we're committed, and maybe that's what brings the people to the board, of course, a commitment to oversight. But a serious one, people aren't on the board just to put it on their resume or something.
Right.
And the other thing I think, which is a little bit different from what Julie said, I think one of our strengths is that we really have a diversity of talents.
Yeah.
Like some people are really good at articulating things. Other people are really good at writing. Other people are really good at presenting things to the public. There's a diversity of talents and abilities. And I think when you bring all that together, it makes for a really strong group of, entity.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm not sure what to do with this, so it's just making me think, as you talk about people having different strengths, that there's a way to tap that as you think about subcommittees and work and projects. I'm not saying you haven't done that, but just thinking about how can people's different skills and what they lead with play into how you divide up the work.
I actually think it happens spontaneously, because on a given committee or the board as a whole, people contribute in different ways, just naturally through their natural talents or skills. And so, yeah, that's what I've noticed.
Thank you.
I think it's strength, everything that's been said before, but I also think that we work hard. Like all of us have a lot going on, but we really, I think, try to give the appropriate amount of time and effort to this work, and that I think is unusual. Work that I've been on. So I think that's really positive. And what I was gonna say about the skills is I think it's probably accurate that it happens organically, but as this body matures, and it may not be during our tenures, there are ways to institutionalize that. Like for my own board, we have a skills matrix. And when anybody's appointed, you identify what your skills are as well as who your relationships are with. And then that matrix is given to the appointing authorities, and basically like if there's gaps in it, you ask people to appoint with the gaps in the skills in mind. So I think there are ways to kind of take that to the next level. Yeah.
One thing I should have mentioned about the skill set is that some of us are attorneys, but not all of us. And so that legal skill really comes into play a lot of times. And I myself, I'm not an attorney, I'm a social scientist. And so that's a different skill set.
I think that our strength is, we have a staff that's really committed to our mission and, I found them very available to answer any of them, and, I also think that there could be a scenario in which, we're pulling the horses in different directions, but I don't sense that's the case at all.
Right.
And could be because it's charter mandated, but yeah, I really appreciate the way that they've supported us so far.
And I think piggybacking off what everybody said, which I think is very, very true about our strengths, we're also fairly well appointed at this point, and the board is, I guess, till last week, almost fully staffed, and I think gives us the resources within our team to tackle things that we're trying to do more effectively.
And then just, excuse me, just for my own knowledge, you say that that's not always true of boards and commissions in Berkeley, that people, their empty seats often.
Right, I mean, my understanding is, at least, again, as the rookie, when I came on, I was, it 3 to 6 months before that, with this board was half its size.
We had 4. We struggled along with 4 people out of 9
Right.
Wow.
for quite a while, and hardly any staff either. I mean, thank God for Ansel and Jose.
We had someone resign quite publicly with an articulate speech about her reasons for resigning, basically out of frustration over our challenges. And then we had a member resign this last week, but that was more just because of her personal commitments to her work.
Yeah.
I think another strength that we have is that we live in Berkeley. I think not every city would be as committed to oversight as Berkeley might be. And I think that, we can leverage that.
Also say beyond that, and I agree with everything everyone said, but, and then more on the structural side, in theory, again, this is, I know, a good topic for most of the day, but structurally, in terms of, like, we've been positioned, at least in the charter, with a fair amount of control and a fair amount of, authority. We're learning where the edges are, and people are trying to restrain the edges, but in theory, we have a decent amount of responsibility, control, opportunity to sort of, act. So again, I just encourage all of us, and I know that's a big part of what we're trying to do today, but we are given a pretty broad charter, and how do we make the most of that?
Could I ask Jose, are we still
Yes.
streaming? There's nothing. Okay.
It's all public all day, right?
And being recorded, right?
Right, I just didn't see anything, so I thought,
Yeah, just to spare Brian's eyes.
oh, I'm sorry.
So let's, do the classic thing and move to challenges. Again, people have come up, some of these have come up, I've heard some of them, I heard some people last year. But even, do what you were saying, that you had to resign very articulately and passionately, I guess, because around the challenges. So what are the challenges that you all see?
Well, I would say that one of the fundamental ones, even though Brent was saying that supposedly the charter gives us a lot of authority, it's a poorly drafted piece of legislation, apparently because there were different authors and the union and others had a lot of say in it. So it's, from a drafting perspective, it's not a good document. There's a lot of vagueness and inconsistencies, and that's been very difficult.
And that's part of the challenge around looking at whose responsibilities things are and what's permissible and what's mandatory. It's really how the charter is written, and I guess the ordinance is after the charter as well, or just primarily the charter.
The charter.
The charter, yeah. Yeah, and so it's not clear. A lot of our roles and responsibilities and the conflict of interest issue with the city attorney's office just isn't clear on its face, and so it's subject to a lot of interpretation. And that's made it difficult for us. Because we don't agree necessarily with the interpretation by the city attorney's office.
That's not unheard of in the world of student, so.
I think the people who read the charter and voted for the charter, and those of us who watched it get formulated and passed, we thought the meaning was pretty clear, so I don't necessarily agree that it's very vague and inconsistent. There are places where that happens, but there are some critical places where it seems to be very clear. but that at every turn, the department and the city attorney and the city manager have made the most narrow possible interpretation of our powers in ways that for most of us, including those with legal training, don't agree with. And so that's, I think, our number one, challenge and constraint is this. I mean, we have this document that presumably gives us greater powers than the PRC, but in fact, as it's now being interpreted, we have no greater powers than the PRC did, really. I mean, I can't think of one. To change the topic a little bit, I think another challenge is we need to have the city council really serious about making appointments because, like I said, we went for many, I don't know, maybe months, maybe not months, but anyway, we went a while with 4 members and then we had 5 and eventually we built up to 8, but we've never had 9. I mean, we've been missing our 9th
The mayor's appointment.
for 2.5 years. And so, and now that Regina Harris had to resign for time constraint reasons, now we're down to 7. And with this election, we may be down even more, and we need to make sure that council is ready for appointments. And I don't know how to exert that pressure or, get that voice out, but, and also I think all of us can try our best to think of people who, because the other thing about it is that when I joined the PRC, it was incredibly racially diverse. And that has become less and less so. And so we need greater, I talked about the diversity of talents and skills, but we're losing racial diversity. And that's a challenge.
And I have noticed, I didn't make it look it up again, but the racial diversity of Berkeley is maybe about 70% white and 20% Asian and balance Latino and Black.
It's 8% Black,
8%.
8% Black people.
Yeah, I think it's 8 or 9 and 16% Latino
Okay.
and 65% white or something.
We've historically had greater participation of Black members and less so with Latino members. But anyway, whatever, we need to get these appointments made so that we can get our work done effectively.
And not to dig into the weeds too much, but it doesn't sound like there's any structural way you have the ability, or just, it would be some way of getting community pressure on specific councilors or the mayor saying this is a real priority, and you can say it, but I'm sure you're saying it all the time.
And getting the word out there to the community too, to bring forward possible, a pool, because I'm not sure we have a viable pool.
Berkeley side, 50% white, 20% Asian, 14% Hispanic, 8% Black.
I don't know. That doesn't really match the census data. We don't know.
And too, usually Hispanic or Latino overlaps with racial categories, so.
Is that 2020 or is that the latest?
2021.
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah, it's Berkeley side.
Yeah.
So I guess I'd say we have, like, I'm not sure I agree about needing to have a full board. Because I think it ties to the question of what did the board do and what did staff do? And I thought it was interesting, I think in the document you shared yesterday, Hansel, there was highlighted, that your office serving or you serving as secretary to the board is permissive, right? It's not mandatory. So the way this is structured, I think, we don't actually have staff. We have staff because you're choosing to staff us, but we don't have staff structurally. And that manifests in ways that I see, because I feel like we do a lot of things that I wouldn't expect volunteers to be doing. Volunteers that are not specialized, like we initiate and do our own policy reviews, we write them up. and we finalize the documents. I'm experiencing on the FIP side, are asked to do data analysis, or we're expected to do our own data analysis, which is not something I'm comfortable or want to do. So I think that that very heavy working board, but for the seriousness and the gravity of this work, I think it would benefit from more standardization and professionalization, which means there's more staff doing the work. We are setting policy and we're reviewing. That's my idea of how it should work. But I think that is a challenge, this whole like division of labor between the board and the staff, us lacking clarity about that, or me, I'll just say me. And because I am a board member who is also an executive director and reports to a board, perhaps I feel this like more intently than others, because I have a very different structure, right? So I think that is a challenge for us. And I think another challenge is our lack of impact. So we are very worried about our authority and the charter, and I think there are really legitimate issues there. But regardless of that, as far as I can tell, we have issued investigation reports and recommendations. I don't know that our recommendations, other than recommendations to essentially dismiss, are ever with help at a department. So I don't think we're very impactful, and I think that can be demoralizing. But also, we need to figure out how to exert pressure in a different way to have greater impact. So that's another area.
And I was piggyback on that, yeah, because a lot of what we do is advise to the council or advise to the city manager, advise to the, like, we make recommendations and someone else has to agree with. And so it's like, being perceived in a light that people are more likely, either they're more likely to hear and respond favorably to what we recommend. So part of it is what we are recommending, and then the other part is structurally, are they more obligated to? So it's both, what are we saying, are they listening? Are we perceived in a way they're more likely to agree with us? But then there are some structural issues where it doesn't seem right, that like every time we make a disciplinary recommendation, the police chief goes the other way, and that's one thing, but then the city manager always sides with the police chief. And that feels more like to some extent, that's a little bit above our pay grade for sure. Like if there's an issue there, I don't know what to do about that. But I think there are other things on the policy side that if we make, and again, this comes back to the conversation we were having about cameras the other day, but like, are there other areas where we can try and find the common ground where the stuff that we suggest, the advice that we give is more likely to be readily accepted? And sort of build the trust and build the credibility so that as we go farther, people see what we say and respect what we say. So anyway, I just wanted to piggyback on that, because I think it is disciplinary is one big area, but then there's all sorts of policy recommendations in other areas where, the council is obligated to refer it to us. They're not obligated to listen. So then we need to make the best case for why they should be listening.
And I think to piggyback off of what both of you just said, fall in that same category of, feeling like even if we come out of this meeting today with clear priorities, we also need to come out of this meeting with clear, with clarity around some of our operational murkiness and the how we achieve some of these goals. Because I think it does feel often that, even when we're aligned with what we're trying to achieve, we struggle to figure out how to implement that goal, whether it is, through, roadblocks that we run into with the city, with the rest of the city, or just a lack of clear understanding of how we deploy the tools that we do have at our discretion. So I think, the lack of clear mandates is one piece, but also the lack of clarity of how we achieve what we want to achieve. I think, in an ideal world, I think there is a lot of known for, what we are targeting, right? Policy is a good example, right? But, outside of that known target, I don't think we have we haven't achieved what I would imagine of a conveyor belt of tackling these issues and deploying our resources in a known way to affect the change that we're trying to affect. So if we are able to have that roadmap, I think we're in a much better place to sort of have a target and know the playbook to achieve that goal. And right now, it feels like we are having to sort of recreate that playbook every time.
I think we have, a structural issue between needing and even like desperately needing agreement with people that we're overseeing and being able to exercise our power. I think it's unique that, you know, within government where a government entity can exercise judicial power over another entity, and then in another aspect of their work, require their collaboration to make policy go forward. And so I think that there's an inherent tension between those two missions. And part of what I think we should do today is figure out, you know, when we pull one lever, what happens to the other side of the scale? And which side of the scale we want to fight for the most. Or like we want to step on the most, because in some ways, because of the way the table is set, it's currently a zero-sum game, where, I mean, like, it's zero-sum, not just because, you know, we asked for more oversight, or we asked for accountability on disciplinary things, and they're less likely to give us policy collaboration, but just because we are time bound to, I mean, we have to focus on one or the other, so. But I think there's an inherent structural conflict there.
If I may just. One of the points, I don't know that the political solution is necessarily the only tool you have at the disposal when it comes to, vacancies. I do think that we can exercise and utilize, to your point about tools, a little bit more. Why not draft some sort of ordinance language that can ensure continuity of the board? There are models out there that trigger in mechanisms like within 60 days, such and such if it's a vacancy, then they get filled temporarily until the council, because, yeah, we can't be a year plus and have a vacancy.
That's
So,
a great idea.
that's one. The other thing,
through ordinance, you would say.
right, present something to council and then have them adopt it. It's not just like sending letters or like,
Yeah.
and I don't think that's an area that we can tap into more, how to utilize the city structure. The other thing about it was a challenge, and that I think is more or less the point that is poorly written, or is because even like the permissive mandatory. Yes, there's a section that says that I may serve as a secretary, but that I shall carry out the work of the board.
Okay.
So, there's a lot of that, and so even like putting this document together, like I know this will be consistent.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that, you know, we're here to, again, we both have our own lanes and our priorities within the office, but we're working as an oversight system collectively, but also even the area of board, I do think, and we'll get into that, so I'm getting a little bit ahead of that, but,
You just tell me what the chair.
the way I read it, I think it did contemplate like more board staff and also office staff as well. So like that's an area where I would like to exploit more, and then going to council, making sure that we have the full resources that we need to be the board that the charter envisions.
You're getting the pressure, but you know, feel free.
Nothing, I was here from the board. I think one of the aspects that I definitely sort of touching on the role of staff and like the workload, is Wilmer Wilson and others have mentioned, this committee works a lot, and there's a lot that does fall from a capacity standpoint, but even just from a more operational perspective, structuralizing, formalizing a procedure for like our policy review. What are the expectations, what are our guidelines, what are the timeline expectations? Because, you know, within our oversight system, we operate around timelines, so do we prioritize a certain timeline for policy review when council just says this is time sensitive item? And I feel, at least for my role, when we're primarily following on that, those were some of the issues that on our end, from the operations perspective, we were running into some issues with just because we just got all these priorities, but we have these policy reviews that we want to put some work on, we want to go forward, but we can't because of these constant recurring
Right.
items. It's improving now that we have a little bit more staff, because before it was back to the point of the board and the clerical staff does not. You know, we have to put together all the material for the packet, secure that we have all the behind the scene work done, which also conflicts with our time to do more of the substantive work that the board requires. So those are just the sets of my thoughts.
Do we have, I mean, I'm sorry for my ignorance here, but do we have Maritz's replacement?
Not yet, so I currently do that role in addition to.
Right.
We have identified somebody and we have, provided a preliminary offer, so they would have to go through the background, and it can take up to 6 weeks, but.
Okay.
In the reason, that took a lot longer, just again for the board members who want to hear. That was also to me an institutional structural issue, so it was classified as office specialist, and that role is, in terms of like hiring, it's like more of like an entry level type position. And I think it's helpful when you have more structural support from the city manager's office. So under the PRC, I think that's appropriate because there's certain things that that role can do, like when there's contracts and putting it all together, that classification, they're not able to do some of the higher clerical and admin stuff. So we needed to kind of upgrade that position, and when the retirement happened, I went to council and I asked if I could change from office specialist to an associate management analyst and making an administrative analyst role that can do a higher heavy lifting on the admin side. So that also took a while to be able to do that institutionally within the city's process. And the other issue is that for that classification, the city does a test, and they only do that test once a year, but they were able to do it twice last year, so then have to get the pool and then go through that whole process.
Do you feel like, are you reaching any budget constraint? At this point, you're not budget constrained, are you?
I'm not, but I do anticipate as soon as the vacancies are filled and we don't have too much of an operational budget, it's really just salaries and benefits.
Okay. It's something that I have zero visibility into, but whether or not that's something we're gonna need to advocate for.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Josh touched on a really good point about this structural conflict between wanting to and needing to collaborate at the same time exerting oversight, which any body resists, you know, any institutional body resists outsiders doing oversight. But I do think that it's possible to locate particular items that enable you to balance those things. And I think Josh is now doing it with regard to the early intervention system, which seems to be something that's not threatening, but is very important in terms of oversight. And so it is sometimes possible to identify those moments or those issues that allow you to do both of those things.
It's also why I do think doing, again, some of the combination stuff ends up being important because you can kind of say, here, you know, here's some recognition, here's some other positive stuff. Well, we're gonna go over here and maybe we have to hammer on a few things over here. So anyway, I agree, trying to find that right balance between all of those components of oversight, of accountability, of recognition in a positive way to make sure all the pieces fit together in a way that we get the most participation and, you know.
I'm just wondering, based on what Hansel was saying about an ordinance, if there's some way to institutionalize some of the cooperation.
Mhm.
So under the PRC, we had subcommittees on policies, and we always had department representatives. And we worked very I mean, there was always tension, but we worked collaboratively and were able to get a lot done because if the department and the PRC were in agreement on something, council was going to be fine with it. So we don't have that anymore, and there's nothing in the charter amendment that requires the department to cooperate with us. So I'm wondering if there could be some sort of legislative fix that talks about, policy reviews and that a member of the department shall, I mean, I'm not sure what it would say, but maybe we could institutionalize, that cooperation somehow.
This is an area where I think we can also build some bridges, because from my perspective, it seems like the department is very poorly resourced for what I would call like policy, data, admin work. I don't mean admin support, but like, analytical type work. So I feel like for example, we're seeking to require them to participate in such a group. We could also advocate for a staff position for them.
Yeah.
That is, for example, like the Police Accountability Board liaison. And your job is to, and you're not the sworn officer, not the person that attends our meetings necessarily, but your job is to participate on all these committees, get us the information we want. It needs to be high enough level position. I'm just riffing here, but I think that's also a way to provide support to the department and also achieve our goals.
We do this in our budget process, say, hey, we think they need an extra person.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think, so while I might say, well, why are we so focused on having all these people on patrol? This is going on the budget conversation. But our clearance rates are really low. So I think the department needs more investigators to actually solve crimes. And that is, I think also, again, the way to build relationships, maybe not with all the rank and file, but I think with the higher ups of the department.
So, this is great, and there's a whole bunch of things I could reflect on, I think I'll just say, as I'm listening to this, I think there is this real piece about what does it look like to find this right balance between working collaboratively, support, mandating, and depending on how much I talk during the training period, hopefully I'll be pretty brief. One of the really important concepts that comes up in a lot of things is legitimacy and procedural justice, and thinking about how you do these things in a way that builds relationships and builds support through being perceived as legitimate and procedurally just. Because not to be critical, but just as I was listening, I was thinking, well, I can imagine police being, well, of course you want to give us some more money so you can have a person inside the department that doesn't want. And yet you could also frame it in a completely different way where people could hear it in a different way, saying about this training. So I think there's not really an answer to that, but that is a big part of the challenge in oversight in general. Whenever a few years ago, the theme was finding the right balance, because like our whole conference was focused to an extent on this is part of the challenge of the work, and it is an inherent conflict in the sense that you're in a system, you're given these abilities, and the reality is you're very small compared to the agency that you are conducting oversight of, and they have lots of other levers. So you can have all the authority on paper in the world, but if people don't want to cooperate, if people don't see you as legitimate, you won't get anything done. And that doesn't mean you get into it, but this is probably just to say what you're facing is the nature of the work. So hopefully that's a little bit comforting, and everyone faces it, so it means that I would say anyone has the answer, but there are also other people that have gone through it. You can look at what has been successful in different places, what are the strategies. So it's kind of to say, yeah, it's a challenge, but it's also something that is a part of the work. And just a couple other things I just wanted to highlight. I guess, when we start to then the comments, we can shift to the roles and responsibilities of division of labor. Some of it probably is also how much can you do, right? So we're gonna talk later about priorities, but even as you think about this, thinking about, how do you choose what to do? Someone already mentioned, how do you have space to take on work that comes up that's not a priority because it's handed to you, because there's a fire that needs to be put out, In theory, you can always carve, we'll just keep 25% of our time free, but no one does that, right? We all think we can, but then there's always more work to do than we need to do. So, I think just as we move into this next conversation, it's kind of keeping some of those things in mind, because I think people are pretty clear-eyed about the challenges, and you guys have some really good ideas about how to address them. And it's gonna be, as we go through the day, trying to figure out what are a relatively small number of things that you can focus on over the next year and maybe into the future that also support each other. And again, I feel very good about those conversations and involvement, so. Anything else before we launch into the next phase? Because we're now a little bit behind, but again, that's okay.
One quick note, I think, give yourself credit, your policy work might not be abundantly evident, and they might not adopt it all in full, but there are little things that they might adopt, and some language change, like ALPR, they decided to implement it, but there were some language changes that were made because of the work that you presented. And recently we heard from the chief that based on at least one investigation, there was a change in language on their standards of conduct. So like, there's like little things like that, but it might be important to really define what the impact means, like what does the impact look like to you? And then that might change the perspective.
One other very specific kind of challenge, and I think we'll talk about it, but I just want to take this like 30-day referral thing that came as an example in terms of the challenge, and then how the Brown Act plays into it. That's sort of so we get an ask to sort of review something over 30 days. We basically, and we meet twice a month, right? So we had the first meeting where we just sort of talked about it, got a bunch of ideas on the table. Then you guys had to go draft something, come back. We had basically one more meeting to review it and then make sense of it, and then that was it. So within the confines of the Brown Act, is there a way that we could have done that better? Or we could have participated in a way that would have, I think we could have even gotten to a better end product. I kind of felt like we kind of got short circuited because we ran out of time. I mean, I know you had some other substantive things you wanted to add that we weren't able to add. So I just know within the confines of the Brown Act and what our limitations are, meeting as a full board, how could we turn something like that around in 30 days? And end up in a better place. I think we're in a pretty good place, but again, I didn't even see what the final product ended up being before the clock ran.
We just got the approval last night, so we're gonna say that.
Which is great, yeah, I'm not complaining, I'm just, yeah, that's great, so it's just like that felt like. But then how can we meet we can't all meet as a full board in between meetings to go through it, but.
That's a really good point, I think, and if we could talk about that today.
Because I think, because in terms of legitimacy and, whatever, like, I think we could have gotten to a point where we all felt really good about that end product. I think we, again, I feel pretty good, like, that we weighed in on it, but we just had some limitations.
One quick thing that we have done that doesn't violate, as long as you don't email each other, then the territory, if you have like feedback, give it to us, and then we can circulate it, and then we have to make a decision as a whole, but that way just.
So we can just, okay, so we can come back to that, but like,
Yeah.
how to do that better.
Procedurally communicate.
Mhm.
That's one of those things that is different in every state.
Yes.
It's always interesting to hear
Yes,
the variations on serial deliberation and
right.
subcommittees and all that.
It is an issue though. So I'm glad you raised that.
Okay. All right, so, well, I warned you about this, so I'm having a coffee, so I'm gonna run the rest of you. But, do you wanna, should we shift over and have you kind of lead this discussion, handle around, Okay. 1 minute?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, 2 minutes. Okay.
But I'm supposed to be.
I think the webinar turned off for the moment.
No, can you?
Yeah. Yes. And for the record, we just want to acknowledge that board member Cayetano or the.
Brian, we were just chatting during the break, and I think it's important that when you talk about challenges, I think a couple of challenges, one is an election year, and that makes things more difficult. And also the increase in crime. So views about crime and criminal justice have changed. And I think that makes our work a little more challenging.
And that's true in the whole Bay Area.
All across the country.
Yeah, I get the sense it seems people are more intense about it or more aware of it here, but I think it is true everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Do we wanna structure the discussion in this manner and then go like an hour?
However you want to do it, but I would like to at some point, come back and like make sure this is accurate, because then I think we can have it. So it's however you wanted to go through it. I just, like I said, for those of you that didn't hear, the way we got the staff reports, it was like by implementing authority, so the charter or the this document, that, so you have to really this. And I was struggling to follow it, so then I just created this, which is like the topic area. And then what is the office's role and our role, and in some, there's not anything in either, in both columns, you know, it's only one. And I just did this right while I'm sitting here, so I'm sure there is.
So this is independent of the source of the authority, this is bringing it all together.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I think that source was so important right now, and, like, I'm scrolling, but it's not scrolling. So I don't, there's still that, yeah.
I think the source is nice to have, but I mean, for purposes of our discussion today, we probably don't need that. But ultimately, in a document, another column for source of authority, I think it's good.
Yeah.
So I guess let me, you know, it's kind of hang this up and handle, and I will in a moment, I guess let me ask. I mean, I feel like it's obvious, but maybe it's not, like, what do you actually want to get out of this conversation? Are you looking for better definition? Are you looking to actually understand because you don't really know? Are you, like, what are you really trying to get out of this?
Both of those things.
During meetings, when we were reviewing policies, that there were mandated review of policies that we didn't bring. And so we wanted to fill those gaps. That was the first thing. Second thing, what Alderman Wilson was talking about understanding the relationship with staff to the boards. What are the perspectives?
I say of that, I think it's a little less about like understanding the edges of each of the authority, it's like the collective, what's the collective authority of the collective? I mean, yes, like what's the differences, but then collectively, what are we empowered to do? Like,
And just to sort of separate out our priority conversation with, based on what we want to do, what can we do? I think one of the big rocks that fits into this process is what do we have to do? And define exactly.
Just to give a concrete example, when the chair was talking about this munitions review, he said during the board meeting that he reviewed each incident individually on his own, 2 years ago. And that last year we didn't do it, even though it's mandated that we do it. And I was imagining, like, we need to figure out, A, is a board member supposed to do that? Is staff supposed to do that? What materials do they need to do that? But that's like, if I already know my own, which
Issue that you're.
I'm inclined to be like, I don't want to, but I will.
You supposed to.
Oh, no.
How many hours does that take up? And we can input those hours into an annual, like, that's an annual set block of time that is required. for
And
that.
what's even involved in that? And you were kind of asking him that, and I'm not sure he really answered.
Yeah, I didn't answer.
No. You know,
I think that's the best way to do the review, which I think you would ask, like, by reading them.
Yeah.
Looking at each individual one, but I saw some other data from another jurisdiction that was focused on like racial disparities and who was the subject of those applications of force or whatever it is, munitions, which I thought was really interesting about the aggregate statistical. Like reviewing each individual one. But that's, Stephen, a separate conversation is the scope and nature. First, it's like. And then what does?
and then a calendar, and I would think
Yeah.
the great thing to come out of this meeting would be the need for a calendar. So that we all say, well, you need to do this, it's coming here, you better start, you better assign somebody for that. And what's gonna be encompassed in, because we don't have that, it's just, oh, we're supposed to be doing this, and you better hurry up and do it, what does that even involve?
Yeah, and I think ones where we can do a liaison, like we just did with the EWS versus the subcommittee. But I also think we should call our liaison a subcommittee, like a liaison subcommittee, because I think that should be documented and getting compensated for that time as well. I think that's important. Because I think we should all be diligent about like documenting our compensable time. Because it also message to the city and the community about how much time we're actually spending.
When I think about the amount of time spent drafting on my own, like at the chair, am I supposed to be?
No, but that's why I think we could consider changing that, that's a different conversation.
So I'm a good point, because I don't know this, but I also think maybe it's all just move on in a good way. So the charter gives you hourly compensation for certain activities.
No, just meetings and subcommittee meetings.
So just
On the record meetings.
Okay, so it's gotta be around that meeting.
No.
Not necessarily.
Training.
And I can speak on this a little bit. So the charter, because I'm processing on my process parts of it recently. So the charter, the way that it's set up, it's for regular and special meetings. our commissioners could get $100 per meeting. It's not an hourly rate, it's a flat rate for those meetings, but it's capped at $300 a month, including subcommittee meetings. So let's say there's two regular meetings, and you have 5 subcommittees.
You just get your.
You just get 300. But the subcommittees are billed on an hourly basis, it's $20 per hour. So if you work 20 hours, about $400, right, you still won't get paid this $300.
Right.
But is it just for the actual subcommittee time, not like,
Right, but-
I'm drafting something so the subcommittee can consider it?
Right, and then
Anyway,
part of
the
the
cap is
behind the
300, so
scenes-
regardless of how
Yeah,
much
that's fine,
time.
doesn't matter.
So what I'm hearing you say is whether you actually get compensated for all those hours, it would still be valuable for various reasons.
Right.
To ask everyone to track that
I think,
and report it.
I think it is including for our conversation about getting more resources, like staff for the board. I think it is, because we are spending a lot of time, but I think we're digressing, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, no, yes, and one small thing is you mentioned calendar, salary, but I would actually say, it sounds like a Gantt chart might be more
What's
what
that?
you need.
I don't
It's not, I've seen in healthcare, more in public health folks, but I mean, it's like a calendar, but it actually has various lines across and there are different lengths. So that you know how long certain activities will extend, if there's different phases of it, and then you can look at all of them and kind of compare how much work you have. Well, we can't possibly get through April because we've got 12 things we've got to do, and we don't have time to do that. So not only kind of dates, but actually to be able to see the extent of work and be able to compare all those. And there is software that does that. I think social scientists and public health folks use those, but maybe.
Well, they have them in the, Microsoft Teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I could
Charts
just,
and Microsoft.
Microsoft Planning, yeah.
Oh, okay.
could I throw out a request for something tangible? Our meetings are really long. And I know staff puts out, there's certain things we have to do, and then they put out requests for things that people want on the agenda. Maybe, I think it'd be helpful if we could take a little bit of time to just talk about our meetings and ways to make them more efficient. And the process of what gets on the agenda. Cause I don't think we've ever really discussed that. So I would be happy if that, a concrete thing would come out of today.
Okay, but maybe we can do this item now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and after I remember I have pause, was just to say that now you have at least 3 different documents that weigh this out in different ways, so, I feel some obligation to help you make sure that you actually get this in the way that's helpful. I understand we have a great suggestion, which is something in real time. So I may agree, I'm mostly gonna eventually now, that we give it to you, but I'm on the floor, we probably go, hey, geez, I'm sorry. Maybe,
Do you want me to take this down? Do you want?
No, I think it's helpful, if I could just correct you turn over.
Okay, sorry.
And then one thing, just like on authority and your source of authority, so the charter establishes. But then you also have the ordinance, the various ordinance that give you chance to do. You also, within the, Berkeley Police Department's policies, there's also language there about stuff that you need to do. You have your standing rules, and then the interim regs, so those are all different sources of your authority. In order that just specifies specific tasks that you must complete. So I just wanted to make sure that, we're on the same page about that, which is also kind of like the challenge of making sure we're doing everything we're supposed to be doing, because it might be in different places. So one of the things too, because one of the discussions here was on MOUs. So that is something that you can do, but then it's interesting because in your standing rules, it also requires you to agendize it by the first meeting of February, which we obviously missed. But the thing, so I don't know the history on it. Is that, well, I think that the chair's note in bringing that was something that hasn't been done, but this is something where you would, I guess, be part of your work plan. Are you gonna do this on an annual basis, and you should declare it part of your work plan, and then so we can agendize it for February. So
For clarity, we have to review MOUs annually?
if you don't.
Discretionary.
Yeah, it's right, it's right, it's one of the permissible, you don't have to even review them, necessarily, but your standard rule says. that they shall be agendized in February. So that right there implies so that you have taken up the task and you're gonna agendize it. So at some point, you have to, again, declare it. That's why the work plan is important that you do it either December or January, so you set out the rest of the year.
And for information, how voluminous are these MOUs?
Oh, it's 1,000+ pages. Had you know the?
Yeah, I mean, we would need to prioritize which MOUs
Yeah.
yeah.
And we have not done the way that our office has come across MOUs, they have been related to investigations, so they might have been relevant, and we might have looked at, in one particular case, we're looking like, between Oakland, so that it was
Extra
relevant.
jurisdictional, authority.
Exactly, so that's something that is like very targeted, but we have not done a holistic review of all, and we can't look and categorize way, that makes sense in terms of date of adoption and, different elements of interest. Okay, but did you wanna start at the top?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question about the new policy submitted by BPD.
Okay.
The way I read that, it was basically, I don't think we have that particular document. Or maybe we do. We have this one, yeah, the way I read it, it was basically any policy that BPD decides to send our way, other than the specific delineated policies that we are required to review.
I thought they have to give.
No, they have to give it to us
within 30 days.
The charter says that they have to give us new policies within 30 days of their adoption, which was always because on the PRC, they gave them to us before they were adopted. But it's mandatory for them to give it to us within 30 days of implementation.
And we're looking at subsection 17A, the chief of police shall.
Charter
I was looking at the charter.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking.
On 13, but it's a sign, it's a paragraph. There's one, there's not, you're right, it's.
Okay, reviewing a newly adopted policy submitted by the chief of police. So does the charter say they have to submit every policy to us?
Within 30,
Yes.
yeah, within 30 days of implementation, or no,
The chief of police shall submit all newly adopted departmental policies and revisions to the board within 30 days of implementation.
But this is like, I mean, the way that they wrote this, this is ambiguous. Should clarify this.
Yeah, the way it's written here, it does work.
But it's within 30 days of implementation, so they will already implement the policy. And
Yes.
Right, so it's a retroaction, the policy is implemented, and now we review it.
The charter amendment says within 30 days of implementation. However, there was a discussion with the chief.
Yeah.
I forget who initiated this or was in on it, but she agreed to give them to us before implementation.
But that part's not required, but she.
It's not required, but she agreed to do that since that was traditionally how it was always done, and so but we're required to get them within 30 days.
Okay, question, does this, apply to converted policies, or is it newly issued policies?
yeah. What's newly adopted even mean?
Yeah, that, it seems like it's open to interpretation.
Right.
Do you feel like we've been getting them though, regardless of whether it's a conversion or
I don't know the history on, but I don't know if the mere access to Lexipol is what they
Right.
consider
Mm.
the submission, or if there was a more formal submission before we should.
That
It was
should
more formal.
definitely be clarified.
You said it was more.
It was submitted to us
Okay.
directly, not just,
But that list is like 100 policies.
Yeah, but I
So
don't
we
think-
haven't gotten.
I don't think
formal-
it was about the Lexipol. I think it was like new policies.
So I think, this question of what is the input moment and how does that occur is important. I also just want to clarify, what does review mean?
Right,
And what is the output from this board for this bullet? Do we have clarity on that?
Is the output a report that goes to city council? Again, it's advisory, right?
Right, so the review means to to look at the policy, provide an opinion on that policy, whether we agree or feel there should be modifications. And then,
Right. If it's a significant new policy, let's say, and there's disagreement between us and the department, it is supposed to go to council.
Right.
To resolve that.
So that needs to be written down somewhere, the process, it just isn't anywhere, right? What actually is supposed to happen here.
Well, and we're still talking about the newly adopted.
Yes.
Yeah, so that.
What does that mean? What does really adopted mean? What the process?
So what does 17A say?
Are you able to?
So 17A, so 17A says the chief of police shall submit all newly adopted departmental policies and revisions to the board within 30 days of implementation. The board may review policy practices and procedures of the police department in its discretion, or at the request of a member of the public due to a policy complaint or due to a complaint from a member of the public against an officer.
That's A, that's 17A,
Right.
and then 17B says if they're unable to agree, it goes to council.
Oh,
So, let me just ask, I mean, on some level, there's lots of things that can be defined, but how much of this is something you wanna do? Like, is
you
this?
do want to do that. The policy, at least I think, personally,
Yes.
is very important.
And is it every policy? Do you want to be looking at, do you want to have some process when those policies come in? The board or some subset of the board decides whether that's something you want to review? Because again, it sounds like there's still not a definition of what reviewers and what the output is from the review. I mean, it could be someone reads it over, or it could be a detailed process. So I guess I'm just pointing out that as I listen, there's a lot of bigger questions that even once it's defined, what exactly these things mean, how do you determine what
The
you?
problem at this point in time is that we are way behind. We spent so much time drafting our regulations, which are still stuck, and we can confirm with the union. So we don't even have our final regs yet. We spent so much time just crafting those, we got way behind on the policy reviews. So we don't know how many significant policies, but the chief gave us a list of like 100 policies that have been adopted since the PAB's inception. And so we have a subcommittee, we've gone through those and we've tried, just based on the title and our sense of what's important, some of them relate to uniform, so we don't need to look at that. So the problem is that we're way behind with what's happened during the PAB's tenure.
And I think it'd be important to look at which policies we are mandated to review. Because that's separate on that chart.
That's true.
And so that is part of the consideration of workload and prioritization. Yeah, so I don't know, if you want to still have the charter up,
Yeah.
but
Well, that's a separate, yeah. Those policies that are mandated for us to review is a sort of separate issue.
But I said, like,
I don't think it's a separate issue from a workload perspective, like, how are we prioritizing work? So and it says, the way I read it, that we're required to receive the surveillance use policy, that's all I saw. Review and make recommendations regarding the controlled impact, that's a report. Review and update annually the use of force policy. Review and make recommendations regarding the military equipment policy. That's what I got from these documents, so correct me if I'm wrong, but,
But at least those policies have already gone through, and part of it was with the PRC.
Mhm.
Use of force, that took us a really long time to formulate that, and we worked with the department. So it's not like, well, what is the use of force policy? We've never seen it. We know, but still we have duties, annual duties, and we should look at if it needs to be changed. But it's different than policies we've never even looked at, like the vehicle pursuit policy, which we're gonna focus on. PRC didn't look at it, we haven't looked at it, they're about to convert it to Lexipol. And that's about to happen, so that's should be a priority. But we do need to build in those other things because those are our mandated duties, so an annual calendar needs to plug those in. Because, yeah, maybe we need to make some changes.
Go ahead. I mean, I can see in my head the flow chart of, a policy comes in, is this a new known is this a known policy that has been reviewed previously? That's gonna follow a basic review for changes. If we previously approved, it's gonna be approved and continue forward. Is this a new policy that we haven't reviewed? If it's a priority, it's gonna follow down this track. And then my question is, all right, as we're going down this track and hearing the charter, one direction is, we have an established workflow with the police department that says, all right, we're gonna review, and then we're gonna sit down with you and give feedback, and let's
Right.
work collaboratively and find the next step and go forward. Another is we're gonna review, we're gonna write an opinion, we're gonna send you our memo that says what we think should change. We then wait for them to say yes or no, then that goes to council, and it's a very binary thing, and I think establishing like, what does that workflow look
Process,
like,
yeah.
right? Because again, the idea that, you know, line B, if we are unable to reconcile our differences, implies that there's some effort for
Right,
reconciliation.
so there's a 60-day period, we're supposed to be working it out.
Right. Right, exactly, and is there a clear established understanding of that process with us and the police department where, and you know, we've talked about, I think the challenges that we've had there, is there an opportunity for us to say, hey, you know, after our strategic meeting, we recognize this policy process, we'd like to formalize a relationship where here's the flow, and we're gonna sit down once a month and say, all right, here's the policies that we reviewed this month, let's get feedback and reconcile, and if there's differences, we'll go.
I think that's a great idea. I would love it if we could work with the department to come up with a clear process
Right.
that they agree upon, because it's not working, and the chief has said they don't have the resources. So they don't want to, you know, be in on all of our subcommittees all the time. She's saying they just don't have the resources to do that. But if we have a formal process that they agree, like even most recently, I think the chief said, well, Captain Tate will be the point person, and now I can't remember if it was just on the vehicle pursuit or what it was on, just on vehicle pursuit. So she's at least thinking of the same thing, although it sounded like she envisioned you come up with your suggestions, give them to these folks.
Right.
And not from the beginning, let's sit down and talk, so.
If I may offer some suggestions for how we can deal with this, I think the first thing we should do is we should ask city attorney to define what newly adopted means so that we understand the scope of what triggers 17A. I think the second thing that we could do is, I mean, like, this is in the charter. I think it's possible we could have a standing committee that reviews and makes recommendations to the board. And then if there's anything that,
On policy,
yes,
all policy.
on anything that falls within newly adopted.
Different than our current policy.
I'm saying anything that falls within newly adopted, because this is what's in the charter.
We're not sure what that
We
means.
don't know what that means yet. They would review. They would, the department must at that point have a liaison with that policy. And to establish whether there's a disagreement. Then if there's a disagreement, it goes to our full board meeting, and we make the referral to council. After it's presented, so we have one presentation, and then the next meeting we refer it.
Are we
Okay, so
saying we
this-
should keep the flexible committee and have that policy committee?
I'm speaking in a vacuum, I'm saying just streamlining, if we're talking about streamlining, this is in the charter, so it needs to happen. The lexical thing is happening because they're converting policies without our knowing, but this could fall under this. The problem would be if the city attorney says that lexical conversions do not fall under newly adopted, then we don't know what to do. But
But we still always have the authority to
But
review any policy.
I know, but I think that that's a separate thing. We need to know what's mandatory, which is what we're doing, to understand how much we are required to do. And this is one thing we're required.
No, what happens to city attorney?
And can I interject? It's
Yeah.
not. 17A doesn't say we're required to review new policies.
Okay.
It says we may review new
The
policies.
chief
So a
has
new
to give
policy,
to us.
the chief has to give them to us, but we are not required to review them. So we pick and choose what we want to review. But I agree with you, first of all, find out from the city attorney what's a new policy, whether lexical is included or not. And the answer kind of doesn't matter, it only matters in terms of how lexical policy committee would still stand, but then there would be a committee for all new policies as in the charter.
I would not recommend that, but I think we don't have to decide now. I think we just should have one policy committee, not a.
Policy review.
I like your process,
Yeah.
But what about this, I put in the bottom here, like, a matrix or criteria for deciding which policies we're gonna review.
Yeah.
With the.
Yeah.
Right, like, because it is discretionary, in fact, I think this whole thing needs to go into discretionary, because it's not actually only thing that's mandatory is that she gives it to us.
She don't give it to us unless we have a body that is the body to receive that, and it's not gonna be at every single full board. That's
Well, the confusing thing also that comes down to with this topic is that they may be giving stuff to Hansel. But it's not necessarily to us, and so.
That's
what-
true, that's a great point.
So there's
That's
confusion
great.
about the delineation between our two bodies. You know, so that's an issue. About the city attorney, I think we need to be careful what we ask for, because they don't necessarily know. And what are they even gonna look to? This document that's not clearly drafted, right? Because if they it should have said newly adopted means, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
So what do we want it to mean? What do we think it should mean? Should we work with the department? Because just throwing it to the city attorney's office, I don't think that.
Maybe we could assert what we think it means and then see if they'll apply and.
Yeah, or see what the department thinks, when we look.
Right, I think before we go to the city attorney, we should go to the department and align on.
Well, first we should take what.
Right, exactly.
So I'm listening to this, I keep hearing about 100 policies. And then there are certain policies that's mandatory to review. Everything else is optional. As I'm listening, I've heard a lot of good suggestions, but it does seem like you need to have some way to decide which policies you want to review.
Yeah.
Right.
And, you know, and these other questions are important,
Right.
but. You know, without actually having a sense of how you're gonna decide which ones to review, you
Right.
can get the definition if something falls into it, but it sounds like you already have more.
Right.
Than you can actually handle. So it seems to me like it's less about knowing which ones you're able to. And being able to have some criteria to say, you know, this one we think is important because this will be of interest to the public. This one is important because this is the problem we've seen over the last 2 decades. And then the other piece that sounds really important to me is like, what does that process look like?
Yeah.
Right.
I'd also say, and honestly, on the back end, we may want, it may be similar, but we also want criteria on the back end for which ones you're gonna go to the mat for. This gets back to the legitimacy
Right.
conversation.
To the what?
To the mat.
Which ones are you gonna go to the mat for?
Oh.
And actually, like, this comes back to the legitimacy question, which is like, you know, on some of the stuff we may just decide, you know what? We didn't get our way with the department. We're gonna let it go and move on to something else,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Versus this one that we really care about, and so we are gonna go all the way,
We
right?
can do that on an individual basis. So I think, but have we reached consensus? It seems to me, I've given up the idea I said about keeping Lexipol and have one policy committee that looks at the Lexipol conversions. I mean, of the 100, there's probably only 5 that we care about. I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
what number they are, but we
Not
don't
sure,
need,
but yeah, it's not.
we don't
all
need
of
to
them.
worry about most of them.
Right,
And then make sure from the department that we're getting those that they are required to give us that are new policies. Brand new.
however, we're defining that,
It
yeah.
seems,
Yeah.
it
I
seems
don't-
like we need.
It doesn't matter because Lexipol and also
Right.
brand new.
And how they're giving them to us, are they just assuming Hansel has access?
Yeah.
And so access is giving them to us? You know, we need the process. needs
Oh,
to be
they
clear.
need to
Produce.
proactively give them to us. Yes.
So I think, like for this, because if we're gonna do this on all of them, we're never gonna get through this, but I feel like there are, we have a Lexipol committee. And we now identified a bunch of to-dos, including defining like what a newly adopted policy means, and it sounds like the suggestion is we could do that, we confer with the department all before we would have the city attorney, right?
Mhm.
And then I think this thing about a matrix of deciding what we are going,
Mhm.
I think that is an important, really important decision, and it probably
Yeah.
ties to the other discretionary activity above, which is policies, practices, and procedures, like. We can advise on anything, but with our criteria for deciding we're gonna do it. That seems to me like a full board activity to develop criteria,
Right,
right?
but somebody has
need
to
to
come
find-
up with the,
Yes, the beginning.
Something to present to the board.
So that would be staff or that would be our policy people.
So define that matrix initially.
Yeah, just initial, like,
Yeah.
spitballing, what are our criteria?
In the, also aligned with the matrix, I would also recommend you systematize and create some sort of rubric or metrics for like what you're looking for. Like the
Right.
city council, staff members are a good framework. They have the environmental sustainability, climate impacts. They have alternative actions recommendations, but let's tailor it to this world. Is there an equity impact in this policy? Is there some sort of,
Sure.
workplace issue with the officers, however you want to word it, but, what particular things you're picking at, also is gonna help with the department in terms of their review, what information they can give you in the
Sure.
process.
That's sort of the review process based on a specific rubric.
Yeah, and.
Something like a selection process too, not just
Right.
how you review, but what you
Right.
choose to review would be based on.
Right.
These are our 4 things that we think are really important in the world of policing in Berkeley.
Right.
So if our policy addresses that, then we need to be thinking about reviewing.
You know, I think there's a danger in over formalizing it. I hate to be a dissenting voice because I feel like you know it when you see it.
Right.
And if we develop 4 criteria and
Doesn't fit.
something comes along and it would be down the line, number 8, but number 8 is not in the 4, but it's a heavy number 8, let's say. I mean, I just feel like you know it when you see it. And
Craft something that says,
I mean,
that
there's some
says that
things that are
these things are among the factors that should be considered, not exclusive. I mean, we could do something.
equity, public interest, but those things,
I think
mean,
you're
you
right.
see it.
You do know.
I think
it.
there's also the mandated versus recommended or new versus existing, like there are some other.
Well, so even the factors, or you think we just know what we see?
I mean, I'll go along with everything it needs to do, but it just seems like an additional task that's unnecessary.
Right.
The reason I, brought it up, just from like the staff perspective and not the our staff, but also from the police department, when they're participating as your liaison, it may position them to better support you in your review if they know upfront, like, this is what the board is. I know that sometimes you guys do a good job of like, hey, these are kind of things,
Yeah.
but sometimes they emerge out of the conversations and then you have to go back to a subsequent meeting because they have to do fact finding.
Okay,
I wonder if we could land on an output here of, the team, developing an initial approach for how we define what policies, this initial matrix, and then at our next meeting, we can all agree and align on that process so that at the end of the day, there's a clear flow from that first step, right? Where, okay, going forward, based off of the way that we have aligned on Hansel and your team's approach to presenting policies to review, we now have the input flow. Does that seem like?
I think that's a good idea, and just making clear that it's not an exclusive list. you
Exactly,
know.
that we
These
can,
factors are not, shall be. Shall be
we could
considered.
probably, I'm not proposing it now, but we could do it in 10 minutes.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Yeah,
You're probably.
Can I-
Yeah, and I can say, I think that very last thing you said is probably really key, is I just, again, I feel like I'm being a participant a little bit as an outsider, but I think when you actually do it, it won't be nearly as complicated, but I think as long as you're thinking about what is it that we really care about? Because then you can sort of start to tweak things like, oh, we care about this policy, but they're telling us it's not newly adopted. Then you go back to the city attorney. I'm, as an outsider who's not personally invested, I'm a little concerned about having, like, trying to dot all the i's and cross all the t's before you get to the work, when you're expecting there's so much work that's.
So what do you, I'm not sure what you're saying.
Oh, just.
For today, what do you?
I think, just like starting, whether it's someone who's going through and looking at all those 100 policies and just, doing a quick, like, okay, here's 10 that we need to think about reviewing, and then picking some to review.
No, we've done that, but are you saying that coming up with this criteria or this matrix, are you saying you think we should do that, we should do it today, or I wasn't sure where you were landing?
Well, then maybe this is why I'm trying to figure out a little bit about what's happening here, because there's a lot of really great conversation, and I'm feeling that burden, trying to help get you to the end of something, but it's not clear what there's agreement about. Is it keeping policy subcommittees? Is it changing it? Is it going to the police? Is it going to the city attorney? You know, I mean, this is like one piece of the conversation that we're hoping with.
We could move on. I think there's like plenty of notes in here. I think it is like, to me, I think it's very important that we do develop, we institutionalize practices and think about this beyond us being on this board. So that's why I think like this smell test, like, you know, when you see it, that's not a good way to professionalize what we're doing, right? So I think we have talked about establishing criteria, expanding the committee to a policy committee, coming up with the draft process or what it's like when we do review a policy. I think we have identified the actions and maybe not exactly when we're going to move them forward.
Well, that's the last part of the agenda is how do we get from point A to point B? So if we've identified this as something that we think is important, it sounds like we all agree this is important. Then by the end of the day, we can go, okay, now what next?
Have we agreed that we have, I mean, I'd like to have something concrete
Yeah.
in the discussion. Have we agreed that we will have one policy committee and that it will review however many of those 100 Lexipol as well as incoming, aside from the ones that are mandated that we have to do
Right.
annually or within 30 days or whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think did we agree that?
If I may, I think we should agree on that.
Yeah.
I think the reason we should agree on that is the department is more likely to follow what the charter says if we have a 17A and B committee.
Yes.
I think that they would know who to give it to.
Yeah.
Not just give us access. We don't have to, I don't think we have to weigh in on this whole matrix conversation right now. I liked what we were doing in Lexipol. We're doing ranked choice voting, when it comes to it. We're having the committee members vote on it. I mean, it would generate over the course of 3 to 5 years, legitimacy to have a 17A and B committee.
Yeah.
People would want to be on that committee. People would advocate to be on that
Yeah.
committee. And you would have, when we have our annual elections, people would make statements for why they should be on the 17A and B committee and what sort of priorities they would see within that committee. I don't think that professionalizing it to the extent of making the future generations of the board members stick to the criteria that we established is like the best.
Yeah, so I
Going forward,
agree
I
that we
do
should
think
have one committee,
professional.
and then we could have a compromise here, and that is that a list of criteria that's not exclusive. You know, because I wrote that.
17A and B is the.
Is the charter.
The B.
The
The
B
B
is
is the-
when there's disagreement, it goes to the council.
Council.
Okay.
So I do want to formalize your recommendation for once a policy comes into that 17A and B committee, you kind of talked through a process after that, right? So would the vision be that committee takes the initial pass and then presents findings to the board as a whole. The board aligns on that, then that committee meets with their counterparts in the department to try to align and then come back again. Well, that's what I'm curious. I feel like,
They usually get involved at the subcommittee level.
right, I agree, but I guess, and maybe I'm getting too in the weeds here, but do we imagine as a board as a whole would have input for what our unified voice to the department would be? For what our recommendations are, in which case I'd imagine it is a two-step process, right? The subcommittee does the deep dive, comes in and says, here's what we think. We as a board say, yeah, let's push these changes. And then that subcommittee just
Well,
tries to
usually
facilitate.
you're delegating to the
You're delegating.
subcommittee.
Right.
You use your judgment, we trust you, use your judgment about what's important. Hopefully you've been working with the department, you come back to us. We look at the policy for the first time, look at your recommendations. And often like on the Lexipol, the board would weigh in. It wasn't like a rubber stamp on whatever the subcommittee said. But you would have already gotten ideally the department's input. So it isn't like back and forth and back and forth.
And that's what I guess, where are we trying to protect or create better workflow? Because it feels like one of the challenges that we have right now is the department feeling like we don't want to work with you until you have clarity and.
The chiefest concern was subcommittee proliferation. And if we say this is the subcommittee that you submit your policies to, she is way more likely to staff that committee. And to attend, even like if it's in, they're monthly attending and we have bi-weekly subcommittee meetings, then they're able, I mean, like, we don't need to, I don't think we need to hammer out those.
Yeah, I'm worried that we're going too fast, because there's
Yeah.
so many of you.
Yeah.
I just have a question. Would the same subcommittee be responsible for reviewing, the surveillance use policy?
I don't think so.
No, I think that has to be separate. That's true.
That one,
Okay,
That one committee would do.
That's not a policy review, that's a report.
Those are annual. So,
although one of them was going to look at the use of force policy each year, but I think that's,
and we're supposed to look at the military equipment policy.
but I don't feel, I don't know
No,
if that's.
that's too much on one committee. And could I just, so if we have this standing 17A and B committee, there's one practical wrinkle in that, and that is that that becomes a standing committee, which means that it's always subject to the Brown Act. If you have ad hoc committees, they're not subject to the Brown Act. So if you have an ad hoc committee on some new policy that comes in, you can work outside of the, public meeting. Whereas if it's a standing policy committee and everything comes to that, you have everything. I mean, maybe it's not a problem. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah.
A standing committee suddenly is treated differently.
so weaknesses.
So in theory, again, as an outsider, you could have 4 people that every single time a policy came up, they were going to the ad hoc policy committee on that policy, and they always do exactly the same process, but they weren't a standing committee, and that would obviate the Brown Act requirement.
You mean those 4 people aren't designated the policy?
But they just happen to, I'm sort of, theoretically.
I like how Jose can speak to the Brown Act. I mean, it's more about not setting the next meeting date, right?
There's certain requirements to, so for example, there's a standing, if it's standing with a recurring schedule, that's subject to Brown Act. If there's.
Regardless of the size.
Right, regardless of the size, if there's like a recurring, so for example, if there's a surveillance technology. Standing committee where it happens every year, but you want that work to sort of build up throughout the year, that has to be public because it's recurring work. Or if there's a more, what's the word for it? If there's like a continuation of a specific topic that needs to be consistently reviewed. Like, for example, the fair and impartial policing subcommittee that the board has. Because it was the council mandate to essentially oversee that process, it's considered a standing committee under the Brown Act. But,
We don't have others though, right?
not. that I
Understanding
recall.
Well, the consequence is you can't speak among yourselves, like you can email each other and say, what do you think
So
about this?
it's not very efficient.
It's not very efficient.
Right, I mean, you still have to be careful about the quorum goals work, but that's a separate issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the smaller number of us, the smaller the quorum gets. In other words, if we lose additional members, it becomes.
That's a good
Anyway.
point though, about it becoming a standing committee, so we do need to be careful about that.
If I may, one of the points that just sort of hearing this concern from, and just based off the previous conversation. Is this policy committee sort of filtering out that work, wouldn't it be one of those recommendations? Because I'm sure my perspective, I love it. But I recognize when I might not be the experts to review it. Couldn't it be in a situation where the policy would say, this might be great for certain board members with expertise on the board. We should recommend this to be reviewed separately in an ad hoc committee.
Oh, contracted out to some other member,
Right,
and
so,
then they could work independently.
right, especially if the nature of it might be a little bit more sensitive.
So the standing committee would almost be an administrative hub that they could.
So
Stand out.
That one
Uh-huh.
place that like you delegate sort of filtering out, the way that I see the purpose of the subcommittee is so that the work doesn't have to be at the full board level. Sometimes it is more efficient to do it in smaller groups and then branching it out to the board, so.
Mhm. Okay,
I think we should, like, set this aside and then say, we look into perhaps if there's a way to structure it so it doesn't trigger the Brown. And if not, maybe have a different, not today, discussion about, is it so terrible if it triggers the Brown? Because doing things in public is, that's transparency, right? It may not be as efficient, but it's very transparent. And there's some value to that, so I think I heard we don't want surveillance use policy controlled equipment use, so use of force or military equipment, those are all gonna be reviewed then by the full board. These other mandatory things you have to do. That are in the policy. And are we, getting any of these on a regular basis, meaning we can calendar them? Or is like the surveillance use policy only limited to for each new technology?
Yeah, it's a report, right? It's not the actual policy.
Right.
Like we have this in Cambridge, so every time there's a policy and some equipment that comes up,
Right.
it has to be approved by the council and then there's an annual report. That goes to the council, but in your case, you receive that and can choose to.
Part of the adoption requirement is that the board receives the policy and the acquisition report. And gives the recommendation to council. on the policy.
And so that's the requirement the board does make a recommendation. That's it.
The language is if the board doesn't respond, it's just considered that they didn't have an objection to it, but.
But I'm sorry, just because I'm new, so we get this annually or only if there's a new technology that's being approved?
So there, the report, the report is annual. Am I correct there, was it?
Yeah, so there's the annual surveillance use, the surveillance use report, which kind of goes the various instances that the technology is used. Which is separate from the most, for example, surveillance camera with the municipal code 299, which is the policy itself as to the proposed use. And the acquisition report as to why they're requiring it.
Right.
So there's two slightly different sets of requirements for those.
And those are by item, those aren't the policy of all that, that's the.
So the only thing that's annual is the report. The use policy is only for new uses.
As they come up, as new technologies come up.
Yeah,
Well, or, yeah, if they're proposing to use it or acquire it.
So that's just talk about it in terms of 292.099, that's what you're talking about.
Correct.
Okay, I think it's helpful to use that language when we talk about it to separate them.
So they're both of these is received,
Correct.
is all that's required. We can choose to then do something about it.
yes, but we always do.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, because one of the things I kind of heard was the need to figure out, do you always do it?
Mhm.
And again,
Or should we?
Yeah, and I want to be helpful to all of you today, so I'm just going to be your attorney. I'm struggling a little bit to figure out how to help you with this conversation and also where you want to go, because the agenda proposed at 11, we talked about performance metrics. And we basically talked about one aspect of the overlap of the work. So I guess and I think it sounds like you were saying it's kind of time to move on from this particular thing. So looking to the group.
I would say it's pretty important. I know we are behind.
So, but I mean, just how do we want to move now? Are there other policy, are there other aspects of the interplay that?
Leah, what do you think? You,
I was suggesting we move on from what we were policy.
Right.
Yeah, but new PP, we can move on from policies altogether. I just want to make sure at least there's clarity about what we're required to do. So if all we're required to do is receive an annual report and an ad hoc report, then that's fine. And then in discretionary, it sounds like it's doing something about it. And when you say we've always done something, what is it we've always done? With the surveillance?
We usually make recommendations for clarification or,
Amendment to the.
an amendment of
This
some
is
sort.
the acquisition report, not the annual reports.
Right.
And does that come in the form of the board discusses, an individual on the board writes a memo and then that's submitted to council?
I do wanna say it's hard when we review, we have to give, I think it also says approval as well. And so if we're gonna give our stamp of approval, it's hard to receive it without reviewing it.
Yes, that's, I
You
guess
think
why
we're
we,
required to approve the acquisition?
It says, so,
So
So,
fine.
can you pull out,
So if you don't take any action, it's
Considered approved out of it.
Yeah, so it still says police review,
must recommend approval
must vote to recommend approval of the policy, object to the proposal.
or take no action.
okay.
So we don't have to do it.
Sorry, that's not what I was looking at, that I also had pulled up, I also had pulled up, so there's so many different.
Yeah.
policies that we're talking about right now, so
Yeah.
it's helpful to name them instead of talking about them generally.
This is the technology. This is that 299 that came up again at the camera review.
So we can refer to them as their charter numbers instead of,
How about the topic? Is that-
no, because there's overlapping topics. You need to refer to it as like 299
Okay.
or whatever.
Right, so this is 299 to surveil.
Thank you.
That's the ordinance, that's not the charter.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay. This is regarding the annual report of the acquisition.
No, this is. This is, hey, we have a new technology we want to use. We're gonna use ALPers.
Right.
Here's what comes to the board.
But wait, I was trying to figure out what we're actually required to do for the acquisition.
Yeah, so this is the.
So the-
Total equipment. This is.
The controlled equipment acquisition, that's not 299, that's 2.1.
Right, this is technology, so if we want to talk about technology, that's what, the surveillance use policy. Yeah.
Right, so we are controlled equipment.
I don't even know about surveillance.
I think they have to talk about surveillance.
Right.
That's separate, that's a
Are
surveillance.
you talking about surveillance?
I'm referring to the numbers,
Okay.
2.100.
Right, T100 and 299.
T100 is about control equipment, which is what we just received. And it says on B1. We have to place the report as an agenda item for an open session or regular meeting to determine whether each piece of control equipment reported has complied with the standards for approval set forth in section 2.
And that's what I have on this table as review and make recommendations to council. That's what I had in my table.
Yes.
For controlled equipment,
Yes,
but surveillance acquisition does not say that.
which is
299.
thank you. Yes, that one does not say that.
But
That's
that
correct.
was, see, okay.
That one's correct.
So for what I'm just getting at is where we have, when Kitty says we've always done something with surveillance. I'm just trying to understand what that is. We make, it sounds like we review and make recommendations on the acquisition.
Mhm.
We just always have.
This is not, this is like when our council says that we're compliant. We have to,
Because these have been important,
Yeah.
these have been important, like, surveillance items, like the ALPRs and the fixed cameras and the roving cameras, and those are all, those have been things that we wanted to weigh in on.
Yeah.
Whether or not it was required.
Okay.
It sounds like to Joshua's point, but some of these items come up in multiple categories, maybe, that things can be under technology, or they can be a surveillance item and also be controlled equipment. Because if you have controlled equipment, you have to put this on your agenda, so you're mandated to.
They're different.
Okay.
One's the military style equipment,
Okay,
basically, and the other is surveillance.
and so for the
Cameras.
controlled equipment, you are mandated to at least put on your agenda and
Yes.
consider it.
And-
You get a report once a year, and we just got to.
Okay, this is annually, okay.
Yeah.
And then what about the use of force code? We have to do that annually. And the military equipment policy,
That's it.
where I say it says we have to review and make recommendations. Sorry, I don't have the numbers.
And that's every year,
And-
policy, whether it changes or not.
Just to,
It's the use report.
Seems.
so the various actions that we're talking about, which apply differently to different regulations are, we have to put it on our agenda, we have to review it. And then we,
and ensure compliance, that's another.
and what was that one?
Ensure
Ensure compliance, right? Provide a recommendation. And there's sort of different policies have different parts of those elements included in them. But they are all the review process or the ensure compliance process is gonna be the same regardless of policy, of which policy we're reviewing, right? When that-
And that's something you have yet to develop, right?
Right, like if we define those component actions. And then we could say, here comes the equipment impact report, which needs component 1, 3, and 4. And we have sort of clarity as to how to do those. I think we'll be able to sort of implement it more effectively.
So, I have a question, because I think we've gone through the policy stuff. What is our view on what we as, board members should be doing and what staff should do to support that work. And this is the question, and then what is like staff do, what have you been doing?
Can I interject something before we answer that? The other piece of the policy work that I think is really important is that we not only be reactive to what the police department sends us or what we're required to do, but historically, some of the most important work that we've done policy-wise is to ourselves initiate new policy or a change of policy. And we have, that's not stipulated in 17A because that's about the reactive to the department's new policies.
Is that your policy, practices and procedures discretionary?
That would be discretionary. What does it say? It's a little hard to make out at this end of the table,
I
but
just
anyway.
put in there that it was, I thought we kind of said the same thing, that you'd have some criteria for what you're gonna do. And then we need a process for that. It's similar, I think, to the new
It's
BPD
similar,
policy.
but it's discretionary. Yeah, and whether or not that be folded into that policy, I don't think it should be folded into that other policy thing.
Well, it's not 17.
It's not 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I like talking about things in these buckets. I'm sorry, it's helpful.
Thank you, law student, third year.
But I mean, this comes up within the context, and this is a little bit more complicated, but it comes up within the context of the downtown task force. Because we're going to recommend quite a number of changes to policy that aren't being initiated by the department and reviewed by us, but rather being initiated by us.
And then are you guys gonna draft the language and bring it to?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, but heretofore, we have not, because it's the downtown task force, have not involved the department in that, but we will, I assume, before we bring it to you all. But that's a different realm of policy than reviewing policies that are initiated elsewhere. And historically, I mean, the probation and parole change that we got in the PRC was initiated with us and went through all the steps, and I think is an achievement. And so we can't forget that there's that policy. That's discretionary on your chart, but it's important.
Can we use the discretionary after?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
After this conversation, I wanna just follow up on your question. I think that there's some things on here that the staff could take a first pass at. And then we could approve. And there's other things on here that I don't think that it should be staff who's reviewing. But it goes to a matter of like what our capabilities are.
Priorities.
And priorities, but I was thinking like ensuring compliance with, with the law, like that's something that. I don't know, like, is our board the people to do that, or is that someone, staff who has like, is able to hire for a position, like has, people who you're able to hire for that position. And then you're able to make recommendations like, here's where we found compliance. Here's what the action we recommend the board take. I mean, that would take that entire thing off of our plate, that needs policy, but I think we need to distinguish. Again, by the letter of the mandatory provisions, what staff can have as the competency to evaluate and which ones that we want to keep in-house being.
Can you give an example of the compliance aspect?
No, the one that we were just given at the last board meeting was military equipment
Right.
use,
Yeah.
and that policy, shoot, that one, I can't remember the number for that one, I'm sorry.
Well, you're hosted from the phone.
2.100, is that 2.100? Is that?
No, I thought it was controlled equipment.
I'm sorry, that's what I mean.
You were talking about control.
I'm talking about the 200, that's one that staff, can take a first pass at instead of the director or the chair of our board having to spend like
Right.
all of this time going piece by piece. You guys can develop a system for how you're gonna review it. You pass that by us, you explain to us what your system is, we can take action based on your recommendation there. I mean, that's one,
And have input into the system.
and have input into the system, but I think that's one specific example, where, remember like at that last meeting, we got these, 120 different vignettes, as board member
Yeah.
Blackaby called them, of these different military companies. I mean, I kept asking, what are we supposed to review these for?
Right.
And the answer is compliance with the law, but the question is, are we each individually gonna review them for compliance with law? The answer is no. we need the staff to review that and then give their recommendation on where they found non-compliant. And then we can just take action. We can be like, yeah, we recommend that the department, that, or we tell in our report, council, they didn't comply with these specific.
So that's part of that particular ordinance. You're suggesting that the staff take a first stab at reviewing that report,
Yes,
the
and
controlled equipment report.
yes,
But there's other items of compliance that won't fall into that category.
well, there's different charter numbers, or sorry, there's different ordinances and different policies that recommend, or that mandate that we review them. But what I'm saying is we go individually, I mean, like through them, to understand where staff takes the first pass and where we want to keep it within our board. I mean, that's what we're doing right now, right? That's sort of what you're asking.
Yeah, but it's not about compliance. It's about that particular control, those particular ordinances, controlled equipment and surveillance. Because it's not compliance per se, because there are a whole bunch of other policies that we might want to review whether they're complying with the policy. For example, the standard of conduct or the fair and impartial
Well, I
or,
don't mean those,
yeah, so you're talking about those particular ordinances.
only the ones that are mandatory for
Okay.
us to, I'm only talking about we're in
Okay.
mandatory
The
land.
mandatory, okay.
2.100. Which is like annual review, and I'm saying, yeah, we just got added to that list, but there, you're right, I'm like, I'm not talking about these ones
So
that.
do you think staff would review initially each of the surveillance acquisition reports?
I think that,
The annual use policy report, basically all of these are mandatory for us.
I think it's a
First stab, right?
first stab,
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of timing too, there's a 60-day thing, we can say like, staff should be able to get it to us within. Enough time for us to disagree with them if we want to and make a change if we want to.
And maybe if there are particular board members who have a particular interest in any of the topics, they say,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd love to work with staff on this because I really care about it.
Exactly.
If I may, I would say it'd be helpful, if you definitely make a formal vote on that request,
Yeah,
and then provide guidance as to what your level of review will look like. Because
Mhm.
Right.
I know what I would be interested in, but I wanna make sure taking first stab is gonna be what you're interested in as well.
this goes back to your point about, we're not getting paid full time, they are, I mean, like, they have the ability, I mean, if we delegate, if we carve out a specific task for them.
But then I think it is your own resources and capacity, right? And
Yes,
that's why, like, okay, well, I'll say my opinion, going to discretionary policies. I believe that we should also have staff work those up. Both the 17A&B and the other one, if we're gonna create another committee, which I hate the idea, for.
Well, we eliminate it.
discretionary for lack of policy. Because I think, again, this would benefit from a lot of professionalization, which is not just volunteers that come on and off of a board. It is like, okay, here's our understanding of the lay of the land nationally on this issue. This is like a hot trend on this topic, let me bring it in. So I think we really benefit from having staff work up things and then we review them. That's my own belief, not that they do it without oversight and direction, but I don't think this office is not staffed up for that, but that's like, would be my.
Maybe it could be a hybrid though, because I know I really love the policy work, but I don't have the capacity to say, well, the best laws are in Boston or whatever. So if staff could help us kind of with the big picture, I think that would be helpful. But, and staff is usually in on the subcommittee meetings, I mean, not always, but often. So maybe we could work together, but I don't know, I don't think they have the capability and necessarily the expertise to go through all of those.
I guess the point is currently, but I think like, I agree with you, it feels like that is a need. So it's like, it is a need to have that kind of professional support to support the
But
committee.
it's also part of. Like, they're different structure and depth. And one is the way it is now, which is very work, like a lot of active worker bee board members. And another is shifting some of that work to staff and we become a bit more of a policy committee, policy board overall. But I don't know what you're.
We should hear from you guys, because I don't have a good sense of your workload or your desires, what you'd like
Yeah.
to do.
I would want to say, like, I've seen different models, I really liked in DC, the board there relied very heavily on the staff's initial review policy, so we used to have. Internally, a policy review group that was, the lead was our special counsel. And we had, based on interest, staff members that would participate in this internal staff group. So we had investigators there, our research analysts, and supervisors. So we would all like meet, I think maybe it was like twice or once a month. We would bring forward policy, or practice and patterns that we have observed, and then we, after doing, we put a project timeline on it, and then we present it to the board, and the board will pick at the recommendation and then see how they would, and then they would be the ones who formally approve before it got sent off to the police department. I've seen other models in San Francisco, I like one too, where they try to engage the public and do forums, and try to do that a little bit to with the AOPR. And I think that was a good, an example of like the community's interest also, like the broader community weighing in on this. We had like over 30 participants.
Yeah, well, it was over 30, if I remember the exact amount, because I was really excited about it. We definitely had over 100 participants.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And that was I think a good example, like also the certain items that everybody wants to weigh in on. I do think that, from what I've seen, your staff members definitely wanna have an opportunity to weigh in a little bit more. So, but my directive right now has been to, until we can formally negotiate this division of labor, to make sure we're supporting you. So like, we will try to be mindful, and respectful of your policy, authority under the charter. So we try to do, these preliminary analysis that we try to, as we try to title them. So we, take the first stab informally and then show you like, hey, this is what you may want to consider, and then see where you will go from there. But yeah, I want to give my time.
And do you feel like you have the resources to do that for all of the policies?
I think we can get to a point though, right, there, just more institutional things. We have our data analysts, collection, it's being finalized. We're in the process of getting our internship program. So there's things that are going to solidify the office a little bit more, and we're gonna be at a better place. And definitely if council approves some of these budgetary things that I plan to move forward, or I present to them, and to you and the council, then I think we're gonna be better structured to take on more.
And so what do you mean the internship program? Because I was gonna suggest something along that line. I'm worried about the ability of staff to handle all these things that we're saying, well, the staff should do that.
I
staff should do
know, I
that.
am too.
And I already know that you're kind of swamped in
Yeah.
terms of, it. So what about the internship program?
So the city has, if you wanna be interested in the city, you have to go through the HR process, you apply and get into the pool. So we have access to that. The problem with that also is the budgetary implications of that. So if we don't have a line item for interns, then I don't want to commit to something until we have the support. We have salary savings that can support it like one semester, but beyond that, we don't have a sustainable model.
You're talking about paid interns?
They have to be paid under the city structure for the most part. The city has very specific policies when it comes to interns.
Living wage stuff.
Yes,
Yeah.
and the stuff that triggers, and the other, there is another alternative program that through the mayor's office, they have a relationship with the Public Service Center at Cal. So for the potential summer interns that we're gonna be getting, they're gonna be paid through this other source, so they don't have to go through the HR source. So there's a lot of internal bureaucracy to navigate when we bring people. It's not as simple as me saying, I want this person and then they're an intern.
The other thing that's confusing to me is who on staff does what kind of. And I thought when Michelle came out, she's the policy person, so I had talked to her months ago about the lexical stuff. And then it didn't seem like she was doing any of that, so I would benefit from just some clarification about kind of who's who and.
Yeah.
And what, do you want us to copy you on,
Yeah.
communications with staff?
Yeah, so even before that, just as I mentioned, there's a lot of change and transition, so we're relatively all new staff, to the city process, so even though somebody might have a particular background, they're, outside of Jason and myself, our staff don't really, are still getting situated to build oversight world. So there's a lot of training taking on, going behind the scenes, even though they may have different skill set in different areas, they're still learning to build oversight. So it is a little bit difficult and for some to necessarily keep up with the pace of the board. So I'm first doing preliminary training in-house to get them up to speed, and then Berkeley related, and so there's also times we're doing simultaneously. So some tasks I have to decide internally how we divvy it up until we can get everybody to be fully operational and be like, this is the designated person for this. Now, the working title for Michelle is policy analyst. For Keegan, he's a primarily investigator, but this is based on the response and the feedback that I got from the board. Our additional investigators also have a policy lens. And Keegan's, because of his JD, was part of the reason why I selected him as well to be our additional investigator to do that double role. So they work together.
He's a lawyer, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
And Jose has been wearing very different hats, as I mentioned, so because he's the most tenured member of the office, he also has knows a lot about the city politics and practices, so he's a really good inside source for us, and it helps us navigate internally. And Jason, his role is definitely as an investigator, but also he also provides really good resources on a national landscape and in, as it relates to investigation, but on other matters as well.
So if I'm sorry, so one thing that we do ask, you didn't directly address, and I just sense that this is a staff person, is should board members be emailing staff directly, asking them to do things? Because I can imagine where you have multiple board members emailing multiple staff about multiple policies or other items.
Sorry, I missed that, but, so I think the practice in the city, and this is also again, because of the union implications, all that, we do have also union employees. So, it is the preference, and I think the direction that commissioners, do not, assign work directly, not substantive work to, the staff, because there's chain of command issue there. So because they have different designees and lanes, I'm not opposed to saying, can staff this with this, and then email the appropriate people within the staff, definitely, I think CC me, then we'll put triage it that way internally, but if you believe like Michelle or Keegan or even Jose has a sense to do something, then we.
Usually it's simple, it's just a Zoom link for them.
That, to me, that's not an issue, if it's like.
And is Jose the best person to do it, or you, I mean, he is that.
Because I don't think this is great, this particular, like in the weeds of who to email.
Okay, although it does come up, and this is part of
It does,
responsibility.
But I think that, I guess what I was gonna say, I think you should decide how you want it done, because you could say every request for substantive information should come to me. Don't CC anybody else, and I'm gonna assign it out, and I think that's your call to make. And I think in turn, you should decide, because you email us, you often CC everybody in
Everybody,
the
yeah.
office, and that's confusing to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? So I think you should decide that, and like for administrative stuff, it's okay, but for substantive things, do that. I just want to go back to, because I think you said you do have a desire for your staff to be more involved in the policy work.
I do also believe that's an expectation of council, and I have received feedback in terms of like, where's your office on this, and I don't know that they also understand the nuances of the charter as much, so like, sometimes we don't touch things, and that's respecting the lane of the board. So if and until when we could come up with this agreement, and if, I believe you can provide a contribution to these things, if you will allow.
So it sounds like today, we have decided to ask your office to take the first pass at all of these mandated reports and some policy reviews that we're required to do. And then there's still a question mark about what level of staff support would be desired on 17A, 17B. And then we're gonna have a separate proactive policy committee. And if you're saying you would like to be involved, then I think the question is, what does the board want? And it sounded, Julie, like what you were saying is, you don't want to totally have the staff take the first pass at everything, but maybe you would appreciate background working up issues or just going on in other states or other jurisdictions that you might.
That's necessary, because sometimes even that's not necessary, and I hate staff to do this big workup on something, well, we get that, but it's just this particular provision is problematic, you know, so.
I just get, like, I think it's great. I think we should have DPA staff involvement policies. I do think it's curious that there's very little, like, if you look at what Council's charter is and what the office's charter is doing investigation.
Yeah, that's it.
Right, that's it. Like, the only bullet point we're using to sort of shoehorn this in is that one that said DPA may also serve as secretary of the board and assist the board in carrying out the duties prescribed. That's the only thing that we are thinking about. It's a big shoe, but I'm just saying, it's really interesting. I'm just saying that it's really interesting that there's nothing else in any of this language that talks about policy. And I think
And our review of the complaints is discretionary.
right,
So that's what's really interesting. First, you have to do that. And we may,
correct.
and then there's not like a ton of, in your Venn diagram.
Sorry, quick correction there, and this is where the language in the charter is not helpful at all. It is seemingly discretionary, but I shall present it to you and you shall review. So, but there is also language that makes it look like it's permissible that you know, but I have to give it to you, you have to receive it, but, so it's saying both things.
I would say the board doesn't have to take action after they review it.
Right.
We'll do that.
They do.
Oh, they do, so. Well, so anyway, once again, a couple things. Again, really great conversation, very helpful, I think. I just want to put my thing again. As I'm very helpful about policies and getting staff involved and shoehorning it in. I think that the board really should, I really want to encourage the board with that. And I won't say should, I want to encourage the board to really think through this process. Because I'm just imagining, I'm probably wearing my staff hat and other boards I've served on. There's a whole, like, the range of work that could be given to staff is so vast. And I think it's challenging to think about how that will work until there's more of a sense of what the board, like, what you would actually be asking of the board. And is it totally discretionary? And again, thinking 5 years from now, maybe a whole different set of people on the board have a very different sense. So it's not about, locking anything in, but thinking about what are those steps, what's the process, what's the workflow, who can initiate it, what are you looking for, what's the output? And I think if the board can be clear about that, all of the work around policy review, then it's probably easier to say, here's what we want to take on, here's what we're not going to take on, here's what we might ask the staff to do. And just because the way I'm hearing it, I could be wrong, is a lot of how it's going to work without actually knowing what the workload is going to be. So my thoughts. Even that was really helpful, they got the bottom. So, or maybe it's just that it's almost new.
Yeah, and I will say, you will probably move the measurements of success to something later in the afternoon, and we do have time to go through point A and B, but getting to a place where I think we have that clear definition of what it means to review and what parts of review are gonna be done by staff versus us and how that workflow goes. I think that would be really valuable use of our time and an output that, we can use the whiteboard and figure out the process.
I agree too, and so maybe you're talking about like changing our agenda, or it's okay.
We've already changed our
We're not even at this agenda.
And just before we move, I don't know if we're moving on, but I wanna sort of agree that I want the staff on the staff level to be involved in policy. I feel like by delegating that level of, and I don't know, like authority to them, and there's like buy-in, you know, it increases like their interest in the work instead of having to like follow on our coattails the whole time, they can take initiative and. I mean, I assume that that's why people wanna work.
If they have the resources, I just didn't think they necessarily.
Yeah,
had
but
the-
I mean, if we're thinking in terms of like what we can. If we say that that's what we want, we can include that in the next budget item for them. And if we're thinking on a one to, like, I don't think we're just thinking about right now, what should we do as like a crisis management, I'm hoping that we're thinking. Institutionalizing a relationship 1, 3, 5 years out, so that. That's sort of what, I hope that's what we're doing right now, instead of like just figuring out what to do right now.
I'm sorry.
I know we're behind, but talking about institutionalizing a relationship,
Mhm.
and that's the reason I asked you about the internship program.
Yeah,
We have a university up
I
here,
know,
and we have clinical people who come and advocate for our complainants. I don't know what that relationship is, but if we could, I know on some of the policy work I've done in the past on this body, I have informally involved research assistants that I've known in the past. And they love working on it, and they can even get something out of it. And we've got graduate students and JD people up here at the law school, students who could be so well prepared to help us with, for example, all the statistical stuff that we've been laboring over. There's so many people up there that if we could institutionalize a relationship an internship relationship, not paid labor like you were talking about with the summer interns, but people who can get something out of working with us for, writing a paper that they've got or something. I don't know what the relationship is with the clinical people who advocate for the complainants there. I assume they're not paid.
I can speak to that, because they're my classmates, the ones who are advocating for the complainants.
Okay,
They do it as part of a student-led project at Berkeley Law.
right, I
And the
know,
reason they do that, they're able to do that is because they have a supervising attorney and they get pro bono hours.
right,
And I think that that's one way you can leverage them, if you leverage that relationship to.
yeah,
You don't need to go through this whole city process to do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
as long as they have a supervising attorney, they will, if you have an institutional relationship with Berkeley Law there. You can have a group of students who select the next group of students, who selects the next group of students to help with. Like the sort of policy work that you're interested in as well.
But maybe we can't bypass the city stuff.
Well, we haven't tapped into that resource, and we do have an active, relationship with the PRP, the Police Review Project. But their role is on, primarily on, representation through the complaint process, but there is a policy element that they also participate in. So we do have that established relationship with them, we can send them referrals based upon the complaint and accepted, the ability for us to refer. So it does trip up some things once, like that one is a different one, but once we start. I think there is a way to institutionalize it more, but it still requires
Be
navigating.
with the board and not with your office, is that?
Yeah, and I can
Maybe
explore
that's
that a
the way
little
that
more, yeah.
because it may be with the law school, because there's the supervisory, person in charge of the clinic, but it could also be other professors offering independent studies where students get credit. It just seems like an untapped resource that we could, because I've used students in the past informally to help me do some research for this stuff. And, it's mutually beneficial.
And I'm not opposed to it, I know the chair has also had contacts with different folks at the law school and have
Right.
tapped in on
Yeah.
different policies.
Yeah. Okay,
So it sounds like, though, there's a desire to do, I think what you were suggesting, Brian, like a more full articulation of what it means. To do these reviews, be it a review of the annual mandatory reports. And so it sounds like you're suggesting we spend some time doing that. I just wanna, I think that's a good idea. There's other things here,
That's was.
policy review, right?
Yeah.
The annual report, I think it's clear what that is, but then, like, it's a question for you all. Do you think there's, something similar for us to discuss about investigations and the complaint review process, like there is on the policy side, I don't know.
But it's so much in there, why would we be doing that?
Not about, I don't know if it's the same division of labor, but I don't know if there's anything to discuss, it's a question. And I think those are the two big categories, of bodies of work, it's like policy review and report review and it's individual complaints, right? I keep coming on, stumbling across like our experience on fair and impartial, which is a council mandated thing that we do, which doesn't quite fit in here, like additional work assigned. I'm struggling with why we are doing these data, keep coming in, like, I wish your staff would just do it, like, I don't want. I'm comfortable doing what being asked to do, or even while we're writing this report in the first instance as opposed to staff writing it or reviewing. So there's a different like body of work to talk about, I think, that maybe is a policy review or not, complaint review. And the same thing is happening like with this budget, right? It's a discretionary thing we're taking on, so we don't have to do it. Ideally, we have more staff support than we have, in my mind. But it's discretionary, we're just choosing to do it, so maybe. So anyway, I just want to throw out there that in addition to the policy review, there are other things that I think tee up.
Other priorities that we might have, right?
Yeah, or like, at some point, we
Accommodations
say,
and other
hey,
things.
don't take on the budget, guys, because we have too much to do. And
There's MOUs, basically the ones we went, there's MOU review, there's responding to the one-off council requests, there's the budget, there's accommodations, there's annual report approval. Then there's both flavors of the investigation, personnel and policy. And there's both flavors of policy review, mandatory and board initiated. Broadly speaking, that's sort of.
I would be in favor of talking about the review practices that you let your comments in.
what does it mean to review, the policy review, the annual report review?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we do that after lunch.
So I will say, this is not say, Dan, do whatever you think you should do. I would say that it ought to be done. I wasn't necessarily thinking that would happen today, but it certainly can. And you just read a list very quickly. I know when we spoke, you mentioned accommodations. And so, yeah, I'm a Quaker, I'm sort of transparent. So I'm sort of like not driving the bus, really. I mean, this is sort of driving the bus.
Okay.
So I want to be of service to this group, and I'm not really sure how I can best be of service to you. So, do we want to keep going? Do we want to break for lunch? Do we want to grab sandwiches?
One thing that would be helpful to me at least is summarizing the takeaways that you have heard us say.
Are there any?
So that we can reflect back on the conversation and maybe like, yeah, that's one thing. I know it's hard because we're speaking, through many different provisions.
Yeah, I'm trying. I will, again, it's hard, I gave some bullet points and things I think they got to refer back to, some things I'm highlighting. But yeah, it's,
Well, I've taken a lot of notes, I don't know,
Yeah.
I think some of us have
Yeah.
taken a lot of
Yeah.
notes, so maybe at some point we'll just go around.
I mean, I think at the end, toward the end of our time together, maybe sharing all of that and trying to do some short version of priority setting, because I think, I know Alex had shared some thoughts through Julie, and I had been thinking, kind of traditional, like everyone, sort of brainstorm, everyone kind of picks things in boats, and the top 3 or 4 rise up. I was concerned that there might not be coherence to those, just because there's so much. I still have that concern, so I'm still kind of thinking about that, but I would say maybe we can try to keep the last hour, maybe an hour and a half for sharing what's good enough for people, and add into that, and then seeing if we can sort of group and prioritize.
Sure.
Because to me, I think the most important thing is, I've heard people say over and over again, and I think it's true, people work together well, you're kind of all on the same page, and yet I don't know that there's sort of a unified sense of what should be the top 2 or 3 things the board wants.
Well, I mean,
That are narrow, well, and let's.
Right.
And not a broad policy, but we want to do equivalency, so. But
Well, I was just gonna say, the 115, looking ahead and thinking strategically, you know, we have these different possibilities. But maybe we just shift to the things we've already discussed about what we want to do. You know, we don't have to. We can shift the agenda, but I think we all seem to feel pretty strongly about getting something concrete out of today. Though we can put it, you know, in that.
I also, and the only, I do like, look, we've been responding to all the mandatory permissible stuff. I do think a little space to just sort of whiteboard a little, let's step back from mandatory permissibles, that if we had,
Right.
if we could do it, like, where would we want to be spending our time? And then maybe we bring all that stuff back together.
Yeah.
Because I also don't want to feel limited by like, well, we're responding to these line items, thinking about it, but like, as a board, where do we want to take things? And
Right.
like, be a little more open. To have that conversation outside of this box filling.
all right, so two things. Do we want to take a break? And separate from do we want to take a break, you know, for the over there. Do we want to go back to some of those other things that Brent just read off? Or are we intent to focus on policy for the rest of it? That's really what we talked about. Al.
I think it's somewhat like when we do the prioritization towards the end, at some point, it feels like we should loop back against all of those things and figure out how we're, what we're grouping into the.
And I'm just wondering if that's a before or the end.
I do think that it's valuable to define what the levers and actions that we have are. Like, we've kind of gone through the policy piece and the different iterations of that and identified sort of some things that need further definition, but are clear in terms of, there's a review and recommendations process, there's a compliance process, there's feedback to council process. And then I think applying that similar effort to this breakdown to get clear definitions of what are the processes that we want to define as a board, around, you know, some of the things are gonna overlap here, right? We're gonna take the same workflow for some of these other elements, but some of them might have unique workflows that we should identify as needing clarity.
And I think it'd be helpful before we stop for lunch. You've taken a lot of good notes, Julie, as usual, and I've jotted some things down, but I do think it would be helpful if we just summarize the 2 or 3 concrete things we've decided.
What we've decided, good.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've decided some things. I think we shouldn't lose sight of it.
Yeah.
And wait until later. I prefer if we could say, okay, what are the 2 or 3? Yeah. You wanna go?
I've got a lot of things to do.
Well, and I'm sorry, one question, do you guys actually need to, as a board and publicly, do you need to actually take votes on those things, or you can just like, yeah, we're on the same page?
Well, we could summarize them now and vote later if we need to. Yeah.
This is why.
Yeah, and doesn't. Unless there's like the formal motion, like I'm just thinking, for example, just the discussion of what does our policy review look like? If the discussions today, it's like, yeah, we should develop that.
Yeah.
And then we later want to develop that and then formally approve it, it goes with our future meeting.
Right.
So it
Right.
brings lunch today.
That's what I'm saying. We just, the points that we seem to have agreed on or discussed, we can vote formally.
Yeah, one seems to be like having staff more involved in policy, right? Like
Right.
helping drive that. That's
Yeah. Yeah. One is, if I heard it correctly, chronologically, that we should have a policy committee, maybe a 17A and B committee.
Yeah.
That reviews new policies, including the important lexipol conversions. And that we should try as much as possible to include the department at some level in that committee discussion of those policies. So that's one thing. The second thing is that staff becomes more involved in policy development, takes a first stab at the required annual reports for the controlled equipment ordinance report coming from the department and the surveillance use policy as appropriate and the annual report that they do. That they take a first stab at doing those reviews and then present it to us, and that in that process, as people want to, individuals can engage with the staff on those initial steps. And that's what I have so far, just those two main things.
Three,
What was the third thing?
having the board be involved in the discretionary policy as well.
Yes,
Yes.
involved and they are, usually anyway, because
Like that, so, yeah.
they're involved in the, subcommittee meetings, so, yeah.
I also had, we create a matrix for what policies we review and what we're looking for, that we define. We will define a process for that policy subcommittee to go through that we can then coordinate with the chief on to, have a clear process for review and reconciliation. And also, define and institutionalize the internship volunteer.
Yeah, I have the criteria matrix as well, and then the process or the policy review, as well as the output, like a template or what the deliverable is for a policy review, and I think that applies to the 17 and 17B policy subcommittee, as well as if we are going to have a separate proactive policy subcommittee. I think both those apply, the criteria, the process, the desired output. I think we still have a question mark around staff role. We're saying there would be more of a staff role that we have to talk about what that is, as well as defining what it is that deliverable is we're asking of staff, vis-a-vis their review of the surveillance annual report, use of force, et cetera.
I would just add, are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just that it's a non-exclusive matrix. So if we're talking about creating a matrix, create a non-exclusive matrix for prioritizing policy reviews. And I think we also talked about institutionalizing the department's role in the policy reviews, or attempting to do that. So
Right.
that-
Including, yes.
Yeah, that's what I have there, but I'm just referring to the staff, so.
Well, I
No,
mean,
the
staff,
department.
the police
The
department.
police department,
Oh,
no, the police department, and, yeah, and that standing committee, policy committee, have the discretion of not contracting is the wrong word, but eliciting, input from other individual members.
What was that? What are you done?
We talked about sometimes that committee can be a sort of almost an administrative hub that can farm out to individuals some work.
Right.
Yeah,
The only other thing that I don't know if we've covered, and I like your point, which is wanting the board to lean into and initiate more stuff. Do you think that's covered in this discussion already? Like on policy, hey, we wanna go do this.
yes, wherever relevant, proactive.
I thought that was a new idea. I just wanna make sure it was captured.
Well, it's not really a new idea, it's just
It's new relative.
reminding us that that's
We're not doing it.
what we do.
We're not doing it, right?
Well,
What is it reviewing new
we do it
policies?
in the sense that we're now busy at work on the fair and impartial report, which will include tweaks of policy.
Yeah.
And so.
But
we
is that
have-
the policy committee or is that other, but no, that concept though, I agree
No,
should be
the concept of being proactive.
proactive, yeah.
It's things like that could be part of that decision making, if you can be looking with your matrix at policies that are coming to you and policies that you decide.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's just make sure, that's clear in that, yeah.
got it.
yeah,
Cool, thank you.
good job.
Can I just, one more thing? The mandatory reports
Yeah.
that we have, I'm going back to this, there's the surveillance acquisition report.
Right,
The surveillance use policy, the control equipment report, the use of force review, and the military equipment.
yeah.
Are we including the use of force
For
annual
honest,
review for staff's?
I had,
Actual pass?
well, we
I
could,
would
I
think
guess.
so.
I had it down.
Okay. I don't have an opinion honestly, so I just want to clarify.
Just a point of that, like, we could take definitely stab on the language itself, but the policy itself does require you to convene a meeting with.
Yes,
that
yes.
part. So, but yeah, we could.
So you do the first step and then we have a meeting.
To a formal meeting.
Yeah, it's-
Yeah. I also had just create an annual calendar, and I.
That's right.
And I just think that's,
Take a Gantt chart.
Or Gantt chart, yeah.
The calendar, the problem with the calendar, totally agree with the calendar, it's just that we need to look at it and say, okay, this is our work, because no. Suddenly, there's this big other thing that comes.
right,
Well, it's almost like you could do the rows in priority order, like, here's the stuff we have to do, and then
right.
some of the things at the bottom.
No, but there's unpredictables that,
But that's my point, unpredictable stuff comes in, and so maybe some stuff at the bottom fall off, because we don't have time to do that.
well, yeah, even some stuff at the top.
Honestly, I hear your concern, I just say, like, my personal reflection is that when that, at least then when that stuff happens, you kind of know what you
Yes.
have to push to the side or be, like, you know, we're gonna have to move this to December, which means that it's gonna mess up our budget review, which.
Yeah,
And one of the things, I hate to get lost in all this, I really did love Chancel's idea to have an ordinance that requires council to fill vacancies. So I don't know where that comes in, that's obviously not mentioned anywhere, but I think it would be very helpful to us, so. I don't know where we put that, but I would just like to see, I'd like to see a document generated by this meeting that captures all this stuff. And hopefully can staff do that. And I would love to see, you know, miscellaneous, I don't know how you characterize it, but I just don't want to lose some other ideas that maybe flow from this that aren't real clear what we're gonna do.
I don't know if this counts at that level, it might be similar, we had a suggestion about tracking hours for members and other things. I don't know if that was an agreement or not.
I don't want to do that. That reminds me of pushing billable hours. I did too many years of billing every 5 minutes of my life. I used to get paid for it. I don't get paid now. So I'd rather not track my hours unless, especially if it's not gonna, we still money. I'll just do the work.
I would say it would be helpful. But I said on panel two, when the council does recruitment, people should know what to anticipate and that would help potentially.
well, then we won't get anybody.
But it's a serious commitment.
It's also. It's sources first.
Yeah.
So,
The-
like,
yeah.
maybe not all of your time, but that's what I'm suggesting that even, like, what EWC is a big example, even though it's one person, I think we should designate a subcommittee. So then it's a subcommittee of one.
You're advocating for a new set.
I was gonna say.
You can track your time and I think, I don't know, it's a different conversation. I don't know that we're to the level of taking over this retreat. But I do think there are reasons why you want to track how much work is involved for a resource, I mean, future advocacy or.
So that should be captured in whatever document comes out of this meeting, you know, as a potential topic of discussion.
You know, the
But I don't
problem
want
with
to
the,
commit to it.
the problem with the ordinance is that it's my understanding that all commissions, some commissions are suffering even more than we do in terms of vacancies. And therefore, if there's an ordinance, I mean, council be reluctant to pass an ordinance that says vacancies on commissions have to be.
Well, not commissions, just on our.
Well,
Yeah.
that would be tough.
Right, and again, that's the thing, is that they're basically saying, oh, we have to go find somebody.
Yeah,
That's true.
I think it's not likely.
That's true.
But I think the concern is the continuity, like especially we got two council members that resigned and then this is not good for the board's work, especially from my perspective, when I'm trying to get people up, and I know I'm also
Yeah.
do a better role in terms of the training, but it's difficult getting people at different points throughout the year and then bringing everybody.
I know,
together. So-
Josh and I aren't even supposed to be here.
I think we should commit to council a recommendation that they leave the 4-year term intact, regardless of what happens to
Good
the
idea.
nominating council
I
member.
agree.
Good
I don't think-
idea.
Because it's not, well, no, they don't, no, this.
I mean, you can make an argument that you're.
I like
In the
that.
charter, it says we're appointed for 4-year terms, but unfortunately, the charter also says. that
Also
we're-
says,
We're tied to the nominating member, even though in the PRC, it was an individual council member who nominated and just let them go forward. And now we nominate and then the entire council votes on it.
So-
So it's not just that I'm a council person's, representative.
yeah,
I'm
The
I'm
entire
appointed by the
the
entire.
council appointed you.
I can see it.
But unfortunately, it's in the charter. No, it's in the charter that when the term of the council person is terminated for whatever reason.
It's challenging, but there's a difference between other commissions and a commission like an oversight board that needs independence from the sort of like political process.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I would say, I mean, again, being in the sort of law, you're absolutely right, it's a fair argument, and it often doesn't every day.
Okay,
You know, but that doesn't mean not to make it, just be prepared to.
yeah.
Well, the other thing that we've talked about in the past is making recommendations to change the charter. There are a lot of defects in the charter, and maybe that would be one, that would be a huge thing for us to take on, but we should be keeping track of, and that's one of them.
Yeah,
The idea that it should stick with your term regardless of whether the council member leaves.
Yeah.
One general, and just say, I'm sorry to read about, is that as you think about all this stuff, I mean, again, when we navigate everything, think about having impact and being impactful. The balance between kind of getting things done, setting up systems, because I keep meaning to say that setting up some of these systems will actually help with legitimacy of the police department, because they're generalized thing in policing, it's a whole bunch of volunteers or activists who just kind of turn around and go, yeah, how people's wrong. Right. Demonstrating that you have systems and processes and criteria really helps. But I also think that just generally, in the life of government, this is still brand new. And so thinking about, even as you're thinking about what could be different, how are you doing things that have an impact to demonstrate that you're effective and needed, and that's why. It's not just because this is wrong, it's because we're looking at what we're able to do, but it's being impeded by, as opposed to, I shouldn't say as opposed to, the one that said this, we can't really get our work done because of these structural problems. So I don't think I'm saying anything I would disagree with, but it's just, as you think about advocacy, talking about helpful, kind of framing it in terms of improving our success, then these are our barriers. Like I said, you're all smart people who will. Just saying that loud.
Yeah.
Great.
Alright, so we've had sandwiches, we've had a lot of different things. 2, 1. We're live.
Okay.
Do we need the projector or?
I don't think so. I
Okay.
think we can let that go. No, events occur. So, we're back, we're on this piece from perspective one. And from, what people talk about, there are things about, the recommendations being accepted by police complaints, the number of policy reviews the board might do. But as you think about how you want to measure your own success, and I get to it before, I know that, the office of the director of police accountability doesn't gain any report. It shouldn't, they don't know the board on its own doesn't gain any report. So I mean, there are things like that, is that maybe? But I guess I do want to kind of open up a conversation around what would be some of the ways that you could measure your success and say to yourselves that we have been successful, we've met our goals, or we've accomplished these things, or we've seen this impact.
Well, I would think in the upcoming year would be taking steps to improve our infrastructure. That's the right way to do it, but just, when we talk about a lot of things today, and I would think maybe following up on the things we identified in our annual retreat. Actually doing what we said we're gonna do, to me, that would be one measure of success. Or do we get together once a year and have all these great ideas and nothing ever happens? So.
And the next thing, is there a way to, after this day is over, is there a way to work that into this calendar? So we have one thing where, over the course of the year, with all the other things you have to do with your meetings, you're making sure you're moving forward on these various things.
Well, I sit on another board, and what we do is 6 months in, so we usually have our retreats in January, and then in June or July. One of our agenda items for our meeting is to review the goals that we had set at our retreat to see where we are. So we could do something like that, do a half-year check-in on the retreat goals or something like that.
Just to sort of zero in a little more, I think there's the metrics piece that we've talked about, things like, have we hit 100% of our mandatory deadlines? Have we completed 100% of our required reviews? And then the productivity specific metrics, like the amount of policies that were reviewed. And then from your point of view, I think there's also the outcomes metric, right? Have we achieved specific outcomes like created a workbook for future boards to follow policies or to follow procedures around policy review, for example, or.
I'm calling that infrastructure, but that's not really the right word,
Sure,
but internal structure.
Right, but sort of the milestone, the completion milestone
Right.
outcomes that we might want to define, and I do think that one. We should consider what our strategic goals are.
Mhm.
Again, independent from the actual measuring, the KPIs, as it were, what are the metrics that we really care about?
One thing I want to, are we talking about metrics or general goals for?
I think, well, this is one of the items that, the one that was actually having a conversation about, what are the metrics, so we're gonna keep performance indicators.
We're not having enough specific deliverables for in there, that's not the conversation.
Well, I was just saying that could be one way to measure.
Oh,
We should absolutely have that conversation, but I just want to independently define our metrics, and then we can talk about
Right.
the deliverables also.
Yeah.
Are there other metrics besides like productivity, number of policies reviewed, and did we meet all of our deadlines?
Talk about, maybe there's disagreement, but I personally think that should be one.
Yeah.
So like, something to do with the recommendations of staff from our complaint investigations, but also our recommendations generally, right? Because on several of these, we have to generate recommendations on the policy side also.
So, are you saying that they're generated or that
No,
they're
that,
adopted?
no, the generated would be that we, that would be.
Productivity.
And are we doing what we're mandated to do? But then impact would be,
Number
the
of implemented revenue.
number of implemented revenue.
Can I talk about impact for a second, because I think it's difficult for me to hinge our feeling good about ourselves with what we do on impacts, if everything that we do is dependent on someone else agreeing with us.
But
I mean, like, cause then we're just measuring our impact based on how well we collaborate, or maybe even less than that. How much of a middle position we're taking. I mean, I just like, how do we measure impact within that constraint?
I do think there's some other, I mean, for example, amount of public participation in our meetings, or the number of readers of an article that we publish on Berkeley side, or things along those lines. Like, I think we could think about impact. I totally see your point that sort of measuring the number of approved recommendations is hard for us to move as much as it is for us to know, but there are some other ways that we could think about.
I'm also, like, we're not hinging our whole feeling good about ourselves on that metric. We just should know, you know, and are we
what
moving?
is that, our performance? I mean, this is.
Partially, it is partially. I mean,
I think it is, because to me, again, it goes back to the, how, the vocal and effective are we being in being vocal about what we're experiencing. And to date, maybe we haven't been. So I think that there is a way to move the needle. That's not just about taking a middle of the road position. It's also making sure people know what we're doing.
Yeah.
And what's happening.
Yeah.
So it may be that it takes 5 years for there to be a change, but I think with enough pressure, there would be a change.
I'm sorry, but if I may, one thing I'm sort of hearing is that the goal is that the work you do on, say, recommendations is adopted in some point of the city. And that, you know, there are different ways to get to that, and they're not mutually exclusive. One way, in some cases, it might be being more middle of the road or being more collaborative. In other cases, it might be trying to put pressure on council members or the mayor or the manager. It might be something else, but I think it's probably less about what's the strategy to do it and what's the actual goal. Right, like it is, because then I think that in the center back to what you were saying, is that is the goal to have 50% of our recommendations adopted? Or is that not the goal? Right.
Yeah, so two things, I agree with you. I think that what I've heard so far is that they're both, Governor Calgary and Wilson, is that we should hinge it not on sort of acceptance rates, but on the public, because that's who we represent. I mean, like, that's sort of like where our metrics should focus on, and how do we effectively measure our relationship with the public and the public's, our impacts on the public, so.
I don't know.
But that's like, I think that's the question, like, you're trying to get us to, how do we add texture to that?
I guess my point is, if that percentage is zero,
What is the percentage?
if the acceptance sort of rate of our recommendations is zero, it's also a sign that, hey, the stuff that we recommend next week has a low likelihood, like, it's a reflexive metric. It's also an indicator of, like, go forward, like, are we likely to be listened to the next time we make a recommendation? Like, that's why I think it's important to keep an eye. It's like, it's not just a look back, but it's also like, what's our current perception? And what's the environment that we're making our next recommendation? How likely is it that someone cares about it? And if that's zero, I just think, like, then it doesn't matter what kind of work product we do. Like, it's like, then we can do all the work product we want, but no one is doing anything with it. Like, we may feel good about it, but then we're not moving it.
It's a matter of where we see the center of our mission, like, is our goal to put forward policies that the public wants, or is our goal to put forward, to make an impact where the department thinks we can make an impact? I mean, like, I don't. Does that make sense?
I get it, yeah. And again, I'm not saying I don't care. I'm not saying that I don't care about, doing good work. And even if sometimes we're moving the Overton window and we don't get everything we want, but at least we've shifted the conversation. I'm not saying it's not important to do that, but at some point we do need to keep an eye on, like, are we just being listened to? Because, like, it affects everything else. I've gotten the feedback from other.
Keeping track of it, I'm just wondering if we call it performance, maybe I think that.
Yeah.
Some of us.
Yeah, and I think I hear your point that, You know, we don't want to get into a situation where we are adjusting what we focus on in order to increase the amount of approvals that we get with that relationship. But at the same time, if our impact is zero, what is the value of the effort of the productivity that we're doing?
If our measurement is how many times we produce agreement and produce a change, I mean, we can increase that performance metric by just
Easily.
whatever the department
Yeah.
says. So I don't think in itself intrinsically is a good performance.
Well, nobody's looking at it, no one's looking at it by itself and saying that's the only North Star we have is to get this, but like in concert with the other things, I think it is important. I've heard qualitatively from council members, the concern that like, well, is the PAB doing good work? Like, right, like, and I'm also just being responsive a little bit to that and like.
And I've heard.
They think it's not, that's the reason. So, and we also collectively know that there's zero agreement between our sustained allegations and the chief and the city manager. We already know that. So I think the conversation is a wrong one. I think we ought to be talking about how we improve this metric. In other words, how do we, and I think it comes back to what Josh was saying, and that is that, it's a matter of bringing the public in more, bringing the community in more, that we're supposed to be a bridge between the community and the department. And also the other thing that I don't think we do, I have done it in the past before Kate resigned, but I actually think it would be useful for each of us to have regular conversations with our council people and talk about what we're doing in the PAB and
I'm
why.
interested, like.
Have you tried to talk to her?
Yeah, talking about the I've talked about things and.
Well, I'm just saying, maybe even trying to have a regular meeting, so it's not about this particular obstacle.
Like
or that
check-in
particular-
kinda.
Yeah, a check-in thing, so that, because really the blockage here is, I have to say, sometimes the blockage is council politics,
Sure.
to be honest.
Of course.
And I think that each of us should talk to our council person and others, not just our person who nominated us.
Yeah.
But that could be one very concrete thing that we could do.
So I like all that.
It's a good
I like
idea.
it.
But I think that instead of talking about how we measure our lack of impact, because we know that there's this
Okay.
problem. And so we should be thinking more, brainstorming more about maybe how to fix that. And it's not by taking more of a middle of a road, but engaging in more conversations with both the people who appoint us and the public and
So I agree
the
with that.
press.
I agree with that. So now, next year, how do we know if we did a better job?
Well,
3
we're
years.
tracking it, we're
It
always
depends
tracking.
on what you mean by a better job.
Well, okay, I mean, are we being listened to? Are our recommendations being valued?
How we improved our relationship.
How we improve, cause I absolutely agree with you, like, we should be working at that. I'm just saying we also need to have an eye, or are we improving? Or not in terms necessarily of our performance, but is our position in this landscape and the work that we're doing being more valued? Are we having more impact? It just feels like we still need to keep, we can't just say it's zero now and, okay, it's zero now, we're gonna work on it.
Well,
How
I'm
will we
just
know
saying,
it's better?
since we've been talking about the complaints and the zero agreement between us and the chief and the city manager, that's one very, I mean, we don't have to work hard to come up with that metric, that's an obvious one. The others might be whether, policy tweaks that we recommend are, agreed to by council.
Agreed.
And so forth, but I think the main thing, I mean, we will know, but I think the main thing is working to fix it through outreach, both to the community and the council.
Yeah, but that's a strategy, which you
Right.
could establish some metrics around, but really the strategy to achieve the results.
Right,
So I totally agree with Brent, like, I think we have to track it. I think it's not okay to say,
we are
We
tracking.
are tracking it, it's when, only a question whether you call it our performance.
okay,
Really, but
well,
I don't think anyone's saying don't track it.
Well,
okay, I don't think, to me, it hasn't been, like, if we wanted to make a real issue of it, it would be part of staff report at every PAB meeting. we would really, and that's how you get the assembly reviews, so other people to pick up on it. I mean, there's ways we
Right.
could really elevate this fact
So
if we
that's-
wanted to, if it was important. But I do think, if you wanna call it like an operational metric, which I would
Yeah.
suggest something like, the number of policies we review is. Because if it's performance, that means like the more policies you review, the better you are, which I don't think is the case. So we have like performance versus operational,
Yeah.
but I think we should track it and,
Yeah.
And I do just want to push back on the idea that it's inherently wrong for us to look for ways to recommend policy changes that are more likely to be implemented. I'm not, I don't know the value of recommending policy changes we know will not be implemented.
No, absolutely. I totally agree.
Right,
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, you need to be strategic about what battles you
right.
fight and absolutely you had this wonderful analogy to the game. Where you look for the.
Oh, I always talk about, I have this analogy about Jenga where, you know, every Jenga you push out blocks and you push on the one that moves the most, and that's the one you take and you put on top.
Sure.
And that's when it comes to prioritization, I think it's the same thing. I mean, like, that's the way I've been thinking about this whole EWS stuff. It's like, I've been pushing in different blocks and that's the way I'm putting top, so that's what's top of me.
Just to build on that a little bit, I'm sorry, adding in, I think that some of the way you think about that is, you know, on the lines of what people were just saying is, you can find ways to have easy wins as it were. You know, it doesn't mean that's all you do, but if you start to change that dynamic by finding things that people are more likely to agree with, right? It shifts things. My first job out of college as a lawyer or cancer, you know, people come to ask you questions and you intentionally start with questions that people answer yes to. Right, because you want people to get to that yes mindset. That's not exactly analysis. I think the other thing I was just thinking, I don't know the answer to, when you make a recommendation and it is not accepted, do you get feedback? Is there an opportunity to engage on that? Is there an opportunity to take that and weigh it? I mean, because what I've heard is they think no 100% of the time, which I believe. But then I'm wondering, what does that know include?
Complaints. I think it's difficult. I think it's difficult because let's, on a policy review level, I'll give you an example. I'm working on the off-duty conduct policy. Oftentimes when I'm reviewing this policy, I'm searching with my BPD liaison to us to collaboratively produce a recommendation or a revision. Instead of me proposing many revisions, then having them rejected. I mean, that's not what we're doing in these subcommittee meetings. We're trying to find a way, and I don't know, like, I don't know how you put a metric to that. I mean, to that process. I mean, it's difficult. I mean, the fact that we are engaged in the talks, I think is a good thing. I think that if we were to, this is helpful for me. I think if I were to be engaged in the same talks a year later, I would consider that a failure on my part. And I told them that. I said that I don't want to be talking about this a year from now. Right. I want us to figure out how to produce something. But I think it's tied to like a substantive goal for me. I mean, I have a substantive goal of making the policy less ambiguous, more able for the public to understand when a violation is happening. And there is resistance to that on the department's part. I mean, like, they just don't want to make it more, I mean, like, this is a struggle. I mean, like, because they have good reasons for why it's written the way it is, but I have good reasons for wanting to make it more definite.
And maybe so the different categories are slightly different, like the personnel complaints is the easiest one, obviously, that's a cut and dry thing. I would even think that maybe recommendations we make to council might be relatively easy to understand, right? Like it's either yes in full, partial, or none, right? You could probably just moon it, full moon, half moon, no moon, right, with that. And then I agree, then there's all this other messier stuff where we're doing the collaboration actively, that's a little harder to tell. But even at the end of that, you can sort of say, was it a success on the early system engagement, you know, did it fail, you know? But I wonder, you might have to do it, different years might have slightly different ideas, but the idea is still to get to a point of like, did we get an outcome? Did the outcome that we recommended happen?
So let's apply your metric to the situation of off-duty conduct. I mean, like, if we were to ask like, I don't know if, like, it looks taking your approach, what would that look like for this office?
So often we're gonna make a series of recommendations of policy changes.
I mean,
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm hoping that we can agree on one, but if we don't, then I
But
would.
don't you have to propose things to even know?
But I imagine it's a little more dynamic.
It's very, we're talking about them, it's like,
So I'm not saying there's 8 and then 4 yes and 4. We're just saying maybe at the end of the process, did you get to a point? And again, I realize this might be a little a fuzzier example, but like you reached, you've changed some things as a result of the process, right? And that's a success.
I wonder if you could simply say, the collaborative process was positive or negative, right? Like, in other words.
That's not an impact though, that's not impact.
Well, say it is, right? That we impacted that for a given policy initiative, we had a positive collaborative effort. And we had positive impacts and
And
input.
change was, and again, maybe we could come up with, we could work on positive, good collaboration and something changed.
Right.
Good collaboration, nothing happened. Shitty process. I don't know.
Right, or stonewall, right? I mean, I think differentiating between
Yeah.
the scenario that you're talking about, where you have a partner and have a collaborative process where you are being given the opportunity to give input and being heard with an open mind, versus the other scenarios that we have where we're stonewalled and not given any resource to collaborate with, and being able to say at the end of the year.
That's not your fault.
No, but I think, well, yes and no. I mean, I do think that we have influence on that based off of how well we establish relationships and connect with the department and our, even anything as much as doing ride along.
Well, if the department says you don't have staff to send somebody to the subcommittee, what is that? That's not about our reputation or anything.
But I think it's still I think the idea that we have negative or failed impacts as a reflection on us is I don't think the way that we should look at it. I think we should look at it as data and information that helps us to prioritize the next year, or to create broader recommendations to improve that effort. It's not, in other words, you're absolutely right, it's not our fault, but it is something that we should know that, hey, we are seeing a significant number of our policy engagements fail because we aren't getting a counterpart in the police from the department. So we need to prioritize that with the chief and talk through how we can improve that metric and get additional resources or solve that problem.
I mean, this conversation started out with us asking, how will we know if we achieve success? And I can't, it's difficult, I mean, like, if you want, maybe board member Blackaby, you can help me put this into a metric, board member knows, I don't know. But for me personally, just like, this is why I just think talking about it substantively is helpful. I would feel successful personally if this early warning system was implemented this year. I mean, like, and that we were able to impact that implementation. I mean, what metric would cap, I know I'm putting the cart before the horse, like I'm like, so sort of like saying, I wanna be able to say that, that would be a success. But that's like one thing, I mean, I would feel successful if we were able to change some language in the off-duty conduct policy, but I don't know, like, how to put a metric on that.
I think that they've articulated, I think it could even be a board, self-assessment process, like, did we have the level of collaboration that we wanted? Did we have a level of input that we wanted? Are we comfortable with the outcome?
Sure.
And if you said yes, then that's like a yes, and if you said no, that's a no, and if you said middle of the road, I think it could be as simple as that.
Yeah, self-assessment is qualitative though, right? It's not like.
Sure, but you
So
said.
policy that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking, even the fact that you're collaborating, even if it's not always, there are lots of oversight boards that have no collaboration at all with the police department. So I mean, don't undervalue the importance of activities that may not have the outcome you would ideally want, but you're still engaged in relationship building, that's another important thing.
But I mean, to maybe put it at the other side of it, if at the end of the year, we had gone through 15 different policy initiatives and had no interaction with the department on any of them, I would consider that a failure.
Or no policy changes.
And no policy changes, exactly. If we spent the entire year reviewing and writing recommendations and reaching out and being stonewalled and having no feedback and having a situation where we have no engagement with the police force, I wouldn't say that I would be happy with our effort.
So I have an evoking question. What would it look like if you collaborated with them and at the end of the day, there were no changes in policy? Because you actually, as you did the work, you agreed that their policies made sense.
That's just that.
So, yeah.
Oh, because maybe our recommendation would change. It's like, okay, but I'm taking back that recommendation because I didn't understand how it really worked.
I think that's centering. We have two relationships. We have a relationship with, we have a relationship with the board and the department. I think that's centering the board and relationship. I mean, like, instead of the board and publics. I mean, like, that's sort of what I'm focusing on, because we have people who come to us with policy complaints. They want clarification. That's a good metric we've been talking about. How many of these policy complaints are we initiating, implementing? I don't know if we even want to be at 100% for that. But I think that's something that what I started out with saying, which is that I want to center our focus and our metrics around our ability to communicate, not just with the department, but with the public.
And so just to put it, I'm pushing, I'm purposeful, but
Yeah,
what would it look like for some of that conversation to be going back to the community and saying, we heard your complaints, we discussed this with the police, and this is why we actually agree with that policy. Would that ever happen? Would that not be centering?
we did it one time with this interaction that we had at a couple board meetings ago, where we were talking about the badge number. And this person, and one of the activists said, is it a violation? Like, they were asking us to investigate policy violations for not providing the right badge number initially. And we were just there in that meeting, the liaison was there, Lieutenant Montgomery, and he said, yes, it's a violation. And then we were like, great, I mean, like, that's.
No, but then he explained why in that
And then-
particular instance,
and then he
it was
gave-
because of
yes.
somebody having to wear somebody else's, I forget.
Yes, I don't know how we put it.
It was a temporary replacement or something, I don't know.
Right.
But
So,
But there was feedback, and that's the.
yeah, and I'm just asking that not to sort of say, oh, this was wrong, but just, I'm just trying to help people like, expand, like, how you think about what success is.
And I feel like I dissent as in, I think we talk about how we have more than enough to do. And I feel like developing these matrices or whatever
Yeah,
are
I'm kind of thinking that too.
a make do process. I mean, we don't have to do it. I mean,
Maybe at the annual retreat each year.
maybe at the annual retreat each year, we talk about our successes and failures. But to have to develop a formal process by which we judge ourselves or our impact, I don't think it's a useful conversation, frankly.
I really disagree with that.
I know you do,
Yeah,
but that's just,
How do we operate?
for what, is it for internal purposes, external purposes?
Both, but how are
I mean-
you like accountable to anybody if you don't identify how you're going to assess your effectiveness and report it out? How are we accountable and who are we accountable to?
So, you're talking about judging our effectiveness. And that goes back to judging our impact. And this is the conversation that we had a few minutes ago, and that is that our effectiveness is so contingent on our external judges, let's say, the department, the city manager, the city council, that I don't see how we can judge our success or performance based on whether they like us, based on whether we are able to convince them of our position. So I don't know what to do with that. And I don't know, because I think this has been a really hardworking oversight body for the past year. Really hardworking, really smart. We have put together some really good policies. And yet we have faced these obstacles that mean that our impact hasn't been that terrific.
No, but
And
I
so-
I feel like you haven't been listening to, because we just talked about how on the policy front, you would identify, the impact based on, like, we talked about a self-assessment tool, level of collaboration, are you comfortable with the final result? Did you have the ability to have input into the policy? Like, that's how we talked about it there. I think there's this kind of disagreement on the policy, on the complaint investigation result, but we talked about that as an operational metric, maybe not a performance metric. But I do think to some extent, it can't just be like a self-congratulatory exercise where we feel like we're doing great work, but we have no identified impact on the operations of either the police department or the council. Then I don't, like, what's the point? So I do feel like, maybe where we are at fault is for not effectively communicating both what we are doing and how the, parties that are receiving our work product, what they're doing with it. So maybe that tells us we need to focus more on a communication strategy.
That's the reason I said I thought we were having the wrong conversation, because we know that we have confronted obstacles over the last year, more than a year. And we know what those obstacles are. And, we've had some impact. I'm not saying we haven't had any impact, but I think the conversation is more about how we increase our impact rather than trying to develop some matrix of success. So,
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point, and I think to sort of try to put these two together, what we lack today is any clarity on the impact, right? So I feel like most of or to put it another way, we are never going back to previous work in our board meetings. So if, for example, part of our board meeting was results of our previous complaint rulings and feedback from the council on our previous recommendations, and staff is able to say, okay, so we sent this memo, and this memo, here's the responses that we got, and then we can say from that, was this a positive outcome or a negative outcome? And if negative, if it didn't meet the impact we wanted, what are we doing, right? Like, do we need to talk to Emily in the press? Do we want to include this as part of an annual report, or, but I think that at least including the outcome of our efforts in our meetings and making that information public and clear, even that alone feels like it starts to move the needle towards actual impact.
So I know Ansel wanted to get in.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that this is a very hard discussion, and I'm glad you're having it. But you don't have to do it alone, and I think, like, you're all community members and you represent different districts, but then why not bring in the community and say, what does a successful PAB look like to you? Have a community forum, and we talked about potentially doing surveys, but we'll get more feedback from the stakeholders and see what they want to see out of a PAB.
I agree with that.
Good idea.
I would be in favor of having a town hall.
Yeah,
I think it's a great idea, and I think also, seeing how other more mature, bodies are, I guess we're very mature people.
You really are.
Other, I don't know what, other police accountability boards might have already done some level in this regard that we could take a look at.
Well, that's what I'll just add, and part is like, I don't feel, I'm not doing this because I feel like I wanna be defensive about the metric. I wanna track the metric as much because I wanna point out to everybody else where they're not participating. It's not that I think it's gonna look poorly on us. I think it's to say, why is it a 0% agreement rate on this? Why didn't the count, like, it's like, that's not our fault entirely. Like, so I'm not doing this to sort of be an exercise of self-congratulation or feeling good about myself. It's like, there's a problem with the system.
And you guys also need to look at your role, and I think unless we have a metric, it's harder to make that point.
I wonder if simply redefining it as outcomes instead of impact, does that make a little bit more sense?
Or success,
Right, to track outcomes of our efforts.
That's fine. I just, you know,
Oh, I hear you, yeah.
it's just more work.
Well, I appreciate you raising that, because that is in the back of my mind.
Yeah.
I remember one time, so the office, so there's like way too much work and we have too much to do and we need to narrow and focus.
Right.
And there's so many things that you don't want to do that sound and I think are very important. So.
Yeah.
So we're still in this performance metrics section, and one of the questions I was going to ask people, so done is, what measurable outcomes would truly reflect the effectiveness of the board considering the community's needs and expectations?
We just, I think, said we don't really know.
Right.
So we were talking about like a town hall or a way to engage the community in helping us.
I think we even propose a few things you're thinking about and get feedback, so it's not completely open-ended, like, what do you, so it's like, here's 5 or 6 things, we're thinking about, what do you think, other things, what do you think?
Yeah, I would.
Get a little structure, exactly.
I think some internal, like, these are not performance metrics per se. I don't want to get hung up in what we call them. But like these, I'm gonna call them like more on the operational side. I think we should do some kind of assessment. This could be done through surveying PAB. Like how effective do we think our meetings are, or meeting structure? I know I am like really drowning in like getting materials at the last minute and like so many materials, so voluminous. So I think a little bit of that, like how are they run? Do we think, because there's also a very different ways we can structure. We have to have so many meetings because it's a lot of meetings and a huge burden for staff. I would die if I would put on like 2 board meetings a month. Cause I have to do one every other month and it's just a tremendous workload.
That's my job.
We can structure them, so only one meeting a month is like new business and the other one is something different. That would reduce, I think, the burden on staff and also help us structure our work better. And I'm not suggesting that right now, I'm simply saying, I think some metrics or assessment of how well we are functioning in the administrative side would be useful, for us, even if in the initial pass, it's not really a metric, it's an objective for this year that we do a survey and kind of do some kind of assessment of our functioning. And the last piece I'll say on that is one of our mandated activities is, I believe every 2 years, to review our processes. So this would fall right there.
Well, you'd be able to, collect monthly, semi-annual data and then aggregate that into your process. Without, unless if you're not tracking that, you won't know it in 2 years what's well and so.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Well, so when would we talk about that? Cause I had made a note this morning saying, I want to know how the agendas are created, how we get our meetings can be more efficient. So is that something we should talk about today, or are we saying a future board meeting, or?
I would think that you could tie that in part to this calendar Gantt chart, whatever system you want to call it, because again, it's not gonna be perfect. But then you can kind of plot through the course of the year, or even a 2-year cycle, what are the things you want to be doing? And I think that can help you with that.
And I know board were, because you've been very vocal about expanding goals, and that, I think that's an overdue process there, like. Put in all, I think it's codify all these different things, I think, there's language there about your agenda process. We don't need to follow it, but we do it, and like just picking at stuff that maybe is there or shouldn't be there, and. That'd be, I think, a good investment of time and resources and standards.
Well, could we, I mean, I'm fine with doing some of that today, but also we could put it on agenda for an upcoming meeting, just to follow up on some of these conversations. And I would love to have staff's recommendation, because I do have a very explicit goal of reducing your workload associated with these meetings. Because I think if we can do that, then maybe we can also get materials further in advance and not that. But I would like, so maybe you have a recommendation.
Charter measure. I don't know why they put the amount of meetings in the charter,
I
so.
know, it's crazy. But if we had one that it was not new business.
Right, no, I like
Or
it.
just discussion, and the intent of the meeting is to have discussion, we are not gonna have material.
So I would volunteer to chair a subcommittee on trying to put together our recommendations for operational efficiency and processes breakdown to bring to council so that we can separate it from the actual 2-week meeting, but rather review some recommendations in partnership with staff to say, here's ways that we can structure the meeting, here's a Gantt chart, here's initial process and systems and tools that we might use for tracking policies, things along those.
And then, I will volunteer to be on that with you unless Chip wants to, because I think as like chair or vice chair, that'd be good.
Yeah,
And, I'd like to take up as well this issue, because it's not required by the Brown Act, but our procedural rules. Like the fact that we're voting on, agendas, that we are voting motions to adjourn and all this stuff, it's actually not required in the Brown Act, so I would like us to look at that too, because there's ways we can make it more efficient, just right there.
right.
I think that's the interplay with the commissioner's manual and the
Ah.
But we're not required to use Robert's rules.
They don't, I guess.
We are.
There's nothing that's not in other rules to default to Robert's rules for anything else.
That's not like a.
We can look into that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cause that does take a lot of time.
It takes a lot.
You mentioned going to council with boards.
At the board.
Yeah, I think he meant.
Yes, so.
Oh, yeah.
It's coming back.
And I think we can sort of come to the natural end of this discussion. Is there anything else? Subcommittee.
Yeah, and again, I think we should have something about some outreach group or something like that too, because I think there's a similar.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy to work on that.
Well, that's later.
That's later.
Oh,
Next on the
I
agenda.
didn't see that. Okay, great. Well, then we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Did you feel, Brian, satisfied at all with our conversation around?
Extremely disappointed.
Yeah, I don't know, there's no like landing spot with.
It's good enough.
Okay,
And I don't think everything is measurable, not everything's measurable, like, I totally get it, but like, we're moving the ball a little bit and.
the self-assessment is, fits in that.
Yeah.
I think it's important.
How happy do we all feel about it?
Everybody's smart.
Like, I don't think all the way at the end, but I think I think we've made progress, and I think there's some areas that I think we can move on quickly, and then there's some things we're still gonna figure out.
I mean, if you're able to, like, some metrics that you think.
Sure.
I mean,
No, look, and I think the whole idea about the community stuff is great, because I think we could take an initial list of like, here's the things we're thinking about. Discuss it internally on a future board meeting, take it to members of the community, are there other things that you would show impact that you wanna see? You know, I think that'll help us formulate it, so I'm happy to first stab at it for sure. And sounds like, hopefully,
We'll look at also group things like talking to reporters, quarterly, annual.
that, I think will come out on the outreach thing. Yeah. Yeah. I would think this metrics thing's a little bit, separate from that, but I'm happy to work with you on first set of metrics, so we could reopen the wound at the next meeting and, see where we're all set. Exactly.
Okay, so where are we?
Too many pieces of paper. Yeah. That's a lot to paper. So, okay, I think, we haven't had our 10:30. And I know that there were at least someone that's important. It seems like we kind of got the flow and people are into it,
I
so.
think Josh had suggested to me that he wanted some informal time. I mean, we don't have time for.
Two.
Donald Trump's executive time.
So So things for people this. Each other and have a little plan, and I think we just kind of need to forward.
Yeah. I think salads and I like apples.
Consider pie. And.
I think that's also the record.
Last concert or something.
No.
No, like to use a lot of the record. Are you gonna like watch it?
Been there, done that.
Yeah, they're people. This is the way this is going. I do think that thinking about whatever you do next year, thinking about just building some time in, or maybe you're doing something where it's.
Social, we did this once at around Christmas, we could find just a social event and we can't discuss business and then it's not subject to the grant. And we could just go have drinks.
And I'm suggesting you do some things, sounds silly, some people read it and some people love it, but it is good for people to get to know things like, other than what you think, what's your review, which is. And things that they do, all people about like facilitation, retreats, blah. And I think we get so focused on the work, especially in overstudy, that we just sort of put everything else to the side. So. I would not do that, or not actually do it.
No, I just imagine getting that. Have you seen that team building activity where you, you like.
Talks to me like.
Yeah, it's set up your day, well, it's not this kind of business, but it's so forth to guys. That was good.
Yeah. It was great. So let's at least take a moment and have a full break. All right, okay, where are we? Well, now we're looking ahead and thinking strategically.
Okay.
So I've been thinking about this for weeks, and I told myself it may change the day of, and it even did happen. So I think, you know, we come up with a whole bunch of decisions / points of agreement, some potential measurements of success, some possible goals. And even in the agenda, there were some ideas for goal areas, you know, possible discussion topics, some of which have come up, some of which haven't. I'm not trying to introduce new things. And I guess for me, it feels like it would be important to try to just step back a little bit. And there's a couple of, I mean, one way is kind of go through all the different things and sort of, you know, bucket them, try to group them together. Another would be just to step back and say, what, you know, I guess, how do you put it? What would success really look like? You know, and again, I think this has come up, you know, in terms of the role of the community, collaboration, relationships with other agencies. And again, one thing would be to come up with, to go through all those ideas and try to group them. A different thing would be actually to break up into like 2 or 3 groups and just talk through things. And I'm just trying to watch the group and nobody's giving me much.
Or small enough group that we can just, this is my, I don't think we need to break into small
Okay.
groups. I think this is pretty small.
Agreed.
All right, so people want to do it as a committee of the whole.
Yeah.
And are there 2 or 3 overarching concepts that are really important? I mean, I've heard a lot about outreach, I've heard a lot about policy, recommendation, review.
I think the town hall is something that, I don't know, how you know,
That's the outreach, right? That's a good.
that's something, people seem excited about that, so that's like under community outreach, right? Do people,
Yeah, absolutely. The question is how to get people to come,
right,
because I wonder if we could, I don't know.
Well, let's not get too much, let's not go there yet, right? Because I'm just trying to think frame maybe the 3 big ideas. So one is just generally outreach, connection, community, right?
And connection to, with the press. And Berkeley side has a new, what's his name, Nico Savage, yeah.
I'll just include, this is just, I'll include press as part of the community, there are distinctions.
Yeah, I'd love to put something out there and get a sense from the board if you feel like this is something that we should consider a priority. Do we consider efficacy of the police force and the impact on safety of our community and how well we are, for example, arrest rates and crime rates, et cetera, hiring, things along those lines, as something that we would want to care about and prioritize as a board? What do you think about that?
well, I don't know what we do with that, I mean, if
Yeah.
we say, sounds like we'd be coming off as being critical of them, and what are we? I don't know. If we're looking at the department's success rate, if we're evaluating them and oversight, it kind of makes sense.
Right, or like prioritization of, you know, and you've heard me ask a fair bit about like the retail theft rates or, you know, car break-in rates or, you know, how much policing is happening in different areas of the city, et cetera. Like, I think, sort of outside of specific policy, outside of, specific programs, the sort of data-driven opinions on how effective the police force is.
You can also see that in conjunction with the outreach, which is like, we're the voice of concerned Berkeley citizens about, are we being well served by the department, right, or, right? So that almost would fit into some of the outreach, that would be almost another, why should you do outreach, is like, you want to hear concerns about the public, represent the concerns of the public.
Well, so what that brings up is a question I asked, I mean, just when I spoke with both of you. You know, what would policing look like in Berkeley if you were successful in your work, say 5 years from now? I mean, maybe that's kind of a way to get to that, I mean, because you're thinking more specific things, but also, what would the vision be, not for your success in terms of the actual specific things you're doing, but like, what would be the change state? In Berkeley, it's almost like, what's your theory of change, is blown, but.
Well, that's a very big question. I want to respond to your more narrow question, because I think it is where my like real interest lays. And so my stream of consciousness unorganized thinking in, it's certainly come up for me on the budget side. It comes up for me every time we have a meeting and we hear the department's update and we're meeting with staffing. Because I think we're taking as a given that we need the level of staffing that the department identified, and to do what? Whereas, as I'm looking at it, I mentioned this earlier, I'm not looking at patrol, I'm looking at clearance rates and actually solving crime, which is different than arrests as well.
Right.
I also am like really interested in arrests versus the DA choosing to file charges and what happens in the criminal process. Like, I think there are a lot of different, not to use our lightning word of metrics, but there are different ways to measure police efficacy. And unfortunately for the community, a lot of it has evolved, I think, to patrol, like how many officers you have driving around and maybe what your response time is. But when you look at like the auditors, the calls for service analysis, very small percentage of our calls for service in Berkeley are actually like class 1 felonies. So there are a lot of very low level stuff happening. And then you've got a longer response time. I don't know that that's bad, right? So I guess I would say, I think you're right. I just don't know, maybe if we even all have an agreement on what it should look like. But I know for me, I am interested in that question. Like, I would rather have a police department that solves crime than a department where we just have a lot of people driving around on patrol. And you don't solve crime through patrol. That's not. So, and then I'm also very interested in what we are doing to implement the SCU. We were supposed to be diverting the specialized care unit, like our version of the hoops, the organ. Okay, we're supposed to be diverting all these low-level calls. What's actually happening with that? And I raised it with our FIP report and was told, well, that's another city commission that's looking at SE, maybe the mental health
That's
commission.
the mental health.
But that,
It's us too.
if we're really interested in these macro level questions of how is our department structured, is this an effective use of resources? Are we having the intended like public safety impact on the community? We would be looking at that.
Well, maybe we
So I think
could,
it's a great question, and that's my rambling answer.
how about if we could ask the department, we could make a request that they do a presentation, in-depth presentation, and we'd love for you to cover these 3 or 4 topics. I mean, rather than us, I mean, I'm not sure how we would take it on, but at a minimum, ask them to provide some answers, some information, as rather than the chief's report where it's a X number of crimes and we've got 154 officers or whatever.
Well, but the SCU was part of reimagining. So how about we have Carrie, is that her name?
Well, from the
From the city manager's office, who's in charge of the reimagining implementation. I think, and even part of our training should be that she should give us, really, this is long overdue, a presentation on where all that stands. It's the SCU, but it's also the ceasefire. What's it called here? It's not called ceasefire, it's called something else. And there's a whole slew of things that has mostly been put on hold for years now.
Well, isn't
And
that what they just did with council?
They did make a presentation.
But they actually said like a lot of it's implemented. It's very similar to our FIT.
Well, I would like a presentation. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, so especially so we could ask questions and everything.
Right.
But I think that's even like one level down from your question, which is, are these things that we care about? They're really big indicators beyond our work, it's like how the department's performing or community perceptions of public safety or something.
Or even to, you know, operationalize it a little bit. It is a separate set of work around defining questions and then looking for answers in the data around those questions of, you know, the efficacy of the SCU or the, rates of clearance versus arrest versus incidents, and sort of asking those questions, looking for those answers, and then voicing our opinions as to whether those trends are going in the right or wrong direction. Right? That's sort of an entirely separate set of work product to everything else that we talked about all day.
Yeah.
Right, which makes me a little concerned, do we have,
Yeah.
can we take that on, but at a minimum, I think we ought to have one of our board meetings focused on these issues, or maybe if we do a town hall, that's part of it. I don't know if we could do a joint town hall with the department or have them speak to some of these issues. But at a minimum, let's get that information, have a presentation, and then see where it goes. But I don't think we could take that on necessarily as a goal for the year that we're going to, you know, that would be a major focus given all the other
Yeah.
things.
I really think to start, we need to have the reimagining presentation
Sure.
as one of our, or part of a meeting. And I would not want to do a combined town hall with the department, because I
Yeah.
think we want to speak directly to the
Yeah.
community.
But Alex, I think like, big picture to me, like that feels like the 3 to, in terms of a 3 to 5 year vision, I think that's where we should be steering the ship.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can get there soon, but also like just thinking about like, it's the police accountability board, right? Like it's, right, like is the police being accountable to our community, broadly speaking, right? Is the police performing the way our community wants the police? Like, I feel like it's in scope somewhere
Right.
eventually, right? Like, I think we should be heading in that direction.
Short term.
Yeah, right, but I do think that, you know, we have, at least my experience thus far, is our focus when we define police accountability is holding police accountable to the expectations that we have based on our existing policy and complaints that come in, and it is reactive to the current state.
Yeah.
Versus whether we consider accountability to be overall police effectiveness.
Yeah.
And does that fall into our purview? And I think, like, and more than anything else, I just want to sort of gauge whether we consider police efficacy in our purview, not just accountability.
I'd say quickly, with all the conversation about policy, I think that I had this assumption that there was an element that's not just, these policies are hurting people, but
Right.
these are the policies we think that our police department should have. I mean, but maybe that's not how people have been thinking.
Right, but like distribution of police on patrol versus detectives is, I don't consider that, I don't think there's a policy that would point to.
Clearance rates and all that.
Structure.
Right.
I'm sure we could find a way to bootstrap it in there, like the budget, this is the way that, like, we're looking at it, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't be, because I think it's almost thing we're getting distracted by all this micro level. Not we, the sitting around here, but the structure of this police accountability function, it's almost like a distraction. Because it's so individualized either to a person or a policy. Whereas these big questions of like, why does the police budget keep growing? When our crime rate is down, these are hypothetical, the big questions, who's asking those?
Yeah.
And who is holding the system to that level of accountability? I think no entity. So
Is it?
I think it's a great question, and
Again, the city council members, they do this all the time, they have their district-wide public safety meetings, but this could be a potential keynote event of the board. The state of policing in Berkeley, and everybody every year looks forward to this town hall and discuss these very important issues. And now this proposal institutionalize it, part of one 3-year, 5-year plan.
Or look, can we insert ourselves, I mean, in those councils specifically, like if they're having the DPD come, they should have somebody from PAB come and talk about it.
I agree, yeah.
We can try.
I mean, yeah, I mean, no, all we do is try, I mean,
But it does it, and this is where like the benefit of your unique position within city government, like. It may be beneficial to be participate in that, but it also might give you different audience, a different perspective, as you always say, so.
I see what you're saying, sure.
So, again, this is another transparency moment, not critical, hopefully myself or you. So this is interesting and good, but I think I was trying to frame like, what's the big picture? And we got to something that is big picture, but is also kind of granular. So, I guess almost going back to, is the idea that a goal for the year would be to start a process to widen the scope of the board's authority to. I mean, that's what people think. Again, this is in light of all the stuff you talked about that you.
No, and I think having a presentation would start that.
Right, I mean, that's a very, I mean, I wrote it, I think it's a good thing to do, but that's not like a big strategic goal. So is that in service of a bigger strategic goal, or is it a good thing to do that, you know?
I thought maybe we were saying as a long-term goal, we would look at the department efficacy, the state of policing in Berkeley. But that we couldn't necessarily take that on in any really effective way
You know, if you think about
this
that,
year, but.
yeah, and that's really the fire, like, we got a bunch of like, blocking and tackling we need to do to get things shored up on the core mission. And we should spend the
Right.
next year making
Right.
sure we really do that, but also have an eye toward where we're going. And I think what
Right.
you've articulated is a really compelling vision for where we should be going. So this is a transition to that point, maybe, so this is how I
Yeah.
would think about it. And to Leah's point, I mean, we are gonna start a little bit, and you guys are already working on it in fair and impartial policing, and so like, we're touching on it in these pieces,
Right.
we're working on it in budget, all the questions we sent back to the chief were like, tell us about how you're changing the budget next year to affect the clearance rates coming down, or tell us how the SCU fit into your plans for next year, like, we're asking these questions in the context of the budget, so we'll get some, it's not it will not be a full comprehensive look.
Right.
But we're trying to look at it in those terms and not just line item 5B says 50,000 versus 40,000. Why is that? We're trying not to be that level, but more at a strategic level. I mean, we've had 2 conversations. She's been open, and then we came back with a very specific list of things, and we'll see what comes back. TBD, but very engaging.
So one of the things about the efficacy of the police is that when we review policy, and when we review, especially, for example, the surveillance ordinance policies, like the ALPRs and the fixed cameras and so forth, I've always been trying to push for data-based approaches to policing. Okay, so this is sort of a more micro level answer to the question of efficacy. In other words, what are the effective approaches to crime prevention or clearance rates? And are these more expensive technologies the answer? Do they work? Do they not? In other words, we as a body are often looking at efficacy through the lens of these individual policies.
Right.
And use policies and acquisition reports and so forth. So it's not something that we've overlooked entirely, but it's, always within that context.
Right. I wonder if sort of one element, one nexus that we hold between the department and the community would put us in a position to try to evaluate whether the priorities that the chief and the department have set match the priorities that the community has for their department. And that's, the budget is a big part of that. I think a presentation from the chief around their 2024 priorities might be valuable, or what they consider to be their core mission and key focus, right? So for example, I could imagine the chief focusing in on increasing patrol, where the community wants to focus more on mental health And understanding where the differences are and trying to sort of articulate. And better align those two groups, like that seems like a space that we could occupy.
And so that would be part of the budget review process, or just?
So I think the budget is a, it's a canary in the coal mine of police, of the department's priorities.
Yeah.
I think there's some work that we should do that we've talked about with outreach to understand the community's priorities, but. I don't think there's anybody else that's in as good a position as we are to answer that question of, are the police doing what the community wants them to do?
How are we defining community? We keep using that term, but I think we may look at it a certain way. But what is the community? Presumably it's all the residents of Berkeley, right? But there's a very small group that's very vocal. I'm just thinking maybe we've never really.
Yeah, that's a very
Thought
technical
about that.
conversation oversight, and I'm sure people also will say, and businesses, business
Right.
owners or businesses, entities,
Right.
but.
So we're making assumptions about who are constituents, if we're viewing them as constituents.
Yeah, I mean, I would just throw out there is that I really try to define community as everybody, all the stakeholders, people who live, work, play, go to school in your community and are subject to asking for help from law enforcement, meeting police. And often people mean something different. They say community, they mean
Right.
those most impacted negatively, those who historically, those who are most vulnerable, and some combination thereof, but. I mean, my sense would be, and I'll stop giving advice, I think one of the things about a board like this in any community is that you have to be aware of the communities who need special attention while also being able to hear and speak to all parts of the community. So it's not always an easy balance, but it's you want to center those most impacted, but you can't only do that, because otherwise you become we're the people who are advocating on behalf of a certain set of people. And then that reduces, I think, ultimately your impact.
So I was just thinking about patrolling. Some people may want more officers on patrol. They may like that. Other people may really not like that.
Right.
But I think there, it's like, what do we understand about the impact of control on public safety? There are like studies on this, and you have to get to such a high volume of police on patrol for it to actually impact public safety. So I think that is important too, and for us to even be a body that is educated about that and is able to communicate that, but that again speaks to where do we see our role?
Well, maybe we could have more, maybe we could focus, because we do have this training requirement of 40 hours that none of us, even those of us who've been on board longer, have met. Maybe we could keep that a little more in the forefront of our mind, and maybe staff could help us remember this, and like every other meeting or every couple of months, have a training, not more than half an hour. I don't think we need it to be long. And it could be, some experts speaking to us via Zoom even about what's the latest stats on the efficacy of patrol or clearance rate, what impacts whatever it is, to inform us, because we need to be educated before we can even come up with the recommendations, right? And maybe some of us know these things and others of us don't, and it would also be a good service to the public to have those kind of presentations and trainings that we all still need to do.
And I'm sorry, I would say that it's being where those things are very contested. And you can get experts from different places who will tell you very different things. And so I think it's not neutral. I mean, I think I come out of an activist background and my friends as activists, we're pretty clear about how things are, but not everybody agrees. And you can come up with statistics and studies that will demonstrate different things. So just be mindful that if you start doing that, it doesn't tell some people we're here to listen to this voice and not that voice. So I think it's just something to really be.
We could get sources that seem more neutral. I mean, I don't know anything about this area, but some sources have more
Multiple
credibility than
voices on
others.
either side.
Exactly.
Right, I think if I were to define, thinking about the 3 to 5 year vision for this board and what that means for this year, I would really see sort of three outcomes I would hope to see this year. One being training and better clarification for us around, trying to start to form opinions on what is effective policing. And then, increasing our visibility on, communication with the community, with all different facets of the community, what they consider effective policing and what the police department considers effective policing. So you can imagine throughout the year, we are incorporating into our board meetings a combination of presentations not at a incident level, but at a macro goals and priorities level from the chief. And then similarly, whether it's events or surveys or other outreach efforts to better understand what our community's priorities are. Right, like if we did those, again, not necessarily forming opinions or putting out papers, but simply starting to better inform and pay attention to that question.
I like that idea.
Well, I think another goal has to be around for policy review. Check out goals for this year, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, like doing what we teed up today, like actually implementing it.
yeah.
And doesn't it tie to your memo that you do about the policy review process?
Oh, wow, that's. Yes, which it might be a little old at this point.
Yeah, but I think like that would be a very important thing for us to do this year. Also concretely, like if we're getting more tactical, I would like to issue recommendations on the BPD budget this year.
Yeah, for sure.
Get our annual report. And
Sure.
like have a associated communication strategy.
What is the timeline on that? Do you guys know? I mean, the budget timeline for.
Well, the budget we- Yeah.
So when would we need to do,
Well, April,
will we have the opportunity to
I
get?
think we'll start with something great.
So that's, I mean, this parts of our.
I know, listen, we had the whole calendar, right, we could, yeah.
And when do you think we're getting to the
I
end?
didn't want to put one thing on top of that, I'm trying to get it to this month, this March.
I think it would be good to frame the town hall around the release of the annual report, that we have. I think
That's
there's
a good
there's a
idea.
lot of conclusions that we can draw from it, that we can highlight for whoever the community may be. I have opinions about who the community is that I don't have to go into right now, but I think it's helpful, to put top line what we've been struggling with for them and for them to give their input so that we can bring it. We can actually formalize that back to council as well. I mean, these are their constituents too.
Yeah, I love that.
And so when are we imagining this town hall? Because also we have these two reports coming out, the Fair and Impartial and the Downtown Task Force, which the public is very interested in, I think, some
We
segments
can
of the
discuss
public.
all of this.
And it seems to me that it would draw
Yeah.
people to the event
Right,
if we had it focused on those three things.
I think so too.
But I don't want to do it
Yeah.
I don't want to schedule the town hall prematurely, we wanted to.
I'd also suggest we may not want to blow it all in one block, like maybe we
That's
think
true.
about how to partial, because then we have reasons to be doing 2 big or 3 big meetings because. we
Right,
wanna have a
right.
thing.
I don't know if we want to do 3 different big.
Yeah,
Because I'm thinking it might be hard for us to.
No, I'm thinking the Fair and Impartial together with the annual report,
something like that, right, and then.
Yeah.
Not with that.
not the downtown one, maybe a separate splash.
Great, which is great.
Question though, did you envision having a town hall before the report goes to council, because within the charter, after you approve, it goes to council, so we try to speak that in between?
What do they do with it?
Yeah, what do they do?
Go to the council.
Present it.
Just present it.
Oh, then afterwards.
I think a roadshow of the report after it's done.
Yeah,
And I was curious, it's like a hook to,
Yeah.
say, here's something we've done, we want to hear from you about what you think, what else, what it says to you, it's like a.
yeah.
Is there a deadline for that, Hansel?
No.
I propose late June, early July.
I don't know. If you get too far into summer, people aren't around, they're on vacation,
Late May.
Late May.
late May. sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm not
Back-
around late June.
When does, school, when is,
June or worth.
Actually, it's good to have the, yeah, it's good to have those people here as well. Those people.
Those people.
So my people.
Yeah, I think it's, well, is that right, May 17th?
UC Berkeley's out, like, because the whole question about that special elections is coming too late for most of the students.
Yeah, they didn't like that.
So that's mid-May is UC Berkeley, and then early June, like June 4th is like the.
Okay, with that in mind, I would propose early May.
Do we, do you have time for that? I mean, I don't know. Did that sound,
Because
does that-
then you have to actually have a report, you have to find a venue, you have to do the outreach, that would give you, like, in theory, 8 weeks to start to do all that, but that's cool, I think.
You know, the
haven't done-
reports are ready, are the reports to me are the.
Yeah, well, that might be is tough.
Oh, I don't know.
And getting before council.
I don't know.
Convince yourselves and then not do it well.
I think you got one in the sort of first half of the year and one in the second half of the year, speaking.
Yeah. Just not too far into the summer.
I agree.
December, September, not too far.
I think we're talking about the first
Yeah,
one.
first one.
The
So,
second one, September, actually.
what about late May? What did we decide about that?
It's, yeah.
It's a student like problem because there's so many students that leave town after mid-May.
Well, part of that
Business.
discussion, one of the things that was really beneficial when we launched it through the ALPR discussion is that you don't necessarily need the whole board there, so we were able to offer it over Zoom. So it made it accessible no matter where you were.
Can you cover it or?
That could be something that could be done.
I'm just thinking of the public too, and a lot of, people go on vacation in the summer, but mid-May, would that work?
Just not on my, not on my graduation.
The only struggle I'm trying to see right now is the city council agenda, because they
Oh, right.
get it on their calendar, so if they do have specific timeline.
They recently changed it.
Yeah.
Did you venture?
May 9th.
Have you done town halls before?
I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, they're not
September.
Yeah.
But they did that ALPR, what was the ALPR process?
Yes.
Oh, that was a town hall. That was mostly Zoom, though. The ALPR town hall was. Oh, see, we had the pandemic for so long. That was all Zoom, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
What was ALPR?
the automatic license plate reader.
Oh, later, getting feedback.
All right, so I mean, I'm guilty of people saying, we are in the weeds, really, I'm trying to calendar it.
So I think we need to, if we're gonna do it, we need to really pin it down as much as we can.
And I guess the question is, it's an idea that just came up in the last 15 minutes, so does it need to happen in the next 6 to 12 weeks?
I think
I
so.
think it's.
I mean, it's a good idea, but it's not like, would it be good, but does it need?
That was tied to my suggestion about tying into the annual report and
Yeah.
the annual report does have a lot of things that we want people to know about, and it's important to get them to hear that.
Right.
And they're, I don't know.
And
any
if
member-
6 months ago, the annual report came out, it's
I don't
nice
know
to.
any member of the public that's gonna read the annual report, that we're producing.
All
except-
of you?
Nah.
So they're like,
Like, half public, half not public, that's but I do think it's important to have, it.
If we do it sooner rather than later, I'm afraid the fair and impartial might not be part of it because it has to go, we can't do it in a town hall before taking it to council.
I see.
And first, we have to get the department to be engaged with us.
Yeah,
And then we have to bring it to the board, and then it has to be agendized to council, and early May is around the corner.
So why don't we just do it on the annual report, because
That's right.
this is gonna be our opportunity to talk about metrics.
That's right.
Yeah,
so-
yeah.
I think that's fine.
So I'm just giving you tangible data, like, so May 21st, if you wanted to do that, as due to the clerk on April 18th.
Why does this have to go to the city council? This is,
The
that's the
annual report?
oh, I'm talking about doing a town hall.
No, but if we release the annual report, it's supposed to go to council.
Unless you're trying, and I don't know if you wanna do that, but you were trying to seek feedback on your annual report, okay.
like, what is the purpose of the town hall?
Roadshow, it's a roadshow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the idea, the town hall, as we're thinking of it, is inviting people to hear us talk through.
The last
the
2
annual
years.
report.
And so-
You to hear, you know.
Well, that's separate, and it doesn't sound like, in other words, we could, in April, we could do, listening tour and solicit feedback and wouldn't have to have anything prepared necessarily other than sort of planning the event, but if it is we are presenting information, then I think we need to be a little.
I think it's nice to have something that you lead with
I think so too.
and then plenty of time for feedback.
Yeah, but it's not as if we're asking for feedback, will be incorporated at the annual
Definitely
report,
not.
because that's just
Facts, yeah, right. We just want it to be more widely known.
disseminated.
Right.
I mean, to me, that goes back to this broader idea, in my head, I have three initiatives for you guys.
Yeah.
But about increasing outreach and connection to the community.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what that falls
So
under.
you can't. So they're on some website, that anybody can access it anytime and no one ever does.
Right.
So it's a way to use it, both to get it out there, but then also to start to say, hey, we're out here, we want to hear from you.
Yep.
So it sounds like it's almost like kicking off a new focus on increasing outreach.
And we could even institutionalize that, and every year, when we issue the annual report, we have a town hall.
Yes,
Right, and so so you can kind of set that up, so you do it, you only get 37 people and you know 29 of them by name. Well, it's the first year, you know, and then the next year you have more time, you pass the other one. So I mean, it's okay to do something that's so. That's right.
No more than 10 meetings.
It's coming, okay.
That's great.
So what we used,
So if you look at the end of May, so May 21st council meeting, the report has to be moved to clerk on April 18th. So if I bring it to you, this next meeting and or the next one, then you will approve it. And then we will have time to take it to council by the. Yes.
Which would be our goal regardless of town hall, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, you have to make that happen.
Right, to get it.
and then the town hall will be after that, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Does that work for, okay. In terms of the students, that would have to be hybrid then,
For them, yeah, sounds good.
We're looking
Josh?
Sorry.
To have a town hall in June, is that a problem?
I mean, that goes back to what you were saying about it being vacation time for many people. Is the last week of May is not a good time.
It's not.
Okay.
And there's Memorial Day weekend, which is also,
When's that?
last.
Oh, it's the last
Last Monday in May, so.
weekend in May.
So, I mean, I think that there's going back to sort of the general question around our strategy, there's this. The public outreach strategy as a priority, I think we've all defined. There's the policy and procedure guide, you know, just the meat and potatoes work. I'm curious, we had a couple other things here and just sort of throw a bunch of stuff out to. One, just carrying off of that is do care about our relationship with the UC Police Department and the UC Police Accountability Board. Given that does seem to be a fairly hot button issue within the community. And then we also had written down here, working effectively with the police department, police union, city attorney's office and city council. And just to sort of say, are there other things that we would consider strategic goals?
We can talk offline about the date, I think, hammer on the details on the UCPD thing. I personally would not want to get involved with UCPD, but with the accountability board that's forming, I know that the director has had some conversation with someone at some point. I mean, informally, I would say yes. I don't think that formally, I mean, like formally, we can invite them into a meeting, but I mean, they're really new. They should come to us for
Gotcha.
for anything. I do think that one thing which we haven't talked about is our strategy around just the big picture items is around what we're doing with subpoena. And how that plays into maybe like that could play into our relationship with these different departments and how we see going forward. I mean, maybe we don't want to talk about it honestly and just focus on the tangible things that we've been focusing on so far. But this goes to the working effectively. I mean, I don't know how effectively we're gonna work with the city attorney's office.
But I do think it's worth pointing out that like a central goal that we have for this year is focusing on how effectively we work with these other groups.
So, yeah, let me.
My character.
So this is something I heard last year. It comes up in most communities, so like there were different set of people talked about this. And, I mean, what I kind of heard, somewhat explicitly, not always, is I'm not hearing a lot of hope that any of that can happen. I've heard a lot more about how do we go around, how do we pressure, how do we not cave? And so.
Any of what happens, sorry, just.
Having a better relationship with those entities. And so, and yet my gut is that it's, and I think some also that we use could. Sorry, I just become we because this. But I guess can we just take a few minutes maybe to unpack that a little bit? Because I actually don't have a really good sense of where people are. I've heard a lot. And again, this is not critical, this is just kind of how I'm hearing it, but this is how things are, this is what's happening, this is what's not happening. But is there a sense that that relationship is something that you want to work on improving?
Yeah, take the first pass. If people will jump in. I think what happened last meeting was, significant because we decided to go against, what the city, we decided to sort of drop a little grenade in our relationship with the city attorney's office because we decided to subpoena records from them. And in doing so, we are creating an inherent conflict of interest between.
They had said we didn't have the power to issue internal subpoena.
As you understood.
As well.
In your charter, or did you give us subpoena power?
The dynamic of our relationship is the charter reads one way. And we go to the city attorney to ask them to interpret our powers, and then they come back and say, we don't have the power. And so what we decided to do was, we decided to exercise the power anyway.
So, I'm sorry, I don't mean to think about. Well, I get the dynamic,
Right.
this comes up all over the place.
Sure.
I guess the question that my specific question is, like, how does that operate? I mean, for example, I have my agency has subpoena power, and it's done through the state solicitor's office, the city attorney's office, so we don't have some, separate ability to draft a subpoena and issue it, but the city solicitor does.
And
So
to whom,
it's
I'm sorry, to whom do you issue subpoenas?
And, well, it would mostly be to say, it wouldn't be officers. So it would be, say, to a witness of a complaint,
So the outside
Or,
entities.
or it could be to, well, it can't be to the subject officer.
but it could be to the department.
It could be, it could be Department for Records or something like that. I mean, we haven't issued a subpoena for over 30 years. But in theory, we could, because we get what we need. Or we don't.
Okay, but if you
But
didn't,
if
you
we
could
did, we
subpoena them
could ask the state solicitor's office to issue a subpoena, but
to
it's.
the department.
But I don't think that's how it was ever envisioned. It was much more subpoenaing witnesses, subpoenaing information about complaints externally.
Can I just, try to connect the conversation to, are we still in goal setting or on the one goal?
Yeah.
We were talking about the relationship of different entities.
Right.
Okay.
As a goal,
Okay.
improving that, or.
And this is sort of
He had the barriers, I've been we torpedoed, not torpedoed, we dropped a little grenade in our relationship with city attorney's office.
Or maybe we just establish ourselves on a different footing.
So and maybe I don't need to know this, it's just my own personal curiosity, but like what exactly, like you subpoena them, what does that actually mean? You voted to do what, to ask for records?
We voted to use our charter mandated power to get documents that they didn't want to give us.
So I mean,
It's not a city attorney and the city manager, is not what to do.
so is it
Well, that can't be your way.
subpoena?
Yeah.
It's a peanut, he's issuing it.
Okay, and you authority?
Yeah.
According to the charter.
Okay.
But just one thing, I was just saying example. So
Yeah.
the second thing was, we have all these policy in base that haven't been, they're not everyone's staff with the department member, but that's, it can be streamlined, it can be fixed. And there was a third one after that because.
Well, it was actually more, I'm sorry, it was one of the possible discussion topics on the agenda. And someone just mentioned it. Yeah, I hadn't really heard that as a topic today.
There is collaboration, don't get me wrong. And
So I just, you were asking about the relationship, I think, with the campus police, not the relationship. Were you asking about like this were you getting at all in your question about our role in MOU mutual aid review?
No,
Because that's how the whole police issue has come up most recently.
right, no, I put the UC issue out there as an open question as to whether we want to prioritize that relationship, which I think the answer is generally no.
Okay.
But then along that same lines and how we ended up on this path was, do we want to prioritize or consider as one of our goals for 2024, working effectively with our various counterparts? And that's, I think, where we.
Okay.
Right, and it is also on the, none of those on the agenda. I guess.
Not that you, not that you.
I like the Jenga metaphor. I mean, it's not personal. I've been taking that approach right now. I've been, there's some times where you can't be pushed and you feel like if you take the little block out, it's gonna topple the whole thing over. And, in other areas, I push and I try to find a place where we can actually work, and I put that on top of my list. And that's, I don't know if the board as a whole does that, but that's personally what I've been doing.
I almost feel like it's not a separate discussion, like, cause it's like, how are we gonna be impactful? Part of how we're gonna be impactful is through these relationships, right? And sometimes it will be more of a seemingly adversarial approach. Other times it will be more explicitly collaborative. Sometimes we'll be more taking the back seat. Sometimes we'll be trying to take the lead, but I think it's towards like what we're trying to achieve. So I guess I don't know if we need to have a separate relationship conversation. I was triggered by your comment because one of our discretionary activities is all this MOU mutual aid review. And I was gonna say, to me, I would deprioritize that entire body of work, given like everything else we have to do. So that's what I kind of got. Okay.
If I may, go another alternative to that, and maybe it also could be prioritized, but in a different way. And relationship building at the same time, why don't you make a referral to that body? Hey, we have an MOU between our agencies. Can you take the first stab at looking at this MOU? Then you got.
Delegate.
You delegated it, bringing it back to you, and now you kind of got at least a preliminary report for another oversight body. You can potentially do the same with Oakland, with any other MOUs that we might have, and that.
Great idea.
That oversight body is so in its infancy.
No, you're right, but maybe that's not the perfect example, but Oakland's been around, so. I'm just throwing that
I
out.
will say that I did have a side conversation with one of the Berkeley law students about looking into the MOU between UC PD and Berkeley PD, and whether they would be interested in giving a presentation or doing that type of work, and they were interested in it. So, I don't know. That's very.
How do they have access to that?
The MOU.
They're public.
They're public.
Oh, it's public.
Yeah, they're very public.
Mhm.
But I don't know. But I agree with you.
But yeah, from the perspective of striking from list, the other one, again, that's on here, like the legislative advocacy category would be another one. Again, just for
Yeah.
deprioritization relative to everything, it's good to be aware of, but it just feels like an area.
And that's something that's come up at our meetings too, because we've been getting, materials on that and had some presentations, which were taking a lot of time. And it's interesting,
Yeah.
but I think that's,
That's the legislative updates that we've been getting.
And then-
Like the advocacy is different. I actually think it can be a fairly important function if we encourage, for example, if there's a Senate bill that's coming up that's really important to police activity and oversight and
but
transparency.
who's gonna do, I love legislative advocacy.
No, not that
but-
we would directly do
Oh.
it, but that we would petition or, propose to city council that they issue a resolution in support
But even
of.
so, we need to understand the bill, and somebody needs to do that right up
But
there.
that is what stopped, I think I was concerned because it morphed into this much bigger thing.
Right,
But if you just kept it up, built in the California state legislature, it would be narrower, and we don't need to see it every meeting, right? But I do think it's the tension about like, where is our focus? Again, back to the individual complaint or the individual policy. Are we looking to have a bigger focus in
Okay.
legislative advocacy? is major impact,
Yeah.
right? It's looking way beyond just our own board.
Yep, I actually
I
think
would
it's,
err towards like, I'd love to see us get engaged in that space, but we have to have staff work that out for us. And we have to then like get into the city process. I think we have it determined if we can, maybe you did get that.
was a-
from
The
us,
city attorney, yeah,
That we can advocate.
we cannot advocate on our own, but we
No.
can encourage the city council.
yes.
So.
Write a memo.
And there is a committee that looks to revise the California Penal Code, for example. And one idea I had, because of that Antioch incident, of very explicit racism of the sergeant, I think he was, pulling out a gun, calling the neighbor an epithet, threatening to use the Berkeley Police Department issued gun and so forth, explicit racism. In the California Penal Code, the Peace Officers Bill of Rights has a few exceptions to it. One of them is in the case of a fatal,
Exceptions to what?
to the confidentiality of officers' records.
Okay.
So one of them is when there is a fatal shooting by a police officer. Another is when there is dishonesty in the writing of reports. And the third is about sexual misconduct. To me, a gaping oversight is the addition of explicit racism. If you're going to talk about sexual misconduct and dishonesty, and you don't have something in there about an exception for blatant racism, now that's an example of something that happened relatively locally that we could push for to be added to. Remember, it was Nancy Skinner who added those other exceptions. And it's a
But is that
obvious
a bill, or you're saying we should propose a bill?
that,
That's different, it's different for us to say, Berkeley City Council, you should support SBX versus
that we
we
could,
would draft a bill and find an author and.
that we could propose to city council that they propose an
To
addition.
who? Yeah,
So maybe for 2024, we simply could have a goal be to define our desired role in legislative advocacy. Like, let's just define it and create a structure for whatever it is we decide we want to do. Because, right, it could be just a reactive approach only. We're not gonna propose new legislation.
Like, that there be a bill that we want to endorse. Yeah.
And like, we don't need to do that today, but we could add that to the goal list of just defining an approach. And
Mhm.
like, what is our desired level of engagement?
that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Like I could see a world where where staff presents bills in the state that they then share with us, and if any council member or any board member, excuse me, feels passionate about a particular area, they call that out to put together their research and bring that back to the board so that we can put our weight behind that proposal. So
Yes. So I'm just gonna, again, I'm doing my field. So I'm just wondering, and I don't know what these two individuals think about it. You know, I used to work at the ACLU in Massachusetts, and there are all sorts of organizations that this is what they do. And I'm wondering if, with all the things on the plate, if it would make sense to ask staff to be tracking state legislation and coming up with recommendations for you to look at them, to make recommendations to the Berkeley City Council, to then try to weigh in on stuff when maybe it's more just tracking, you know, like having connections with advocacy organizations already doing this. Because then, ACLU in Northern California is massive, and there are tons of other organizations that I don't even know. So it's just, I would say that.
there might be easier ways to stay abreast of what's happening.
I think I agree, generally, I think we've talked about so many things and I understand the impulse to find avenues for us to have a bigger impact. There's so many steps in this process that would require us, or that we would have to accomplish, and stakeholders that would have to listen to us, and then, you know, in order for us to get that impact that we want. I think potentially another way for us to look at it, Bill, what you're saying, is to identify maybe strategic partnerships that the board could forge with organizations like the ACLU of Northern I know a lot of people in ACLU of Northern California, Explorers Committee of Civil Rights. I mean, like, there's just like so many different organizations that are actively doing this type of work, that have good ideas, that, I mean, they might have a different positionality with us, but being in the room talking with them about this stuff, I don't know, it might be a different avenue than staff coming to a conclusion and then us coming to our own conclusion, and then, you know, that's.
But I guess like the way it would work in practicality, if I was staffing it, staff would be drawing from the work of other much bigger entities that are doing that bill analysis. Not like you'd be doing your own independent bill analysis. You'd be bringing forward to us, from organizations that you've identified that you trust, like these are the bills that are flagged. They're like, and this is commonly, I was asking for the CAO to do this for us on all the Brown Act changes, because the organization for city attorneys does, you know, like the updates every year. Berkeley City Attorney's Office doesn't do it, but then they would like tell us, these are the key changes. So I'm assuming there's something similar. Police accountability side, I don't know. But I don't think you'd be doing, I don't think we're necessarily asking for your own like independent. But funneling it to us is I think simply what I'm referencing. But again, maybe we set that aside and just say this year, we could decide to what extent do we want to be engaged.
Right. I like that. That keeps it kind of open.
I mean, even if it's as simple as if there are hot button or key areas that the ACLU of Northern California or staff or others want to bring to our attention, we'll engage with it. Like, in other words, whether we are proactively sifting through the material to see what might.
The other thing this could fall into would be an annual calendar, because with the legislative session, right, you have bills introduced in January, then they go to policy committees, and usually that's like, you know, March, April, and then you have go to the other house, and then the governor signing. And so, and bills change all the time. So if you're really gonna stay on top of it, you can have amendments all the time. It's like, maybe you support it now, but now, you know, now you don't, because they just added some other thing to it. But maybe we could build into our calendar a legislative presentation to us, say in April, or sometime where some things has happened, but it isn't done yet. So there'd still be an opportunity for us to weigh in vis-a-vis the city council. I don't think we're ever gonna be in a position that we're gonna be drafting legislation, and I don't think the city council is gonna be in a position where they're gonna be draft. So I think we should just go with weighing in on existing legislation and just do it at key times, because maybe we would urge the city council to weigh in when they're before policy committees, or when it's on the governor's desk, or some key times. But not every month we're talking about, you know, it would just bog us down.
To support the proposal. So my only concern, I just think about the timeline of us doing that, getting it to city council, like, at that point, has the ship already sailed? Like, how long are the windows actually open to impact that kind of stuff? Can we move fast enough to even operate that?
Yeah,
That's my concern.
I mean, I do get the sense though, if the primary output that we are giving is whether we think the not changes to the policy, but just a support or oppose.
Understood. Just getting to council, we have to decide something. We gotta get on the agenda of the council. How many weeks ahead of time do we gotta get something on the agenda of the council? At what point is it already moved through the legislative process anyway? I'm just worried that
right,
we don't have time, given that, not our time, the time of the process to get it done.
yeah, that's
So,
yeah.
I was just gonna ask maybe a question you were gonna ask. It's, you know, I mean, if we were to think about the stuff that we talked about, you know, the meat and potatoes, the engaging with the community, public outreach, and now legislative advocacy. Where do you know, does legislative advocacy fall as number 1, 2, 3, or 4? I get the sense that we would all say it's 4.
I mean, I'm thinking that I still have my 3 buckets, and I'm thinking that could be part of this kind of future state effective policing advocacy, even if it's not specifically about Berkeley, it would be affecting the Berkeley PD. So.
Or if we do short, and long-term goals, maybe long-term goal could be having a more significant impact on legislative advocacy. You know, but we just.
Right, we're not paying attention this year.
So let me share explicitly what I've heard, and you can tell me if this is right, because I'm saying this instead, I think it's what you all said. So one big area for this year and down the road would be increasing outreach and connection with the community, including press and students and everybody. Formalizing the policy and report review, and I guess the BPD budget review process and the outputs. And then what I just call here is the road to effective policing, department advocacy, the future state of policing in Berkeley. Those are, And I haven't gone back through to look at all the different things that you've agreed to, and people have talked about, but my sense is that that captures the areas of most of the things people.
Could you say those, sorry, one more time, just, yeah.
And then we could use the screen as maybe to, increase outreach and connection with the community,
Okay,
formalizing the policy and report review and the BPD budget review, I think that's separate, the process, formalizing the process and the outputs for that.
right,
That includes what staff does and we do, all that stuff. Like,
right,
that's the whole
policy
conversation.
process, basically,
Yeah, I mean, it could be
All that stuff.
But I mean, all of it would involve you as well.
Yeah.
And then the third was this, it feels a little bit like a catch-all, but I've heard a lot of talk about wanting to have an impact on the future of the state of policing. So there's the reactive stuff, but being more proactive, looking at, your patrol versus solving crimes, the budget. You know, what are other departments doing? So.
I do have, one comment, but I feel like there's still missing what I would say a key component, which is all the work that we're actually doing right now. I mean, I don't know where looking at the vehicle pursuit policy fits into this. I don't know where EWS fits into this. I don't know where any of that sort of substantive work that we.
What's the policy review process? Like,
Yeah,
we're already doing
that
it, but we have the process.
If you're talking about like a goal for this year,
I'm-
like our goal will be issuing the FIP report, establishing the new EWS. Like,
All of that substantive stuff that I thought we were putting off to the end, that's what I'm talking about, like, we need to set a goal for ourselves of getting the downtown task force, report out, the FIP report, hold, you know, like, those sorts of
the
things.
budget goes
The
there.
budget, like, these are like. I personally would benefit from a list of all these items that we, and holding our, like, that's, we talk about metric, I mean, like, that's, if we are able to articulate a list of things that we wanna accomplish. In the next 3, 6, 9 months,
Yeah, but are already underway.
they're underway.
Yeah.
And they're probably calendarable.
Yeah.
Check-in-able.
Would those things kind of entail a strategic goal, or is it more like this is the work that he's committed to? We get that.
the outcomes that fall under the goal of the process.
This to me is a particular, the second point of the strategic, formalizing the processes by which we conduct. You know, these substantive changes that are happening, not the actual substantive work. But I hear what you're saying. What strategic end are these serving? I mean, the mission of the PAB, that's what. I don't actually know what it is.
Well, I guess the distinction of it, probably here, speaking with is, you know, what's the thing that we need to try to figure out how to do and then get it done versus we just need to keep working on these things. Like, we know what we're doing. We just need to finish the process.
Well, I mean, for me,
It's not important, but they're underway, that you just have to prioritize getting them done as opposed to thinking about doing things differently.
one of my goals, like strategically of how all these fit together is to make sure that what the department is doing is in compliance with what they're mandated to be doing. I mean, like. I think that's why I focused on this EWS thing. It's like, it was 3 years ago that they were mandated to implement a new system. And it still hasn't been implemented in the way that it was envisioned 3 years ago. And then when it comes to this sort of like, I mean,
It's
like.
the whole FIP thing.
It's the whole FIP thing. I mean, I think this all fits within that. I mean, it's not a amicable conversation, but it's necessary because they need, you know, it needs to be done. Same thing with this munitions report. Like, I mean, they're not giving us the data that we need that this charter to complete our powers underneath the charter, that falls within that bucket as well. So I think ensuring, like, if we are an oversight body, we need to make sure that there's compliance with the existing procedures that and policies and whatever that are going on. So I mean, that's sort of like why I push what I'm pushing right now. That's
Right.
my personal.
How would that be done though? Are you proposing that there'd be like a separate subcommittee that would focus on whether the department, I mean, how, or that is integral to all the work we're doing, or how
Great
that
question.
manifests itself?
I think it's integral to the work that we're just doing in general, but, and, I mean, I don't want to subcommittee this, I'm just saying that this is what motivates me and what I look for when I'm picking and choosing what things to bring to the
Right.
board.
So wouldn't that go in our matrix of how we decide what to
That's
work
a
on?
great suggestion. I like that. That's a great suggestion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, was the department mandated to do anything in this regard?
Yes, I think that is a perfect example.
Yeah.
And now, also down here. Still. We're only one of the boards taking on, that's what we would say, which we literally said it, so.
Frankly, for an oversight body,
That's the minimum.
that's the central thing, right?
Yes.
Are you in compliance?
Yes.
And so
Which we
I
haven't
totally
articulated.
agree, and the EWS is about that, are they in compliance with what they were directed to do 3 years ago? And so is the FIP
Yeah.
thing, and so in a way is the downtown task force, but what I wanna get in before we're finished. Is that procedurally, one of the complications, I think, of our work is that we're all doing these things. And there's overlap. So that you're doing the EWS thing, but we're doing the FIP thing, and the EWS is part of it.
Yeah.
We're doing the downtown task force.
Right.
And the budget and overtime is
Right.
part of it.
Right.
And so we have to have a way, and I think the only way I can think of is I speak to each of you, these subcommittees separately to make sure that we're all on the same page, that what you're saying about what you're proposing together with the chief on the EWS is consistent with what we're proposing in FIP. And similarly, the overtime stuff that I'm hoping to tweak for the downtown task force thing, because that was also about overtime.
Yep.
So procedurally, this is a complication of our work that we just work through, I
I
think.
think it's helpful to name what's not included in that core component, because what's not included for me is this 17 subcommittee, like this, well, sorry, excuse me. Not that one, the discretionary, not 17, but the discretionary type where it's like, we're suggesting policy revisions. I mean, like, that's important work.
Less important.
I mean, like, that's different. I mean, like,
That's
we're
different.
mandated to do that as well, so that's
Yeah.
different. But I mean, it falls within that category of files, whatever. But it's helpful to separate the two and figure out like what
It
we're
is,
doing to
right,
ensure.
because there's compliant, there's policy, formal policy, and then there's implementation
And
of
that's like
compliance.
the complaint system is core as well, because that's
That's right.
also about and we're
That's right.
overseeing.
And that's what allows us to get a glimpse inside the practices, which is something we're supposed to oversee, but only get to do it through individual complaints.
I hate to bring up a totally different topic, I'm sorry, but just throwing out. No, we can move on. There's been stuff sometimes, and when we are reviewing complaints and, you know, we decide not to, you know, affirm things because maybe the policy itself needs revision, and we've talked about it, and curious if we ever want to institutionalize. What do we want to do with that when we? When we don't get a policy complaint, we get an individual complainant, and the policy itself is a little ambiguous. And we're like, oh, okay, like from a judicial perspective, we can see how it can go either way, but from a policy perspective, we think that this could have been written clearer.
That's one of the policies we can review anytime, we get proposed.
I'm not saying about like the way to systematize that versus just like, hey, I think I want to have a subcommittee for them. And I don't, yeah.
That happened, just like. They have decided that they cannot sustain it.
Yeah.
But there is policy aspects that need to be. The policy review process will specific, board member starting it, or the full body, or the policy.
Discretionary.
Yeah.
Review, and it would be like another criteria.
That's a.
During the course of a complete review.
Okay, yeah.
And I think programmatically, I can envision the spreadsheet that we maintain of all the active policies that we are actively reviewing or want to review that is then reprioritized as we go if things come up and we
Okay.
push things.
Helpful, thank you. That was.
And do we have a list of that, of all the policies that are currently being used? But
We keep it right.
But I have.
That would be nice to see.
But that goes to sort of what we started with, which having a 17 subcommittee and then this other one that deals with that. I mean, like, we're just like gonna
Other
streamline,
policies.
if we're gonna streamline all these.
If we're gonna streamline it, we should have one policy
Policy
that does 17 A, B, and discretionary policy.
And there may be different processes that.
And then you can
single
farm out
follows.
individual board members.
If it works in terms of workload, yeah, sure.
That sounds like.
It might
Yeah,
need
it's a
to
heck
be
of-
a bigger subcommittee, I don't know.
Well, and I do think, not to hammer away at this, but I think that if you have a procedure and you understand, then that will shape that, right? Because there's gonna be a funnel that you can only stuff so much into. And so you're gonna have to balance like what you wanna take on before you can actually get through that process. If there's too much to get through the process, it's just too much to get through.
Yeah,
And now
if
you-
they don't do it, and no one else is stepping up to take it on, then we don't do it.
Doesn't happen, or there has to be an auxiliary committee to follow the same policy process for a specific case that.
Within that, you have that's in it.
And what make a built into the system, we request a policy referral from the office out of a personnel complaint, so at least the first step, right? So like, these are findings, and these are, which we on one time, did, but then I think that the idea has always been to make sure we separate that. The report findings are one thing, and then
Right.
a separate sort of that.
Setting aside, the roundups, couldn't we have a structure where like half of the board was on a policy subcommittee and half of the board was on a something like special projects or other kind of subcommittee? And the other subcommittee did the budget, council mandated, look at FIP, we decided to look at the downtown Berkeley task force. And then the policy subcommittee is doing all the stuff we've identified. And within those parameters, where you have like relatively large subcommittees, you have different people or pairs of people working on different issues.
Well, generally,
Instead of having like all these different subcommittees.
you're just, as long as it's less than quorum at any given time, I don't.
What's quorum for us now that we're 7, so quorum over 4, yeah.
I just would feel weird about bifurcating, like I would have to choose between what I'm interested in, working on, based on.
But you still do, right? Now.
Yeah, but I'm doing the CWS thing and the policy thing. I mean, those would fall on both sides of the line there in that situation, right?
I do think part of this strategic, this is you may have to let go a little bit of like your personal interests. Not in every case, but you know, the board's gonna have to kind of have some consensus about what the key focuses are. And then people have to kind of jump in. I mean,
I think
I know that's a
it's
bit,
difficult because people have different capacities at different times. Like, I mean, I have, as a student, a lot of capacity right now compared to people who have full-time jobs, and so I'm able to do a lot. But
And it's hard, if somebody's interested, they're more likely to do a good job and put energy into it, if you're kind of saying, well, I know you don't really care about this, but you've got to do it, you know, I think it's important to let people's interest to some extent, I mean, we all have to sit on complaint, you know, do the complaint hearings, even if maybe that's not our first love, we've got to do that.
that's my first one.
being
a judge.
Yeah, just to sort of play devil's advocate to that model. You could do it entirely the reverse, where we would define a clear playbook for how we handle all the different things that come our way, whether it is budget or policy review. And then for each policy or for each bucket, by interest, you can form many subcommittees, but they are finite in their focus.
Yeah, that's what I was imagining,
task
that,
force,
that,
Exactly.
the policy committee would be the central thing, but then, as we mentioned earlier, farm out different policies to different people.
But in that model, kind of, the board is the policy committee, and then we would farm out
Yeah,
from
you
the
can't
board.
have the whole board be the policy committee officially.
Right, but you see what I'm saying, is that we
Yeah, yeah.
would, instead of having a policy committee, we would just have.
Board
format.
members can be drafted.
Exactly.
I feel like there's a lot of value in becoming expert And so not dabbling in like all, at least for me, okay, as a board member, like. I'm not gonna ever be really well versed in all the different parts of what this board does. I expect that of staff. But for myself, I expect to become very well versed in a couple of areas. I think that's realistic,
Yeah.
a realistic expectation of volunteers.
Mhm.
So I guess I feel like our policy work would actually be better if it was a limited group of people working on it that looked at all the policies, really knew them well. So I guess that's how I feel like we would have a better work product, and I think we would benefit from less siloed approaches. So like, if we had a big other projects subcommittee, we're gonna meet sometimes all together, or is it gonna be an update? Let's give you an update on the budget, let's give you an update on downtown, update on fair and impartial. And a little bit of that cross pollination or information about what we're all doing could happen, and I think that would make all of the work product on that side better. So I guess I'm just, thinking about that, but we don't need to spend a ton of time on it. I was just thinking about how we're structured to do the work is a little bit.
So we just sort of organically do that. And
Right.
you have a couple of areas that you're more interested in and become more expert at, and you sort of stick with that. And the policy thing is not one topic. I mean, the policy committee will have to deal with 10, 15, 20 very different issues. So it's not like a policy committee is somehow specialized in policy, because it covers so many bases. So that's the reason I thought a policy committee could become the central core, but then recruit individual PAB members who want to work on a particular policy, because they're so diverse.
Except there is actually a technical skill to writing policy that is applicable across. You can write good policy or not, as we have seen. And also, policies do interrelate with one another. And if you do have a really good big lens and you kind of viscerally know what's going on with this huge set of policies, you're more likely, it's actually like more efficient. Like I'm touching this policy and I actually know there's 4 other policies that probably we want to look out for amending this one, or they relate, or we might want to make a similar change to that policy because we're touching this one. You only get that knowledge base if you like create some expertise in it.
There's so many policies though. I mean, I don't think anybody would have such a mastery over all of the policies. You might have the skill in drafting policy or drafting language, and you have a sense of what makes sense and what isn't, but I don't think it's like, well, of course, I'm the master. I know that this and this and this relates and.
And I think similarly, the nature of the policy itself, nobody's gonna have, expertise across everything from use of force policy to off-duty policing policy, right? Like,
Vehicle pursuit.
exactly, right? Like,
They're all different.
where if they're all very different with very different levels of background research that you would want to do, or things that you'd want to understand and incorporate. I feel like the writing skill is the smaller part of that effort, as opposed to the understanding of the impact of that policy and the implementation of that policy, et cetera.
And the research that goes
And
in.
the research that goes into that, where I think we are more benefited from people identifying specific areas of policing policy that they care about, as opposed to being responsible for policy in general.
But if I may, I do think back to the earlier model that you said you have in your board, it might be beneficial to institute that matrix here, because at least we will have diversity of different skill sets that might not be, you might know it, talking to each other, but if you like visually see like, oh, we don't have this expert in this subcommittee, it might be helpful to institutionalize that model. We might not get at your particular interest of being specialist in a particular, but it's still a specialist with this particular kind of skill set that might not be represented otherwise. And that also might be helpful with your members of the public that are serving on the subcommittees, they fill out the application and they, you know, they're general interest, but now you start looking at skill sets like that.
You said adopt the model of half and half, is that what you're saying?
No, I
I think
think
you might want to feel like structure. Not the board, but like, yeah, my board is structured as, you know, like in the audit committee, a finance committee, a discipline committee.
Mm.
And, yeah, it doesn't mean everybody doesn't get to work on everything that they're interested in all the time, but those assignments change every year. If you want them to, so I don't know.
And I do, you know, just to counteract my own point, I do think that there is value in having a policy committee whose scope is limited to the process and procedures for how to review and implement that policy, the writing and help with the crafting of the language, the connective tissue of the effort. Whereas for an individual policy review, you would also want members of the public that are interested in that fact, or specific members of the board that want to be part of that conversation, to be able to join that without being part of the policy group as a whole. Does that make sense? Like structurally, I could see the policy committee really consisting of the you know, maintaining of the priorities list and the process of moving these forward, but each individual policy review is you know, comprised and independent of, right, comprised a member of the policy committee, but also others.
Can we take a step back and reiterate the goals of what we're talking about right now? I've lost it in the sauce.
Yeah.
So my sense is that this is, you know, there's this big goal around. Internal effectiveness around formalness and policy and review, that sort of thing. But this is sort of a little bit of the details of how that could work. Sense, but say things about Google thing comes up of how to do it. So I think there's an idea about having a team of experts who are sort of the policy folks. There's an idea of having a committee that is sort of responsible for shepherding that process.
Yeah.
And making sure that whatever individual or group is looking at a specific policy is going through the steps. And then, as opposed to that committee is responsible for reviewing each policy. And sort of hearing that, but it's ultimately with this goal of having a clearer, more consistent way of the board deciding which policies to review, in addition to mandatory ones and reports, and what that review includes, and then what the output looks like.
Right.
So there's an ability to triage and then some consistency about what comes out.
I love the word shepherding in this scenario, right? Like I could really see how, in our board meeting, the policy committee is presenting the current policies that are under review and their current status and what's coming up down the pike, and then engaging with other members of the board for, you know, smaller groups that would then do some of the actual work for reviewing and providing feedback.
I think that doesn't, I think we're getting away though from the 17 and A and B policy committee. And like, kind of create a simple, clean structure that then the department can participate in easily. Like, if we have all these potentially different subcommittees that are wanting to get department involvement, haven't you've gone back to what we have now?
I mean, I do think that having a subcommittee 17A and B, that is the primary and consistent contact for all policy issues makes a lot of sense. But the idea that a 3-member subcommittee, which is as big as it could be, would do soup to nuts for all the policies that comes across this board seems overburdensome for a group of 3. And I don't think that we would be able to.
I agree, but I think it could be hybrid. In other words, that should normally the group of 3 might be able to manage X, Y, and Z, but if A comes along, then they form it out.
Or build a broader, a subcommittee.
Right, but one member of that committee probably should be on all of those.
Right.
Many.
Do we have our goals? Because we were gonna have our goals and then the next steps was how do we accomplish those goals?
Well, I haven't written them anywhere, and sort of, because I've been trying to propose like the 3 basic goals. I don't even would say those aren't the right three. And a couple things came up as maybe extra, and then they kind of got, they didn't rise up the goal level. So, but I know we're getting to this guy.
I had one about the enforcement piece.
Could we maybe write them on the board just so we can really all align on the language?
Can we write on board or do you need to project? Okay.
No, I don't think we, I don't want to have some student to anything.
Well, I guess.
Ensuring.
Ensuring compliance.
I thought we decided to kind of weave that into,
But it doesn't maybe it's better, so I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
And any of these goals. buckets.
So I mean, I guess the question, is that a strategic goal or is that like part of the mission? You know,
Oh, I see.
like
Well-
it sounds like something that like that's part of why you exist. As opposed to, for the next 3 years, we're going to be working on the process to ensure compliance. Like if you were trying to put something in place that doesn't exist, that would then somehow ensure compliance, maybe that would be a strategic goal. But just to say that this is something we have to always be on top of.
I understand, I understand.
I mean, it's really important.
No, I understand. It's a priority.
Yeah, yes, sure. Okay, so I'm gonna say this once again, and you can write it, and this is.
Why would we project? Isn't it really your type and?
Sure, yeah,
I think it's fine, I don't care.
yeah, that's true. And this way we have a record that we can share after if you want to.
Boy, I haven't read it in 20 years.
I mean, we can try to connect me up to the thing, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think it's that.
Oh, bullshit. Whiteboard are obsolete.
Sadly.
Let me send you a quick.
We need
We
to
can
add.
all log on to the Zoom and do this.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have my computer.
If you like.
I love it.
I just know. If I was supposed to choose, that would be awesome.
It's Berkeley with capital B.
No, I'm saying if we had to bifurcate, I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't do any individual.
Yeah.
No, that's.
I think it's
We
Berkeley,
have to.
yes.
We would
Oh, yeah, actually, no.
You know what?
Interesting.
Well, if we take it on to have a hearing, then we have to do it. We rotate.
What was the last time we had a hearing?
Oh, I enjoyed them.
Do you want a vision?
Josh, judges.
To do like.
So.
I do too.
Yeah, there.
Yeah. I might be in the standing rules.
On the record.
People that enjoy being, do the hearing process and others that don't.
Okay, so there's more on the screen for this.
So yeah, I think to Josh's point, we do want to include the actual deliverables of compliance somewhere, whether it's a fourth bullet or it's part of that second bullet. I think there should be language in here about completing our.
So we can walk over that can't actually cite it.
Were we going to, focus on, I know that Alex and Leah said that they would work on a subcommittee to look at operational issues. Whether it's how to make our meetings more efficient and annual calendar.
Yeah, I see it then.
Yeah, so I mean, again, there's things that I'm trying to think of three big buckets, because to me, the next step is then to go back to all these things that the board agreed or talked about.
That's all
and
we-
fit them into.
Right, these are our goals. How do we?
I mean, that would be.
Projects underneath?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
I do think it might make sense then, given that to make it a fourth bullet for compliance and the rules with this. Like if I think about if these are the top level goals, and then we want to say, here are the projects and initiatives to fulfill those goals.
Well, I think that's the next step, so
Right,
we can put it within that, but that's the.
I still, yeah, I don't know, cause this third bullet says improving effective policing, which is like.
Yeah, I mean, the short term part could be looking at compliance, and then there could be a longer term part, like I was much for compliance in the third bullet.
Okay, so,
Alright.
no, I mean. It's not.
Here,
I know.
I think it would be ensuring. What, ensuring compliance and effective oversight, I mean, I think that's the.
Sure, there you go.
I think it's.
Continued oversight.
Yeah,
So I'm sort of this a little bit because it's the distinction between kind of why you exist versus what you want to be doing this
Right.
year.
And I think it is a mistake for us not to include the big rock of our actual compliance work and a lot of the stuff that we will be doing this year. You see what I mean? Like, in other words, if we didn't do community outreach, internal, process improvements and effective policing, we would still have a lot to do.
As you say, or that's all given, there's all
Well,
that,
that's sort of my thought.
there's all this work that's happening, and this is on top of it,
Right,
special
exactly.
strategic projects on top of it, right?
That's the way that's how I'm hoping to frame it. I mean, if that doesn't work for you, this is for you, so, but yeah, I would think that, you have to have monthly meetings, you have to have 5 monthly meetings. Or you have to do various other things that are very important, but are not really strategic.
Right.
Strategic projects.
Yeah, this is strategic initiatives for 2024. I don't think that third bullet fits there. The third bullet is about what it looks like 3 to 5 years from now.
Right,
And
more of a long term.
furthermore, it's
Yeah.
not, that's really not our oversight function. I mean, I don't know improving effective policing.
Well,
I don't feel like I can tell the police
I think
how to
what I'm hearing from everyone is that third bullet should be replaced with.
compliance.
With effective oversight, I mean, like,
Yes.
not effective policing, improving effective oversight.
Well, I think, no, now
Especially-
we're going with Brian. I think what you're saying is these are strategic initiatives that are different than our bread and butter work. I agree that, effective policing, the last one may not be appropriate yet and still, because I don't think we know if we can do anything on that in 2024.
Right.
But we certainly did talk about it, we talked about a lot of things in that regard.
There you go.
But that, then we need underneath this, I think, this tactical list to make us feel
Right.
better about, like, we have clarity about what we actually have to do this year.
Right.
That's not necessarily rising to the level of a strategic initiative.
And if we have 2024 goals, strategic goals, then maybe we have another bucket that's longer term goals or something, you know, where we get that effective policing, not in this category, but we don't lose it, the fact that we've been talking about it today.
And, I don't know, Josh, if maybe though, your enforcement one, if it's more structural, like establishing a mechanism for ensuring that we are holding the department accountable for what it is mandated to do. Because that is, I think, a strategic initiative, because we don't really have a formal a calendar would be part of it. Tracking all the musts that the BPD has on it.
Sounds huge, all
Yeah.
the musts that.
So I don't know how to do it, but if you mean that as opposed to like specific tactical things we need to deliver on this year.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think part of that is the charter itself.
If I may go, it's a little premature, but, and I was gonna send it a budget subcommittee first, but it's been invoked several times, but one of the things we've been looking at for different reasons is accreditation. And it's a contested topic in
Of whom or of what?
of law enforcement. So there are accreditation bodies out there, CALIA being the gold standard,
Uh-huh.
but the empirical research provides some support for, having good outcomes. But there's also, if we were at the Naval Conference, it was, Sage, out of, New York, out of NYU's, policing project. But it's about finding assessments and then creating assessments to make sure that they're doing internal review of compliance.
So they don't have to do that. You're saying it's.
Currently, the department is not accredited. It used to be accredited. I'm talking to the chief. And it was a CALIA accredited, again, CALIA being the gold standard of accreditation. There is no,
So what happened?
I don't know the history yet, on that, so we're still doing research, but, part of our accreditation memo research is gonna try to give you some information about how this could be a potential tool for compliance. So I was gonna send it to the budget for them to potentially consider it, but there's also a lot of grant funding for accreditation.
Who will we be asking council to require them to be accredited? Would we just be suggesting to the department? I mean, what's the ask?
So the nexus here is that it seems that there's an observable, potentially, issue with compliance. Or maybe an area of improvement, if there's no, systemic way to ensure compliance, accreditation may be a potential tool. So I don't know if you would wanna go straight to, the police department or go to council with it, but I was gonna send it to the budget committee because if they wanted to consider that as a potential thing to consider it more after making their budget review and or you guys do with it what you will. with it.
Well, so it's an annual thing, or is it like just a point in time, you're cool now, but
No, so it's a continuous thing, so like Hayward, and they do, one of the things too is the public accountability aspect of it, so if you're a CALIA accredited agency, you will put on your department's website, like I'm looking at Hayward's right now, it's a 3-year report, 2017 to 2020, and it talks about the different assessments they made to make sure there's an internal assessment, that they send out individuals from CALIA to review policies and go through that whole.
it's a lot to make a lot more sense to me to have some expert outside entity do it than us try to figure out if they're in compliance.
I mean,
I mean, that's their whole job.
I guess once you get accredited, yeah, there are ongoing compliance things, and our department in Cambridge, they are in that process right now, and because they have not been accredited either, it's a multi-year process.
Yeah.
Is it expensive?
I mean, it's not cost free, and I know most departments hire someone to do that process, and then there becomes a compliance manager. Whose job it is to do that work all the time.
We really want that.
And DOJ does provide a lot of funding for it, they really promote accreditation.
Why wouldn't we, why wouldn't that be something we'd automatically advocate?
I mean, it's brings to the community, I mean, there are people who are critical of it, but I mean, anything you do in the work, people are critical.
Why are people critical?
You know, because it's a law enforcement based system, it's not community control of the police, different, you know, I mean, there's a whole range of. But, I mean, my personal sense is that it is helpful and there's some standards, and then you still want to be. I mean, it's not the same as elected poll, but, you know, they've got their standard policies and their things that they want to see, and you want to make sure it actually complies, you know, fits with what your community is looking for.
One interesting point, and the chief has mentioned that one of the priorities is to increase the women in the force. And there is some sort of a parallel link with accreditation and increasing diversity, at least, more women in the police force. So, but again, we'll summarize it in a memo and then bring it forward.
Should I leave this up?
Can I talk once again about the third bullet? I don't understand the third bullet, like this is one of our 3 major strategic initiatives. And I'm not sure what we would do there. Like, what are we talking about there?
So this is the challenge, is trying to do this, I wasn't thinking about this in terms of sharing it,
Like, this is for 2024 and we're just setting the stage.
right,
But what does it consist of,
so let me.
other than policy review and?
I mean, I think this is where we talked about, focus on, understanding, prioritization,
Presentations
Right.
on, right, like,
right, the chief's presentations on what their priority
Clear.
focuses are. Understanding community interests, and then sort of starting to build towards, us acting as the group to ensure that the public's interest in how their police force operates is aligned with the priorities that the police force has. So for example, one example of this might be proactive, again, not with an input from an external source, but us as a body saying, we want to look at the data around the SCU efficacy and how that relates to, how often are they engaged in mental health calls. That's an example.
If I make a friendly amendment, and maybe to make the nexus more clear to your work, situated in the charter, section 1, subsection 1, establishment purpose is to promote public trust. So maybe, adding that language in there rather than, effective police, so improving public trust.
So I know it's hard because like I said, I didn't set this up, I have multiple things that we experience saying, but. And these are some of the things that I've jotted down, probably I think we moved in. Like the 1780 policy committee. So these are just some of the things I'm thinking that could go under those bigger goals, and I'm sure other people have notes, so.
Those are all right.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe rather than spending too much time on the abstract definition of what our strategic goals are, which I think we've sort of talked through, if maybe we can start to list out the actual initiatives and projects.
step.
Exactly, the next step and project, so to seed the pot, it is review the police equipment and community safety ordinance. It is the surveillance youth policy review. It is the early warning system project, right? That's just sort of list out what we think.
That's the work in progress. I thought it was more, so we have this policy committee, within the policy process, how are we gonna, who's gonna come up with that? How are we gonna do that?
Sure, right,
That's
that, great, another one, right, like, so the policy process review as an output. I guess one of the things that I had in my mind is if we listed all of that out and then said, how much time do we have? Would, for example, the backlog lexical policy review rise to the priority? It's on our list right now, but we haven't sort of identified what, we have a finite amount of space to work, and we have large buckets of projects already. Can we put those out there and see how full we get?
Question, these things that we agree on, which are up there, I guess,
Here.
I'm just thinking in terms of what we're doing right now and what we're gonna do the next board meeting. Is it what we wanna do right now to actually put motions on the table to establish different things and get the ball rolling, or do we wanna, I don't know, do this all again at the next board meeting, full board meeting? And actually, because we need to find a point in time where we're gonna implement these changes. And going through each bullet point and implementing. Well, we should identify which ones require a motion, and at what point, we should do that. I think obviously reforming and forming subcommittees requires a motion.
Right.
I don't know what else requires a motion, but we should, because I think if we leave today without identifying when we're gonna do this, it could take another 3 months. So all the stuff about what we've agreed on so far, I agree with.
And I'm sure there's more, because I
Yeah.
write that things down.
But I think, like, even just looking at this list, we should honestly start to cross things out.
And maybe we could even assign responsibilities.
Yeah.
Like, somebody could develop a draft set of matrices
Right,
with a bullet point on
and if
it.
there are things that require a motion, we just do it right now. Right, I mean, we don't need
This
to
meeting.
wait, this is a meeting, so we don't, I mean, Chip isn't here, but we don't need to,
We have quorum.
we can,
Okay, I move that we do bullet point A, set up the 17A and B policy committee. And I even move that we put Josh as chair. No, you don't wanna do it?
I want to clarify.
Okay, two motions. I'm just gonna say, yeah.
Okay, I think Julie should be chair, but, I think the one thing that, board member Wilson was talking about was not having it just be a 17
right.
committee and
Yeah,
it be a policy committee.
Policy committee.
Thank you.
Which,
Yeah.
okay, so
Because this was like the very first thing that came
Yeah.
up as an idea.
So we want a generic policy committee.
I just want, so I want to talk about it before we go.
Okay,
Because I think just based on my initial participation in this lexical policy committee. We meet every 2 weeks, we meet for an hour, and in that hour, we're able to, in the first meeting, understand. Like even what's going on, in the second meeting, maybe like propose some changes, like, but we're only just able to discuss one at a time. And then if you think about how many we're meeting in a year, the max we're gonna cover in that amount of time is maybe like 7 to 8 in a year.
And that's being optimistic.
7 to 8 in a year of actually substantive policies, and so if we were to put all the policies into one subcommittee. And have it go through that committee, like that's the max output that I'm just predicting based on what we've done so
I
far.
thought we were talking about it being
But
a
we were-
filter,
but
like
we
that.
were talking about, I mean, maybe you could stay in, I mean, if you both are agreeable to stay on Lexipol. You might stay on Lexipol, but then as policies come up, that you don't have the resources or time or expertise, depending on the particular policy. You could farm it out to other individuals. I thought we talked about
We
that.
did talk about that.
Yeah.
That's
A
true.
filter, kind of a funnel.
A filter, and also that way it doesn't necessarily require, those groups can work on their own.
It's true. I mean, the one thing I want the subcommittee, the identity that I want it to maintain is 17, because not exclusively, but at least it needs to be clear. Because the department needs to know that
Yeah.
this is to whom we are sending these newly adopted policies and to whom we need to collaborate with. Before it goes to the whole board, not that it goes to the staff or whatever, I mean, like that it needs to go there, and so, I mean, if that's clear, then I think,
Well, that's the process part. I mean, we are.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanna make sure we know what we're setting up before we vote on it.
And there's no reason why you have to review every lexical policy conversion, right?
No,
So like,
Right, they were just choosing the ones that
sounded
I
significant.
mean, we had a process for how we selected which ones we selected. It was, we did ranked choice voting essentially.
And we selected 10.
They,
No, we originally were gonna do officer involved shooting and the EIS. And then
it got,
both of those
it got
things.
farmed out, it got farmed out, which is what.
Right,
which is what
exactly.
The men wanna do, we did ranked choice voting, I think I can't remember if we did 10 or 5, I think we did 5.
But we'll make more progress now that we've narrowed it down to vehicle pursuits. We'll be able to focus on that. I mean, that's what we're gonna do one at a time, unless we farm stuff out, because yeah, we can't get that much done if we're meeting every 2 weeks. And I think, and even that's pretty good. I don't think it's reasonable to expect us to meet more often than that.
Yeah, I agree, and so I'm setting expectations for what's gonna happen if we vote on this. Because there's also a chart, like 17 talks about 30 days after implementation, I guess there's no deadline for us to review those policies, but.
There's no deadline.
Okay. All right, well,
In fact, in the
Are
charter,
there
it's all
any pending that have been sent to you right now?
no,
Formally?
they have never formally sent any of them to us, except for identifying which ones were.
You know, what's happened is that I met with Captain Tate. She told me that what's happened is they've sent the list to Hansel, I guess other people on staff. And there's a button where you acknowledge that you reviewed it. And the theory is that if you've reviewed it, you've accepted and kind of waived your rights to object to it. So don't acknowledge it if you haven't thoroughly
Who's been
reviewed it.
pressing that button?
I don't think anybody. And they know who's been pressing the button, because they want everybody, all officers to have reviewed all and acknowledged that I understand this is the new policy and I reviewed it.
But we need to do that.
Right, we don't have access to that. That's lexical, and so staff has access, but I think Handel has said he hasn't done that because we haven't,
Okay,
right?
I'm in favor of establishing a subcommittee because then we can have staff set up for as lexical accounts, we can actually, no?
The
I
department will
was just
say.
saying,
So so there was this policy committee that we talked about for a while now, and are we discussing whether to have a standing subcommittee of the policy?
No, they're all.
I think we're just defining the scope of the subcommittee.
Yeah,
The committees are all called subcommittees.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, we're just talking about what the mission of the subcommittee.
For the pub- this-
It's all the one.
Is it going to be a policy subcommittee that is going to do both 17A and B work and discretionary policy?
I
review?
think it'll be the hub, right?
Right.
And so
It'll be that.
it won't necessarily, the members won't necessarily be the ones doing all the work, but it'll all go through so that then if it needs to be farmed out, right?
And one of the things I heard, and I was sort of trying to stick this in there, I don't know if this is really what people were thinking, is that whether this committee does it or the board does it as a whole, there seems to need to be a definition of the process.
Right.
And so maybe that's what this committee does, maybe the board does this whole, but then it seems like in that process, then you define also what kind of goes in that funnel. Is it just, 17A and B, is it the police department budget? I mean,
Oh, no,
but I mean, I think just what are the things that go through that?
policy reviews.
All the stuff we've talked about, the matrix to decide what to take on in a discretionary cases, the process, the template for the deliverable. Do you guys see that as work that your subcommittee would take on, or do you see that as some deliverable of the board?
Sorry, what was the last?
The
two?
matrix,
Who's gonna come up with
the
it?
process, the template.
No, I think those other bullet points are ones that an individual board member should take first stab at before.
Okay,
Yes, this-
okay, and I don't think it's the individual board member, I would ask to do it.
Okay, well, someone that's not the subcommittee. Okay.
Yeah, if staff could take a first stab at that and then,
What, the matrix?
That's setting
yeah, and the process.
Yep, this is the policy, so the only thing that doesn't apply to both sets of policies is the matrix, right? Because 17A and B is not discretionary. It's like whatever the department sends over.
Yes.
Oh, no, it still is discretionary.
It's
Even if
for
it's
what, yes, for what we.
Right. So the matrix concept applies universally, so does the process, and so does the
Right.
template for the delivery.
And I guess I'll just say that, once, the reason I'm thinking about maybe the budget would be in there is part of that triage about when certain things come in, you have to take action. And then a lot of things come in, you have to decide whether to take action, and then that matrix helps you to decide. So That's part why I wrote this the way I did, but it's not.
I definitely think that budget and policy would be a separate, I think
Yeah.
budget is,
Yeah,
policy is like, what are the policies governing Berkeley Police Department's sworn officers? And budget is a completely different conversation.
And with the review, I guess the other question is, with the review process, like saying there's like a flow chart that maybe has a couple different options, would the review process be similar for the budget versus
No.
policy?
No, very different, very different.
I
I
might share some elements, but.
okay, but just, so the motion was mine, and let me just specify that those mandatory reviews having to do with the controlled equipment and the surveillance use policy and all of that, separate,
Exactly.
Those are,
separate.
those are,
Those are,
we could vote on that too, actually.
Okay,
I could make it-
so
Yeah,
that's, but the first motion is that there be such a generic policy committee. And they will have authority as well to farm out individual policies that come along that they don't have the resources to handle. That's
Can we
my,
nominate Julie as chair?
but let's vote first on having the committee.
Oh.
Yeah.
I
Well, why
second.
don't
Oh.
we include the chairs that we like?
Well, I don't know, usually you,
Yeah, I think normally you create.
normally
the-
you create the committee and actually then,
Chair.
I have to say, normally you create the committee and the members of the committee
Point the chair.
Oh, it is
appoint the
staff.
chair, choose the
No.
chair.
and I'm wondering if the chair has to appoint subcommittees, but you could do it as vice chair, right? Somehow.
I mean, you might want to, if there's little things you have to push about, you could do that in your next meeting pretty quickly, just figure out those answers.
I think that, so we could establish a subcommittee now, because it's motion of the board. But if y'all wants to sort of kind of sit on it, elaborate what that scope looks like more in a written form. And sort of like adopt that as a formal work plan of that committee, we don't necessarily have to do that now, like it could be something that's discussed right after at our next meeting.
I think we should just vote to appoint the
I agree.
committee, working group, the subcommittee, and if it's violates something, then we'll have to.
We vote again,
So I'll second your motion
No chair.
right now.
no chair, right now.
You amended that.
Can I make a friendly amendment that did, rather than create a new subcommittee, we replace the Lexipol subcommittee?
Oh, that's important. We can, yeah.
Okay, so
The motion the motion is that there be a policy committee and it will review discretionary that will make discretionary policy reviews and will include the Lexipol conversions
And replace the existing
and replace the
Lexipol.
existing Lexipol.
We have a wall flag,
Jason, that's.
next.
Did we say, did you second that?
Yes,
okay. I'll do the roll call vote just for the record. Vice Chair Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Calavita,
yes,
Board Member Lovett.
Yes,
Board Member Blackerby.
Yes.
Board Member Cayetano.
Yes.
And Board Member Moses.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, I have a second motion, or another motion.
look, on this subject, because could we task staff with coming up with something for us to look at that includes the matrix and the process that we could look at maybe our next board meeting?
We can try, I would want to prioritize making sure the annual report, but we'll,
Oh,
yeah,
right, right.
how I be able to lift that.
I'm willing to take a stab at that.
yeah, I don't think that,
Yeah.
yeah,
We don't know if the next meeting.
yeah.
Let's try what
So, so there are some other things in here, so I just.
I'm going to do less, yes, can you please do it?
Can you, underline bump into the first one? So like, sometime, like, we're done, I feel accomplished to do that. Okay, my motion is to have staff take the lead on reviewing the surveillance acquisition report, the surveillance use policy, the use of force report, and the military.
Control equipment,
Yeah, military, so that's,
How your character?
sorry, was that, well, yeah, I can give you the ordinance numbers if you.
I mean, what's the,
Sorry, I'm just thinking. Is it a motion or is it something just formalized in our procedures?
What do you
Like
like?
the policy review procedures, because I know it's different in terms of it, but if it's something where we lay out kind of what that intake processes for those other reviews.
It should be a motion because the ordinance is the power of the board, it's not a power on us.
Okay,
Is there a way to characterize it, the PAB's duties with respect to the review of ordinances, you know, in the charter amendment?
yeah, the board could delegate to the staff the powers given to us in ordinance 2.992, 2.100. I think this is a policy 300.13 and 709.11 to the director's staff. For a first pass, that will then be subject to approval by the full board.
Can somebody remind me what the board voted about the handcuffing in
We
the?
haven't
I
returned.
think we left
So
it up.
that was tied with the use of force.
Yes,
So
I know.
it's gonna be part of the use of force annual review. We have requested a chief for a date. They're still haven't provided one for us yet, but she has received a request, so we're in the process.
To get input from them.
To get,
What's happening with them?
to get the best day for the annual review of the use of force. Policy.
So we're gonna do it simultaneously with them? I'm just wondering if we should ourselves go through it and.
Well, that's what staff is gonna do for us, that's why I just, that was a motion for, to give us a report on,
Okay.
right, that's what.
But I just thought that there was a vote or a discussion at one of our board meetings about the
I think
handcuffing.
we did decide to fold it into the use of force.
Okay, so you have notes on that.
Second, the motion was.
Second,
And do you need to delegate your authority or do you just ask them to do it?
do one.
Well, the motion, I mentioned delegating for the
I
staff.
don't know.
I think that, they can delegate or add, and we, I think that.
They're gonna bring it back to us and then we're gonna vote on it.
Yeah, the important point here is that their review authority is now being extended on to us, because the relevant ordinances don't really speak about our board.
Yeah, or.
All right, I'm gonna do this again. For the roll call vote, Vice Chair Wilson,
Yeah.
Board Member Calavita,
Yes.
Board Member Lefkovich.
Yes.
Board Member Blackerby.
Yes.
Board Member Gaetano.
Yes.
Board Member Moses.
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
I'm hoping to clear that, those reports. We're just making recommendations, right, to
Yeah,
the board, that we will then take to our meeting with. The department, because we're required to meet,
What? But we may want, but yeah, we're gonna.
and we want their expertise.
But I would imagine we would then whoever, and then. That would be a separate, so would that, you're just saying that would be funneled? No, this would not, that would not be funneled through the policy?
no, this is one of them.
So the
The
board
staff
as
is gonna do a
a,
first
as a
step.
whole,
We have to fully approve it after they've created the initial.
so the board as a whole meets with the department?
No, they bring it to a board meeting.
We haven't figured out that user numbers thing yet, it's not, we haven't like voted on that yet.
So the,
Okay, I'm just unclear what was things gonna happen with respect to that. You take initial pass at it and bring it back to the full board,
to the full board,
and then,
and you, under the BPD policy, are going to convene with the department, we don't know.
The full board?
parameters. Yeah, it says the police accountability. Board. That's
oh,
how the policy reads,
Okay.
yeah. So I don't know if you want to do a further motion of delegating, once you get to that point. In there.
We can delegate when we get to that point.
That portion of our meeting, where she.
Right. Yeah, ain't it out of public.
The important part is that we will have good background knowledge of what is a good use of force policy from going into the meeting.
it's a lot. Use of force policy.
It's a lot, yeah.
It's,
Yeah. What else on here can you?
The matrix, what everybody decided, you're gonna take a stab at that?
Yeah, so I wanted to discuss before I made a motion about establishing an operations and process subcommittee. Which would include things like developing an initial policy review matrix, calendar / Gantt chart, review meeting structure, changes, Brown Act requirements, maintaining active projects and outcomes, which I do think is more of a staff piece, but that we can, collaborate with. And any, recommendations for modifying charter language to improve our efficacy.
That's a big one. I don't know if you want the last.
I think the matrix on the policies, I thought that was really staff to do along with the template and process.
Yeah, as I go through this, I think a lot of this does make sense with staff, but I want to make sure that we are able to.
Mike, I guess my question is, if you wanna work on it, do you wanna work with them on it?
Yes, that's,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that, but that's good to do it.
Yeah, if we did a subcommittee, you would need, someone else would.
Gotcha, so maybe it makes more
Be a
sense.
subcommittee.
I volunteered to do that because I think it needs a board leadership, because we're talking about like the way the meetings are structured, the Brown Act and that. So I did volunteer to do that, but I don't.
So you're doing it together, you're doing it with staff, what's happening?
I imagine we can do it together, but with intimate relations with the staff.
Okay.
I don't think you need to vote on that. Right?
No, I don't, well,
Well, you want to see how it's something.
Oh, you wanna create a thing for it?
you.
Can we do this work without creating a subcommittee, I guess is the question, by just,
Hey, I would be, you guys,
or no, so that I just connecting with staff.
if you have a motion, you can say it again.
It's simple. There isn't really a need for meetings as like a subcommittee first, if
Right.
not necessary. To do a subcommittee.
You can call it the internal rules and regulations subcommittee, but I think it's important maybe to have one because we have to have that 2-year annual. Thing, and you might wanna create benchmarks for us that we can then review at the 2-year point, so,
I like that.
yeah, I would second
Yeah.
the motion to create an internal rules and regulations committee.
What are we calling it?
Let's call it something
Calling it
else.
operations.
I said operations and process.
Internal. Rules of.
Operational.
So just
Operations.
make it more enticing to Leah, we should add a thing, which is, review the current committee structure and look at reducing the number of committees,
Yes.
which Leah might be into, so,
And contracting.
yeah, all that.
Great. So,
These rules and operations to the standard rules, or you put in a separate.
no, this is, again, not rules, but operations and process. Yes, right, exactly, and right, we have the Brown Act requirements in there as well, as something that we want.
But there was something standing, so we wanted to shift, to change, we've forgotten. We talked
Elections
about,
was one of them,
what?
the process for elections.
I was thinking.
No.
Yeah, it's today.
Yeah, oh, it was, filling seats, is that what it was? Does that go through council?
Anyways.
So we call it operations and process subcommittee, what's the name of the subcommittee?
That works for me.
Okay.
Okay, so,
I second that.
alright, so let me just put the motion more succinctly, so you can. So, the motion is to establish an operations and process subcommittee, focused on, on workflows and, meeting structure, review.
Second.
BB two.
Okay, we'll go through this again, we'll roll call. Board Member Wilson, Vice Chair Wilson.
Yeah.
Board Member Calvino.
Yes.
Board Member Lethwich.
Yes.
Board Member Blackenby.
Yes.
Board Member Cayetano.
Yes.
Board Member Moses.
Yes.
Alright, motion carries.
Okay, the next one.
No, so is it like not official or any people that are on the screen and visible all the time? Some of the things that got mentioned were the calendaring, Gantt chart.
Mhm.
Now I have here a process for the subcommittee to use to coordinate the sheet. I think that's probably, that's the policy.
Yeah.
So that would be part of that. Okay.
Right.
And,
The other one that I wanted to make a motion for was to set at a future date, a town hall to be hosted by the PAB and ODPA. Following the submission of the annual report to the city council.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have, it has to be in motion per se.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, well, there it is.
Why wouldn't it, but because wouldn't it require a form if it's a PAB?
well, it depends who, like, do we want the whole board to be there?
Yeah,
Because then it's just noticing requirements to be considered a special meeting. And majority of the board would check all that.
Is there a planning element?
There's no harm in
Yeah.
doing a motion, right?
I don't know, what-
How about doing it by consent?
Yeah.
Everybody agrees.
Yes.
Everybody agrees.
You don't need a roll call.
okay, great, great.
Can you repeat the motion?
Having
To
a town hall.
have a town hall, host a town hall, for APA and PAB to host a town hall following submission of the report of annual report to council. At a future to be established.
It was, did you say the office and the PAD or the?
PAB.
Oh,
PAB.
Nothing, sorry.
I was. Yeah.
They wanna take off their uniform and join.
The second. I'll do it with consent.
Like I said, yeah.
Oh, who's the second? for that?
Second.
Okay.
I also had on here, I don't know if you have here, is a next step. Getting city attorney's clarification on what newly adopted.
No,
means.
I think we decided not
We
to.
just-
Did, it's that one, that's right.
Yeah.
We're
We're
gonna
gonna
have
have to
to,
focus on the matrix.
we're gonna talk to the department first, so.
Right.
I don't think we need to vote on establishing an intern program, right? That's,
I don't think any of these other ones need a motion, but they are good.
I mean, the only thing, there was a little talk of having maybe an outreach subcommittee, but I don't know if that's. I mean, you know.
The town hall concept, town hall concept kind of.
Well, I will say, whether it's a committee or not, I think like we need to have thought about all the places we need to be doing outreach in a more strategic way.
Yeah.
And so again, I don't know if it needs to be whatever, I'm indifferent to it being a committee or not, but I'm happy to sort of work on some ideas there just to make sure we're tracking it. Town hall's one, but I think there's a lot of pieces to it.
Yeah, I do think.
Maybe we should have a subcommittee, so that there's a place for it to live.
Yeah,
And
how
then
do you
if it's
want-
just enough, because also planning the town hall, maybe then,
Yeah.
you know, you could be the point person with the,
Yeah,
right.
you know, with the director's office on planning the town hall.
I think we should make a motion.
Yeah.
And this
That
is
is
like,
for every subcommittee we added today, we are going to.
Well,
What about the what?
eliminate.
and I seriously think like as part of this thing, like, yeah, starting to whittle down and remove
For
other things.
So we did lexical and policy one for one, so you guys are good, but we are now adding two.
but you know, eventually these two, you know, the downtown task force and the
Will go away.
FIP will go away.
Yeah.
And those are heavy lifts.
Yeah,
And then, yeah, so each of those two counts for 4.
I could also, let's see, like, for example, if we established a public outreach subcommittee, that the commendation subcommittee rolls
Yeah, I
under
could go
that.
into that too,
Great.
for example.
And how about this policy? So now we have the body worn camera policy committee, which is now just.
Now we can go into policy.
Mhm.
Okay, but so we already, policy committee was gonna do vehicle pursuits, so. Are we then figuring,
I think we should,
integrating body worn camera
I-
into the,
I think we should integrate it and then farm it out.
to whom, to me?
No. Like, once we establish it.
Year, so. Your call.
We'll see, so. They will be able to deal with that, it's confirmed with the work of the operations and access subcommittee, so they'll, and then it'll be clear from there how the, policy subcommittee will deal with the pre-existing policy, so
All 10 potential things that are going on and.
Right.
I do think it's worth, saying out loud that we shouldn't drop the work that has been
Absolutely,
No.
absolutely.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and that we have to find a home for it, so that's sort of like the mission for.
Yeah.
where this-
But I do think an outreach.
Okay, so then
Yes.
I guess we create an outreach committee in full accommodation in the outreach committee. And then,
Outreach and engagement.
outreach, community outreach and engagement.
That's a good. So who's on the committee with you right now?
Chip and Regina.
Okay.
Well,
Chip.
I think Chip will wanna be on the outreach.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
So,
naturally.
okay. So I second your motion.
And again, I know we're not starting the composition yet, because we can worry about composition next.
Well, that was, yeah, well, we can look at the Chip,
But that's the idea.
Okay, and we're doing these by consent at this.
Yeah.
Without objection.
Mhm.
Great. And we have some to-dos up there for this reimagining presentation.
I mean, I think that's probably just inviting, whomever, I didn't necessarily from the city.
City manager, yeah.
Carry the car.
Carry on our.
And so who's gonna do that? Is that something staff's gonna do?
I'm sorry, which?
Will you invite Carrie to do a presentation on reimagining? Yeah.
Great.
And meanwhile, we'll also try to speak to our council persons
Mhm.
But
about all the work we're doing.
I think, speaking to council people, maybe the community, the outreach and engagement subcommittee can take that on, because I think to be effective, we need to have some key,
Here's the one page.
messaging.
Right, right.
Like,
That's a
this
good
is what
point.
we're doing, this is our pain point, maybe this is why we issued the subpoena, this is how we'd like your support.
That's
And I
it.
think we should wait.
Granted, yeah, so we're saying the same thing.
We should be wait too,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would keep thinking, I would say, I'm wondering, if for each of you, that's the way you're functions, you all may have different relationships. And
Yes.
Some of you, here's what we need from you, for some of you, I know we really know each other, I want to come to meet you, or we so appreciate you showing me.
In both cases, though, I think having. Right,
Same hymn.
and also exactly, all pull in the same direction.
This is just thinking you might want to think about is you all those meetings and specific asks for support. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I think you have
Or
to.
it just could be information. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's that no one else besides people in that subcommittee can meet with their person. It's that they are the ones, that subcommittee's developing the talking.
The talking point. And then we-
I was just saying, just consider maybe it's something people already have, that when people have those meetings,
Yeah.
it may, right, it may not be.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Here's what we need from you. Be like, oh, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, yeah.
Defects or ambiguity. Get rid of no defects or ambiguity. So I wrote down about our changes to the charter, when, is that being any penalty?
Just in terms of how we approved the.
Right, I'm trying to see if it rings about what that thing that we forgot that we wanted to change was.
Oh,
And the charter, she was talking standing.
Standings.
yeah.
Number of meetings a year,
No, it wasn't that. But I should. It reminds me about the charter. The charter says not only are we supposed to have 9 members, there's supposed to be an alternate. And an alternate has never,
No, we had one, don't you remember? We
Oh,
had
yeah,
one.
on the
and
PR.
she-
on the PRC, right?
Who was
No.
He was clueless.
Oh, she was clueless. Clueless, the worst kind. Clueless and acted as if she knew.
Board member appointed by city council. We did have one, we don't now. And she was.
Sure.
But I think that actually might be something for you to consider, for the standing or operations subcommittee.
Oh, great.
What the, for that person, because I don't know that they needed to be at every meeting, and that's potentially part of the reason why they might have been
Actually,
out of the.
absolutely, absolutely. It's no fault of the individual. It's that if you don't attend every meeting, how can you know what's
You can't
going
just
on?
show up
Yeah.
once
So
every.
the alternate, we might as well just let sleeping dogs lie.
Yeah, okay. That's, yeah, it's council's job, not ours.
Yeah.
Did we have any action items around the internship program?
What's your staff to?
I wanted to have an action item, or simply just an ask and stuff around creation of the draft annual calendar.
I thought that was gonna be their operations and process subcommittee.
It is, but I think having it started.
Okay, then we don't need to do anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, you'll discuss that.
Thinking about metrics.
I thought you and I are.
That's fine, yes, we don't need to, we'll just work on it and come up with.
Yeah, we can make ours the budget and metric.
Perfect. Problem solved.
Okay.
You just create a subcommittee?
No,
Yeah, we're.
Fanny.
I think the biggest impact of this retreat has been that you changed board member chair, vice chair Wilson's viewpoint on subcommittee.
Sarah, she gets her compliments there in January after.
To change the budget, the committee budget and.
You were joking, you're serious?
No, I'm serious. Yeah. Really?
I mean, did you, so Elizabeth, did you
Wanna to make a decision about what we have talked about this year?
It's not really a big deal. Could we talk? That's right, and we already have them.
I'm just, it's hard.
Yeah, slightly expanding the scope.
It's on consent, so.
Great, so.
That's what we need.
We rename the budget committee, budget and metrics committee, same composition. Of the committee.
The matrix is, the matrix for,
Metrics.
I know, but it's a matrix for reviewing policy.
And the matrix of that would be operating process.
The matrix for reviewing the budget. Matrix for what?
Uh,
Oh, metrics.
Sorry, yes. I know it's the.
It's because the two things have nothing, they don't relate to each other, that's why the
I'm
naming is
trying to
strange.
figure
All
out
right.
what the.
So without objection, budget is now budget and metrics. Without objections.
Okay. So what do people think? Do you feel that there are actionable items, clear decisions been made? People are gonna take these and go out and work on them. And about 6 months from now, you'll all review this stuff.
And say, oops, we forgot to do X, Y, and Z.
I mean, there's other things that come up. I mean, I've been tempted to ask people who took notes to read off other things, but I'm also conscious that it's 4:16. But I guess maybe I'll have to read off the list, but those who took notes, I know at least Brent and Julie and maybe others. Are there any big things that we didn't really talk about? And I know there were things like the insurance program.
I'm not sure we really got clarity around the first topic, the relationship between your office and the board and where there's overlap and maybe there's some confusion, but yeah, I'm okay with that, but I don't feel like we really got into that maybe as much as we could have.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like what you guys did from my role was much more kind of analyzing sort of certain things as opposed to kind of, you know, and there's so many different ways to do it. I mean, there's a list of who does what, there's things that are permissible and mandatory. And I mean, I guess this, one of the things that I'm not really clear about is where there are actual questions, because as I reflect on this out loud with all of you, I'm not remembering anyone actually saying to me, here's something, we don't know if this is our job or the staff's job. And there's definitely been discussion about asking staff to do things and wanting to have more staff to do more tasks. So, I mean, maybe that's something for the board to reflect on a bit, or, I mean, we still have a few minutes if there's one.
This proposal for the evaluation, so we were given this today. And so I'm not sure when I would do that. But I think that was out of your sense of, you weren't clear if we were supposed to be evaluating you. And so that was one of those issues, I think.
You definitely never exist. Do you want to do that now? Because a way to kind of close the loop.
So, this particular, yeah, it would be helpful, but one of the, I think to address two of these points, but the initial one was about like the relationship with the office. Under section 125.14 of the charter, the VPA shall carry out the board of the work as described herein, which may include the day-to-day operations of the board, office, and staff. I don't know what the intentionality, what the legislative intent there was. To me, that contemplates that the board has an office and staff separate from the office of director of police accountability. And I, as the professional staff person, oversee also the board staff, just logistically, it's because you target volunteers to supervise staff network. So that's the way I read that, and I think that's the case that I would like to present to the council, especially based on your very elaborate work plan and all the different things that the charter wants me to do. So that I think is one thing that potentially can address the confusion there about like the office staff and potentially board staff. At the very least, I think having a clerk for the board that is designated, like for all the subcommittees and that, I think that would be helpful and then aligning the with the regular meetings would be helpful. The other part about, and I left it out of your memo, not intentionally, but it's because some of these things are woven in different parts. So of but the section that you can recommend to council removal for cause, that's outlined under the section that talks about director of accountability, for that section 14D. By majority vote, the police accountability board may recommend removal for cause of the director of police accountability to the city council. But it wasn't abundantly clear what your role is in the review of the director. I think it's inherent that there is some participation there or implicit, excuse me, but I don't know what mechanism. That report that you have, the evaluation, that was part of my, when we made an agreement to accept the role, within that agreement, it said within 3 months, we council and I would co-produce an evaluation for the role of the director. So I hadn't heard much about that, so I submitted to them this proposal. I haven't heard back, so it hasn't been adopted, but I did include a work plan for, you know, a strategic plan for the next few years that I have been sort of utilizing. Some of those I have been able to accomplish, others I haven't. But it has definitely helped me to understand more, because one of the things that I see as potential barriers to getting our work done in the office, and definitely your work done too, to the vice chair's point, like why do things take so long? We're independent in name, really. We're still tied at the hip in many regards to the city manager's office structure. So I depend on HR support that's under the city manager structure. I depend on IT support under the city manager structure. So I like to produce, and my deliverables are at a more timely manner, and not all, I'm not putting blame on anybody, you know, what we can do better, I'm working on it. But my sphere of influence is somewhat limited to some major things here. So like, I've been trying to have discussions with, the city the mayor's office about like, how do we freeze that up as more like, there is it is helpful to have deputy city, manager and Caldwell as a liaison, because when things get held up, I call on her, I like, hey, I haven't gotten a response, and she does like, you know, put some things along that's been helpful, but we still have like a infrastructural issue and systemic issue that it's hard for me to move some things along because of the status of the city as a whole, with, you know, the lack of, all the vacancies that are across the board. So, yeah, that's a long-winded answer, but, does it address some of what you're, or are there specific things you want me to address a little bit more?
No, I mean, unless you have specific concerns about overlap or communication between our bodies. Or any, I don't know.
No, I think for one, it would be helpful. I haven't had an annual evaluation, so I was gonna nudge the mayor and council and where we are in that process. I do think you should be invited. You know, I'm not above accountability. Your body has worked with me the closest, so you know more or less my performance. And I think that would be helpful for them to be informed one way or another, you know, areas for improvement. So I think that will tell a fuller picture, and also systematize and institutionalize that process. Like it is not clear to me what the annual review process for my role was.
The city council
Yeah, I think,
Yeah, they will, it's not like, on this day we'll do it, these are the metrics, all that, you know.
maybe we can talk about that a little bit in our operations subcommittee, because I would like to know if it would be helpful for you to have us do something, affirmatively, like, to help move that along, but maybe not in this setting, have that conversation.
Sure.
But I just want to give some example. I mentioned it before. What we're doing on the FIP report, ideally, we would not be doing. It's probably something similar is happening on the downtown site task force. We are drafting in the first instance the report. Then we've been getting like these big Excel workbooks or CSV files from staff. And actually, being tasked with doing the data analysis. And I ideally would not be doing that. Staff would be writing the report, doing the data analysis, we would be reviewing. That's my ideal division of labor. So that's like a super concrete example. All this stuff that we've talked about on the policy, I see we've said this many times, but I see as to our best use as a policy body, not as a group that's in there drafting policy and doing all this work, tactical work that we're doing. But one, there may not be consensus around that, and two, you may not be staffed up for it. But I do think a little bit of the responsibility is on you to say what your staffing complement would need to look like to provide various service levels to this group. And because your mandatory remit is pretty narrow, it's the investigations of complaints.
So,
As far as I can tell, you have very little in the policy realm or looking at FIP implementation or any of that. So in a way, aside from your investigators, you may be staffed a little bit already to support the PAB. But more clear articulation of that will probably be useful. I'm like, okay, if you want us to be able to do all your writing for you and all your everything, I would need 3 more analysts. Then we can decide if that's what we want, we could advocate for it. But so I guess I just wanted to provide, I think there are very concrete examples of this division of labor, at least from what I.
And how about vis-a-vis the department communicating, whether they're communicating with us or with you, or with you communicating with you as communicating with us? I mean, hasn't that come up also?
And in some regard, it does say like the chief notifies the director,
Okay,
and then I will then notify you, but in other regards, it isn't. So like, I think because sometimes they do, provide the report, and I think they kind of just adopt that as a practice. I don't want to be a bottleneck, in any way, so like, but I think it's logistically from the departments, and it might be easier to send it to me than try to figure out how to get to everybody.
or we go to the chair, but as long as it makes sense to you, but if there's any clarification that needs to be done for the department, as far as, no, you're supposed to be communicating with the board, not with the director, but if the system's working, then again,
Yeah.
okay.
You know, and again, as an outsider who doesn't know the details here, and I've read a bunch of stuff. And think about my own role and other roles I've been in, I do think that there is a fundamental difference between boards and commissions at the municipal and even state level. And being on the board of a nonprofit or an organization, you know, and I experience that all the time. It's because it's not exactly analogous, because as like I'm a department head of the city of Cambridge, I report to the city manager, which again is slightly different here. And so I have a board and several of my peace commission, and they expect things from me and they want things from me, and I need to do things for them. And at the same time, the idea isn't so much that I'm staffing their work. So I think that's one of the challenges. Like I said, I'm speaking a little out of turn, because I know exactly how things work here, and what your inclination is, but sort of as a, you know, maybe just in case it's helpful. It's sometimes challenging to figure out how to be in this kind of role, because you're not in charge of the budget, you're not evaluating the director, and yet you have a really important role, and the director has to provide staffing for you, but it's not the staff. So it is a little challenging, I think, and I hadn't really been thinking about this earlier today, but that's one of the challenges that I found about working in government, as opposed to my decades in nonprofit. It was much clearer what the role of the board was when I was at the ACLU of Massachusetts or other nonprofits. every board and commission I know in the city of Cambridge, except for maybe the, like, board of zoning appeals. You know, it's very fuzzy about what their role is and what they get to do, so I do think that, this is all to say, you're not alone. And there's probably not the right answer, you'll probably just have to keep trying to figure out what will work in your context and with the resources the city is willing to provide and with the advocacy that you can do with the council. But now I have a better sense of, that challenge of having it reframed. Thank you.
I also want, I think it would be really helpful for staff to identify where to send what requests.
Where what?
To send what request?
Yeah, and I don't mean just by telling us, I mean like, let's say you're writing a memo to a new board member. Where should they send different requests to, and I mean,
Oh, like their contact points?
emails, like the email etiquette to ensure streamline the relationship, I mean,
Between who, I'm sorry?
the board and you guys.
Oh,
I mean, this is all like what you would prefer, how, I mean, you said it earlier.
Yeah,
but I'm
you said you were
saying-
gonna do something.
You said it earlier.
there's one thing too, I'll just pull it out there, I do like the ticket system, that IT does, and it's also helpful for like compiling reports and stuff. So like, we've been putting the Microsoft forms a lot in our things, but it's also really helpful for us to like organize it that way. Like when we, like even like when we send like, what do you want for my kind of thing, it's sometimes easier to get in a whole bunch of emails. So like that is one potential thing, and I do know that, when we roll out these things, it's good to go over how it will work, so we're conscious about that, but if we do, I think, establish a ticket system for like, request from the board, I think that would be extremely helpful and we can triage it down.
Can you explain how that's helpful to you and to us?
And what's a big,
I mean, when you say the ticket system, I cringe.
Okay, I said like something like that in Berkeley where you have a problem, you can like go on your app and submit it, like there's a broken street light, and see quick fix or something.
So what's the ticket system as it relates to what our work is?
No, so like, in maybe like, the language is, I'm being very loose with it, but I was thinking like, with Microsoft Forms, that is something we have sent you guys. Or like, when we, set up the Doodle, that is a way, rather than getting a bunch of different emails, we can go on the link and then.
Yeah, Doodle's fine, but that's not a ticket system, right?
No, there's something called hotspots, but that's, I think, a very good, because we don't have to go into a further.
I think you should use
And you
that.
just use your email, but on your end, then you can track all the inquiries, you can assign it out to different staff people.
Convert
You
them
can
to text.
generate reports, HubSpot's really good. And then, because we were talking earlier about, do you want all the emails to go through you that are not administrative? I think you have to decide that.
I think he was gonna send something.
Yeah, but
But why do you copy everybody on staff on all of your emails? I noticed you guys always do that.
For what, when we send the agenda or?
No, it seems like you copy everybody on staff.
When we send it like full board report or full, when you see all staff. That usually mean, and if I say hello board members, anything that I send to the full board, I want situational awareness in the office, so that's why. You see that, but if it's like a
And if
particular.
I'm replying, you want me to reply?
No, and
Reply.
I didn't probably specify that, I was just letting the
That's
staff.
not clear, do you want everybody to? see
No, not
that?
necessarily, no,
I think one thing where this ticket
but that's helpful feedback.
is 6% works is for submitting agenda items. I think if you use the system and you have a deadline, hard deadline, I don't know. It's,
No, those are the standard.
yeah, but I mean, the ticket system for the agenda is still just. Really, now?
There's now.
There is now, that's right.
I take it, there's a submission thing for submitting an agenda item.
I know.
So, okay, so one request, and it doesn't, it's sort of, it's related to all of this. But it would be useful for those of us who are doing policy reviews or big reports like the FIP or the Downtown Task Force, when we submit a request to you all, it would be really helpful to get back got it. And, we're really swamped right now and we can get it to you in 2 weeks or something like that, because
Yeah.
I never know. And because, sometimes I travel and it helps me with my calendar if I can get a sense of when to expect that to be answered.
And I appreciate that, I have observed that as well, and, I wanna model the behavior too, because I don't always do that myself, but, I wanna improve in that, and I have told, like, listen, at least touch it, let people know that we received it, and.
Right, and just some indication of
Yeah.
you get it tomorrow or you get it next month or whatever it is,
Yeah.
just to know.
Just a little note, if you haven't had access to your city email, that would help us a lot. Just because our system quarantines certain emails. So for example, there's been instances, like, for example, one of your emails were like, about not having received one of the general materials and files being printed, actually got filtered and I didn't see it 2 days later, so.
I've tried to access my city email and I can't do it.
You have to spend some time with the fund IT staff, help desk, that's the only way I got.
Who helped?
The IT desk.
City of Berkeley help desk. It's in one of the emails, you have to call them
Yeah,
and they.
could you send that around again?
Because I've never been able to do it. And I don't want to, I'm afraid to contaminate my email that does work by saying, no, I want this other.
At the next meeting, can you bring, or can we talk about, or you can initiate the laptops for the, because what's happening here is, because if you're on Outlook with your other job, you cannot access, I cannot get into the Teams, and I really want to get into the Teams and like stop getting emails altogether, but, I can't. So I want to try to see if I could do it on the City of Berkeley laptop, but you have to call the help desk and sit on hold and have them walk you through it while you're trying to do it. With me, it turned out they had canceled my account. So that's why I couldn't, so they have to like reinitiate it.
So it's the city of Berkeley help desk.
Yeah, so we'll consent that information. And there's a few benefits too, other than the email, but the Lexipol, we don't get access to it because it's linked with our city account, so that's also one thing that I wanna get access to, those that came up in all through the conduct subcommittee, so we're gonna, I'm trying to relieve the staff burden also on DPD end, so like I didn't wanna make individual requests or trying to send them a batch, hey, can we get the Lexipol access for these 4 members?
And do we need to move, do we have to adjourn, do we have to adjourn this thing, what do we have to do? Before we like say?
The secretaries.
I know, exactly. Before you adjourn. Then, just. Please note that I have a detailed plan that I will do as we know. I would say this is follow the detailed plan. So I'm going to do today. It is still valuable. With Amy, I really do appreciate, how much intentionality all we bring to the table. And it's another thing, like I said, something nice about each person and I put. But I mean, every single, us. Well, how do you get your youthful vigor? I mean, I think. From your values, that the values that drive you. Came through, they're all in the skill numbers, you said, open to this values. So.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, there is no speaker physically present.
Jason doesn't make them. No, it's mental thing, this year.
And then a second.
Second.
Meeting adjourned.